Synchronized swatches now. Awesome. Hi, everyone. My name is Bruce, and today we've got our group for the alpha test, my quote-unquote low-level game that we're playing. And from last session to this session, things have gone on about... We're picking up right where we left off last time, as the heroes were making their way through this miserable abode of sin. They see ambling up one of the stairwells at the end of the hallway a very large, two-headed, kind of deformed creature with looks like he's got a club or axe in each hand. The hallway's rather dim, and as he ambles up, you hear Mongoose say, "I'm okay with burning this place down now. I agree with you." And that's where we left off. This thing, it vaults onto the floor from the banister. What do you want to do?
I'm listening to my roommate or my teammate. I want to leave. Apparently,
Yeah.
We should advance in the opposite direction.
At every experience you've had in here, Isabu, has been one fraught with danger, peril, perversion. There could never be somebody that knows of this site that would have a clean conscience unless they raised it to the ground afterwards. Your thoughts of seeing like shining knights on a hill overlooking this facility, burning to the ground, and making sure that none of the survivors could escape into the wilderness. That brings a small sigh of solace and relief to you. But now you've got this huge Etten at the end of the hallway.
I've got a technical question.
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with humanoid physiology. Ultravision. Is that kind of like ultraviolet?
There is really no ultravision in this game.
Okay. Because I was like thinking like, okay, so if I was like a humanoid, like a dwarf or whatever with said vision, would I just see the grim horror of demonic whorehouse in each of these rooms?
You'd really need to have like at the minimum like a C arcane sight or true sight in order to have something like that be a thing. The ultravision is a term that came across like in the last few years, but back then it would be like C aura, which would be like C alignment and things of that nature. But this
just
place,
in case we need to like get a hold of the whatchamacallit, the crime scene investigators.
Yes, that would be nice.
which direction would we have to go from where I'm standing to get back out the window? We were
that way.
Okay. I'm going to
literally
start
opposite end of the hallway
because we killed people already from down there. So
yes, there's nothing in that direction.
Everyone's dead. I want everyone's dead and go towards the window.
That's kind of a misnomer. They weren't real people. They were bad people.
Well, whatever it is that we killed.
Except for that one dude. That one dude got knocked off by the succubus. That wasn't our fault.
Yeah. Well, technically, we've only killed 2 humans. Everything else we've killed has either been fey or demonic.
Well, I don't want to become one. So I'd like to.
So I had just stepped forward, and I will run. Just tell everybody to run.
Yeah, get the fuck out of Dodge.
All right.
Yeah, this P-Diddler party is not as fun as it used to be.
Mm-mm.
Started off real good.
Dark. It's after midnight.
I'm going to ask for an initiative roll for you guys. That's a D8, except for Lemmy, that's a D6.
And do I add anything to this? I'm trying to remember.
I wouldn't think so.
Because I rolled a 2.
Nope. That's the naked roll.
Okay, that's what I got.
On 2, you're going to announce what you're doing next, because...
Okay.
I got real lucky. Hopefully it pans out for us.
I rolled a
I brought my pencil. Damn it. Where is it?
In a perfect world, I let you borrow like one of my 36, so I got mine
You
around here.
sharpened it. I know everybody heard me sharpening it, but I know it. Oh, there it is. Found it. I got to write that down. I'm +2.
So, anybody roll a 1?
Actually, yes.
What is your action
Huzzah.
do? You are standing partially in the doorway here.
Yeah. Let's see here. Problem is, I don't have anything I can put on Nerdy that I know is going to help him unless mage armor works for more than just me, but I don't remember correctly it doesn't. So I don't want to lose our friend. Over the last 2 years, I've become kind of attached to our barbarian. I may be a mage, but I completely understand both the necessity and usefulness of a fighter.
The people of the plains,
fuck me.
they're good folk.
I don't suppose holy water would have an effect on this thing.
If he had the signs of corruption or of a demonic taint within him, that would definitely be something that you would want to try a little harder. But just from what you can see, go ahead and roll me your perception check. I'll let you know if that's
Percentile?
something that. Yeah, roll your perception.
Okay.
Percentile.
Just making sure. 76. Almost said 9. And let's see here. Any bonuses?
You don't see any evidence of like a physical corruption or like a demonic influence, but he does have 2 fey horns coming off of each of his temples. But that doesn't mean that he would be susceptible to holy water. Now, if you had something that was cold iron, that would definitely be something that we could explore a little further.
Cold iron. I think everything we have is steel, so I don't know if that counts.
No.
Unless it was silver. That might help.
But who
I
are
don't
you
know.
looking at?
I just got an
At the end
idea.
of the hallway.
But who
If
are you
silver,
looking
does
at?
silver
Hallway?
affect Fae?
down the hallway from us?
Say again, Janet?
I was asking who he was talking about. I thought maybe there was someone else in the room right there.
No. He's talking about this thing right here.
Okay.
Okay, next question. Does silver affect Fae?
It's one of those
I do
technicalities
keep-
that affects some, but not all.
Silver affects undead a little rougher.
Well,
Yeah,
I was asking because I have a few silver coins I'd be willing to throw straight in its eyes with my hands of the apprentice.
Pocket sand.
I really can't. I can't disagree with throwing something at its eyes. Although you've got the spell light, don't you?
Technically, I never wrote it down, but I did have 2 years to learn it. So we were discussing their character getting light. So
Yeah, I remember we
Yeah.
discussed that. That should be in your spell.
okay, so
book.
over the 2 years, I probably do have it. So here, you put it up here. So let me take a quick look at it.
Big V's thumb in the eye.
I have the spell light.
You could throw that at it, and it's considered a first level spell, so its casting time is what, 6 for you?
Okay. So would
You
I
wanna
be able? I kind of missed what you said. So did you say? Would I be able to
You
blind it with?
Yeah, if you want to
light?
try to blind it, at least one of the heads by casting it on the bridge of the nose or on the eyes, you could definitely do that. You'll have to cast it twice to blind it effectively because he's got 2 fucking heads, but still.
Yeah. Well, Janet has light. I could tell her to fall. Well, true. That would telling her to follow my lead cost me an action?
No. Cast light. There we go. Takes like 1 second to say, and then on segment 3, you start casting light.
So both of us are going to
Cast
do
it on
it.
an object and then fling it.
Yep.
Okay. And I'm right after him because I'm 2, unless someone else has another one.
That would actually be pretty funny if a whole bunch of us ended up with a bunch of low numbers, 2s, 1s.
Well, I don't want to jinx this. I'm not gonna add to that. I'm a bad roller already.
Right, so yeah, I'll definitely cast light.
Okay. That goes off on 8. On 2, Janet starts casting light as well.
Mhm.
And then 3.
On 2.
Yeah,
Yeah.
on 2, that you're
Yeah, that's my number.
and you're gonna cast light as well, right?
Hmm.
All right. As you start casting light, you kind of edge yourself out into the hallway. The barbarian kind of motions everybody to get behind him. 3, 4, 5.
That would be
6.
me.
Okay, what do you plan on doing?
And I'm going to run in the opposite direction of that 2-headed behemoth.
How fast you gonna run?
Twice my movement speed.
Okay.
That way we can get the door open and then get everybody rushed into the room.
Oh, I thought we were
Down
going to the window.
Down the rope. Yeah, we're
we
going
weren't
to
in
the
a
room
room.
at the window.
We weren't in a room, Six Nations. The window is at the end of the hallway.
Where the... Well, yeah, that's what I mean. Like, we're going to go run towards the room. Go down the way we came, right? Assuming that the door was closed. We were being all stealthy, sneaking into a room, close it, stabby, etc. So I'm going to try and run down to the bedroom where we came in from. Leave the door open so everybody can run through.
No,
That way we're
that's
not
where you're
dicking
making a
around
mistake.
with
We
trying to
didn't
open
enter
doors.
a bedroom. That's where you're making a mistake. We didn't enter in the bedroom. We entered through the hallway.
At the end of the hall.
There's a hallway window.
There's a window in the hallway. Okay. Well, whatever the fuck we did a month ago.
No, we entered in a bedroom because there were.
Yeah, actually, it's this bedroom right here.
Yeah.
Oh, we did? I could have sworn it was the hallway. My mistake.
No,
My mistake.
It was a bedroom. Okay. Shutting up.
All I know is that we were Scooby-Dooing it. And it was getting really freaky with each room.
You say Scooby-Doo. I want to say 1960s Adam West and Burt Ward sneaking through a hallway. Or sneaking in through a window.
That just ruins the heroic climbing that I envisioned Lemmy doing, and now we're just doing the bat walk up the wall. At least Phyllis Diller didn't open up the window and go, "What are you guys doing?"
I just want to get to the window and
Well,
get out.
hunting wabbits.
That's it.
You actually make it all the way over to the window, and certainly enough, the window is still open, and one of your friends' ropes is still there.
I think we're gonna make it.
Oh,
Don't say
crap.
that.
You said it.
You gonna jinx us?
That will happen on 11. You'll get over there. My bad.
Yeah, thanks, Lemmy. It may not be a guaranteed TPK, but at least one of us is dying now.
Okay. As that happens,
Sorry, I had something to say.
What are you doing, Barbarian? What's your
Women and
initiative?
rogues first.
Nerdy, what was your initiative roll?
8.
8?
8.
Okay. On 8, what do you want to do? You want to attack this guy?
I'm gonna hold where I'm at and wait for him to start coming towards me or towards us.
Mhm.
My plan is to stand between him and my friends while they shimmy out the window or start heading towards the window. I'm trying to buy them time.
Okay. As that happens, you hear the rogue scamper over here, but first these two cast their spells at this guy, and all right, you guys see two balls of light occupy his heads, and he drops his hand axes and starts to paw at his face furiously as he's like screaming in various languages. You catch flicking La Verga, Vafanculo, all sorts of like all the words you would find out from your foreign exchange student that moved in with you for the year, all the dirty words of his language. Well, he's going through them right now. And as that happens, Janet, what do you want to do next?
After I cast that,
Yeah.
and threw it at him, towards him to blind him, I want to run towards the window into that.
Okay, that'll go off on 13.
13.
Yep.
Okay.
And Mongoose, what do you want to do?
Tell our barbarian to take the opportunity to run and do the same. When I get to the window, though, as soon as everybody's out the window, I'm going to set the building on fire with burning hands.
Okay. And as you guys are discussing that, you hear the rogue slip off. Here they are holding action. Nerdy, you hear that it's okay for us to leave now. This guy's bumping into the walls. He's unable to do much. He's unable. He's essentially blind for the moment. You want to leave? You want to get out of here safely with your friends?
Is everybody else gone?
Yeah, they're making their way out of here.
Yeah, I'm gone then. I'm
Okay.
right behind them.
All right. You and Isabu will edge around Mongoose as you see your rogue heading out the window.
Okay.
Mongoose concentrates for a moment, and he hears some angry individual opening a door at the end of the hallway as flames pour off of his hands and he coats the walls and the floor in fire. He can see through the smoky or through the little bit of haze mirage a winged woman come out of one of the bedrooms. And then he slips into the room with you guys and rappels down the rope. The last one out of the building is your barbarian friend. You hear a couple screams as the fire starts to consume the facility. You hear others fervently trying to get out, but this place is going up like a Roman candle.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not trying to give you guys an easy out, but the plush floors, the heavy tapestries, the heavy amount of paper product for smoking these things, the tobaccos that are used, the incenses, all of that just starts to burn, and the house goes up very quickly.
I am going to need to repent for this because I guarantee you I just killed innocents.
I wouldn't say guarantee.
If they were in there willingly, then no. And if they were in there and they were innocent, then they were made to be there against their will. You probably put them out of their misery.
Yeah.
That's how you look at it.
Leave it to the gods, and you can always adventure more and seek therapy.
I love the idea of seeking therapy.
I will. I'll say a prayer for anyone that might have been in there that was innocent.
As you leave that burning den of inequity and sin, you for a little bit you're feeling like you're heavy-hearted, like maybe you did kill some innocents that were in there, but you meditate on it and you seek Mirror's blessing, and about 2 hours into you sitting there on the side of the hill with a small campfire there and your companions asleep, you hear the soothing voice of your deity and the feminine voice tells you that nothing that you had, not a single thing, these people that were there, they were there of their own choices. They were not innocent. Even those that would be considered the young, they had made the definite choice to do something that would lead them to that path. And all you've done is bring their problems to a foreseeable conclusion. You were the impetus of it. You were the pivot point. You feel a little better after that. You guys didn't travel with your dwarven friends, did you?
They're the ones that brought us here, remember?
They're the ones what?
We left them in the tower, didn't we?
I thought you guys left them in the tower.
Well, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Was it 2 mana for my spell?
For the spell of light?
Yeah.
It was a level 1 spell. It was 1 mana.
1 mana, okay. Let me make sure I put that on there. Okay.
That's right. I think they occupied the watchtowers.
In the morning,
did our thing.
Say again, Six Nations?
I was just thinking, like, I think we left them in the watchtowers, didn't we?
I thought you guys
yeah.
did.
But we,
Yeah. I thought Bruce meant took us with us and with us to this place, not in the building. No, we did not take them in the building.
No.
They were not armed or ready for that kind of fight. Well, neither were we, for that matter.
Well, we didn't know what was in there, and they weren't
No.
in there thinking that someone was going to
it
break
was
in.
below their pay grade.
Yeah, so.
We, on the other hand,
Did anybody get injured? Do I need to do a healing or a channel positive energy from what I missed before?
I'm fine.
You hear a soft voice in your head, Janet, and it tells you that while you're among friends, go ahead and do a channel positive energy.
Okay.
And then in about 20 minutes, the first rays of the sun will appear at the horizon. Do your morning ritual. Spend an hour in meditation. About that same time, that's just naturally the time where your friend, Lemmy, he wakes up. So he'll take over on watch while you prepare your spells. And then after after Mongoose wakes up, he'll get his spells ready. But you take about a 4-hour nap after that. It's probably close to 10 a.m., 11 o'clock before you guys are all ready to go and to do things. Everybody else is doing their morning stuff while Isabu sleeps off because she did the majority of the watch at the end of the night, looking for answers. Her head was unsettled. She wasn't at peace.
So are we going to go back to town? I'll go to church. Try to get my peace of mind back.
That's up to you.
No, I mean, if we're all going back to town, are we in a town?
There's still a few more things you want to get knocked out. You want to figure out if Darelth Gillus was among the dead that you find, because the next day, while you were resting, you're only about 1.5 miles, 2 miles away from the site that you were at.
Yeah.
I can't roll a random encounter like of a hostile bear or pack of wolves on you. You guys, the next day, you guys will go back and you see that the sprawling, charred a little bit of brick, but a lot of destroyed wood, timber, and structure. There's bodies that you find, or bits of bodies. The majority of these people were gone. And once you pick over the site, you see that this place is like the first floor you didn't explore whatsoever, but the remains of the things you find in the first floor make your stomach toss, because it's things like various racks or various implements that certain clubs would find to be perversely entertaining. You find a twisted pair of lovers bent over a blackened couch. Looks like for one last time before the fires consumed their bodies, they went at it again.
Mm-hmm.
One of them has a bunch of like melted gold. He has like 3 pounds of melted gold hung around his neck. You don't know what the jewelry was because all of it's hit the melting point, and so.
But we can still take it.
Yeah, have at it.
Loot the body.
Wash it off a little bit.
You find also in one room there's a like.
I will make a request of Janet's character. She can do consecrate, right?
Mm-hmm.
Given what happened here, I suggest he consecrates this area.
All right.
Yeah,
How much
that's a good idea.
is that going to take? 2? I mean, what level is that? Is that like
Consecrate
level?
is considered level 3, I believe.
Okay, so it's 3 mana.
No, consecrate is 9 mana.
9? Okay. Sorry.
There's woods. There's trees. There's animals. There's rocks. Let's consecrate everything.
Okay.
You get
Rabbi
consecrated.
Tuckman.
You get consecrated. Everyone gets consecrated.
The consecrate mainly is for like a site or something. It allows you to do healing in an area where healing would not be optimal.
Also, in this instance, I'm willing to bet helps keep away some of the bad juju associated with this shit.
Oh, nothing cleans quite like fire.
Yeah.
That will always be the case.
Mm-hmm.
When in doubt, light it up.
I hate to quote T-Bird on this, but fire it up, fire it up, fire it up.
So, are we gonna, now that it's consecrated, are we going to just walk from one room to the other and to see if there's anything left?
Not really a whole lot of rooms are left, Janet. I mean,
No, I mean like melted jewelry on the people, stuff like that.
I think what she's asking is, are we going to sift through the ashes and get the?
that's kind of what I was thinking you guys would do.
Are we gonna loot the copper?
Well, there could be gemstones,
the copper.
you know, because somebody might have paid with a gemstone or
Can
diamond.
Janet pray? Can Janet pray for a wind spell?
I don't know if I have that ability.
I don't know. If we
Blow
should
away
be
a lot of
bringing
the
that stuff in.
ashes. And that's why I want to blow it away. We stand off to the distance. She blows it off into the void. And then we can search a little easier too.
Yeah, but I don't see anything.
If she was a druid, it would be a lot easier.
Nah.
That's
Yeah, because see, I can, you know, like, you know, bless water and create food and water, but I don't have anything that looks like I can make a giant spell to make
We need
wind.
to find one of them hippie drum circles then.
That's
Or
good. As I
recruit
think
a
about it,
druid.
there might be embers left anyway. So if we blow it with wind, we might set something else on fire.
I recommend we just all get a bunch of sticks, long sticks, and just sweep it back and forth through the debris and see if we can find anything in old amulets or anything, you know, gemstones.
Well, we could start somewhere with detect magic
Old
because
teeth.
some magical items would have likely survived the fire. So we could start
Mhm.
there.
Well, I have that. Do you have that spell too?
Yes.
Well, we should both go in different areas and face different directions and do detect magic.
Yeah.
And that's a first level spell, right?
Yes, it is. Janet,
Mhm.
I'm going to hand you an ice dagger.
Okay.
Not for a protection. It's so if you come across some really bad coal embers, you can just put them out with the ice dagger.
Okay, thanks.
Is it a dagger of ice?
Anybody else want? Yep, that's all it is. Just a dagger of ice. Melts at the same rate of ice when it's outside of my hand, so you got a good few minutes before it's gone.
That's cool.
Yeah. Awesome.
I got my collapsible 10-foot pole. I'm going to use it.
you find
Okay.
looks like a remains of a old oak bed frame, and that's the only thing surviving over here.
Hmm.
But once you move a lot of the debris that was still smoldering, and this thing's still hot to the touch, don't think it is. It's like a railroad tie, though. It has a hard time burning. Got a lot of debris over here. Also, I need a perception check from you, Lenny. Since you're so fixated on copper, we got to see how good you're doing this.
I was just saying because last time I was doing the whole meth head copper thing.
20 foot of
What is
copper.
30%.
He finds
All right.
3 catalytic converters
I'm
from a
going-
Toyota Camry.
Screw you, bitches. I'm getting this melded for the platinum and I'm going to retire. I rolled, oh shit. That's 60. Yeah, 60. So that would be 90 total.
Nice.
All right. Hot dog.
You know something I want to do now? I actually
What's that?
want to send Janet some more Sisters of Battle, so she's got some more references for her costume.
You
Okay.
just want Janet to have 1,000 points. You can play her online.
Well,
Actually, that wouldn't be that hard to get a couple of starter packs, and they have a Battle Forces box. I think the two of them put together do make a 2,000 point army.
Mhm.
But as cool as that would be, my real reason is Janet's actually asked for some reference pictures to for her costume, and I think in the end, having some physical models would make that a little easier.
I'm just all I'm hearing is that like we need Janet as a sister of battle.
Yes, I will. Hey, have you seen? Did you remember the pictures I put in a while ago in the creative section of
I
the
streamed
alpha
with
test?
Janet when she dressed up as a nun one night when we talked about the Blues Brothers, and I still go to that for my own personal release. And it's
don't feel bad. Papa Cotton said that same thing, I think, a while back.
I've never in my life wanted to have sex with a nun harder than that, Janet. I'm not sorry.
And I didn't even show my hair or anything. I had a habit on. I made a habit and everything.
I smoking hot, just absolutely burned my
More
loins.
people than they care to admit to actually have a nun fetish.
I was shocked how many comments I got on that because I was
Janet,
just happy the movie was.
can
so
you say,
good.
"Oh, what a wonderful tea party"?
Oh, what a wonderful tea party! Is that good?
Oh God,
What's that from?
I'm
Anyway,
gonna choke to death.
I don't know if I saw that movie.
Office Space.
Yeah,
Office Space. Oh, the TV show.
No. The movie.
Oh, the movie.
Mike Judge
Oh,
movie. Like, what would you do with all that money?
You know what we need to do at some point? We need to get we need to find one of the fairy tale movies. It's an anime, so I don't know how much Bruce would be interested in it. But they got a lot of really nice costumes in it that Janet could choose from,
Stardust,
including a tube top.
Stardust.
I said fairy tale, but if Stardust got good cartoon,
well, we got the
good
Ninja
costumes,
Turtles
then yeah,
coming
that'd be
up
good too.
soon.
Yeah,
I'm excited about that one.
and that's got an April O'Neil. Well, like what I'm referring to. Let's see here. I should be able to show it off. Let's see here. Oh, got to turn on this light so you can actually see it. See if my camera actually works for more than 5 seconds.
Wow. That's hardly any clothes.
Yep.
Hold on. Let me.
And this is how she commonly dresses. And this is how this character commonly
It's plot
dresses.
armor.
Yep.
Plot armor. The less armor you wear, the more protection you get.
That's a pretty wig, though. I could style one of my wigs like that for sure.
Crazy ballistic.
I am on the hunt for an. This is this one here is Lucy. I'm on the hunt for an Urza. She's basically a battle maiden. She likes wearing all kinds of different sexy armor.
The picture of the otaku fetish guy. He's got all of his anime stuff, the really lewd figurines and statuettes and whatnot. And I was thinking, like, that is the dark side of miniature painting right there. You go from D&D to extreme anime.
I found a completely nude bust of one of my not bust, actual little figure of one of my favorite characters for only $30 on Amazon or eBay. Excuse me. I am definitely getting that figure.
Well, why would you want to be totally nude? How are you going to defend yourself?
Well,
it's not in this one case. It's not a battle pace.
Oh,
there is a trope.
Totally butt naked, getting into a brawl.
There is a trope. There's a trope out there that if you have somebody that is naked in a fight, they have plot armor. Plot armor.
Well, technically, the character that I really want Janet to dress up as, because she's got some really sexy. It's lingerie / armor.
Yeah.
In the case of why she's capable of doing it without getting killed is she has such a high skill level with swords and battle that she can keep herself from getting hit. So it's actually makes sense with her, but for most of the other characters, it is just plot armor. Like Gray, the male character,
away when she's trying to use her swords.
they should, but no, they don't.
Okay.
She's the second biggest character in the show. No, third biggest. Biggest
Because
is the character I just showed, Lucy.
Her boobs are so big,
She's
I don't think I can kill anything in front of her.
Well, technically, Lucy actually cheats in that aspect. She doesn't have to. She uses a whip so she can crack next to her boobs.
Yeah.
And she uses keys to summon spirits to her side, so they fight for her mostly. So she gets so she's got so she doesn't have to worry about her boobs that much.
Yeah, so she does have a protection then.
Yeah. She is also the biggest boob character in the show. Second biggest is capable of turning into a demon.
Mm-hmm.
Which, interestingly enough, her boobs actually shrink when she becomes a demon. And then the third biggest is the one I want you to dress up as Urza, who, like I said, has basically lingerie armor in more than one case.
I'll have to think about it once I see it.
Type up fairy tale.
I thought we burnt this place down. What the hell's going on?
It's leaking into our brains. I blame it on this evilness. That's why I had Janet consecrate. She didn't consecrate fast enough. I've been polluted.
I'm just interested because he specifically put that bed in this room for some
puppies and kittens and baseball. Cupcakes.
Are we supposed to look under the bed to see if there's something under there, or?
I wouldn't look under the bed, but reading around.
Well, before we do anything, I suggest we cast detect magic on this part of the building.
Okay.
Because that is surviving the bed might be magical, but with that said, oak also burns burnt oak is a hardwood, so it doesn't burn great.
So, Bruce, if we did a detect magic on that area of the room, would we see anything?
What you see when you cast detect magic is there is not a lot of magical items here, but you see some glimmers here and there. And aside from that, the rogue is noticing like there's bits of copper everywhere, and like a 3-pound piece of copper here, a 2.5-pound piece of copper there. It looks like this was a unusual type of room because it doesn't have the usual items that you would find in a type of lodge that this was.
Mm-hmm.
The debris
Forest extension.
Yeah, the debris looks like it was a collapsed armor as you're scraping things out of the way. And one of the things you guys find is a rather sadistic toy. The leather straps have been burned off, but you find a cold iron dildo.
Oh no!
It looks like a fist.
Arm. Did you see that? He grabbed his arm and he said, "We."
That's why I'm asking. Does it look like a fist?
I'm like okay, I'm gonna run. I'm running the other direction.
On top and a handle on the back side. And it's meant to be used two-handed and ram.
Can I hit you like a cannonball?
It's for murder. It's for murdering someone.
Well, how about this?
Not
we take the second.
Someone, Janet. It in your cleric mind, Isabu says that's to use against the Fae that are bad.
Gonna make sweet hate to you.
Oh,
Now what we need to do is take the second handle off, and so Janet can use it like a club.
Actually, that's going to be hilarious.
No.
Attacking Faye with a cold iron dildo.
I'd rather use my sword. But the thing is, man, that's a horrible way to die. To rip somebody
It probably
out.
wouldn't kill the Fae, but it would make him. It would fuck him up pretty badly.
It could aggravate to death.
Oh, it could?
Well, they would have internal damage, but they would bleed internally and die.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's
death by snoo.
Yeah, death by snoo for real.
Death by something.
Your sentence is then to death! snoo! Yeah! What are you, gay?
I love that.
Was it too loud?
Nope.
Okay.
Not at all.
I have headphones on. It borderline on being too loud, but overall, no. I would say any
I was like,
louder,
"That's a
it would be a
loud."
problem. But as is, it's fine.
But so anything else that we see besides the copper bits and stuff?
Underneath the collapsed armor, that's where you note that there's a trap door that you'd have to. There's obvious handles on there that you're supposed to heft up and access it, but there's a trap door at the foot of the bed.
So do you guys want to open the door and see what's down there, if anything?
The
The real
quick,
dungeon's down below.
the-
So we've worked
the
away
cold
the-
iron snoo device. Open the door and get ready to whack them all. Just in case.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah. You ready for something?
Well, like it or not, it's the only cold iron we have, and if we actually get there, we need that thing for hitting them with.
Well, let's give it to the barbarian. He is the most force.
And imagine the songs that Quinn will sing of our
Well,
epic battle.
before we go downstairs, let's double check everything that we can find up here and pile it up all together, so we have a good idea. Maybe we can find something else of use before we go down. Maybe there's some more cold iron punishing sticks around here.
And definitely I'm going to cast the Shield of Faith on myself if we're going to go downstairs.
Well, like I said, first let's check the building. What's left of the building, then we can go down.
Okay. That's fine.
What's the trapdoor made out of? Wood?
Yes, same type of wood as the bed. It looks like this was like one of the main places or one of the main things about this facility. Like that bed is made out of the same timbers that the sides of the first floor wood is. Very thick oak. Very interesting.
Let's see here. What do I got? Would knowledge planes tell me anything about the wood? Like if it's not from this world or anything like that?
Actually, it is not. It is not a planar wood, but it is a natural type of wood that's found here. But it has to be from an oak that is over 75 years old.
Ah.
In the normal light, you can tell that like this. I mean, it weathered this fire. If the fire would have been hotter, it would have really been possibly catastrophic for the bed frame. But the bed frame's in mostly good shape. You guys, can't throw it on your back and transport it. If you want to pull it apart and get a couple beasts of burden and you can move it from one place to another, you can. But that's your choice. This is
well, what I'm planning on doing as is, get everything gathered together. We'd have to, once we make sure that either we leave with all what we can carry, or we go down there and clear this place out. But if we do clear this place out, we leave a few party members here unless we feel that the place will be safe from getting our stuff looted. Come back with the stuff we need to haul everything, including the timber, because if the timber is still good enough to use, I want to use it. I'm going to be as cheap as fuck when it comes to building my town.
Well, I doubt the timber would be of any use, given that
Bruce said it's still in good condition.
It's still in good condition.
It's just a little scorched.
Okay.
People pay top dollar for that sort of thing.
It would actually be worth transporting from here to there because it would probably last longer than any bed frame you would make. All right.
All right.
So as you guys clean up the rest of this stuff, You find 20 pounds of copper. You find you find 6 cold iron daggers. You find remains of about 30 pounds of useless cold iron tools, which have been slagged a bit, and you'll have to have them reforged by somebody that actually can work with cold iron. But you've got a lot of stuff that you find in here. But as you're getting ready to make your way out, the trap door pops open.
Uh-oh. By itself, or we opened it?
Not you, but
Yeah, we were getting ready to stack everything outside and then decide if we were going to go in the trapdoor or not. Well, the trapdoor, somebody decided to make that decision for us.
Bring out the gimp.
the trap doors popped open, and you see a crossbow pop out. All right. Isabu,
Yes.
Isabu, you were hit by a heavy crossbow quarrel, and
What is that?
it's a
Crossbow bolt.
crossbow bolt. It's about
Okay.
maybe 18 to 24 inches long, and it hits you center mass in the chest, and it knocks you right off your feet for 22 points of damage.
Minus 22.
Everybody needs to roll initiative, a D8, except for Lemmy. That's a D6.
Okay, I rolled a 3.
I got a
I
1.
rolled a 4. Ooh, nice. I got a 4.
Very nice.
I got a 2.
Also very nice.
I just heard something. I got a message that said Kevin Hart had just closed all of his restaurants.
Yes, but is that a good or bad thing? I've never heard of the man.
Well, it maybe
Kevin
has something
Hart.
to do with P. Diddy.
It might.
So that's
Ew.
interesting. Just a tidbit. So I just wanted to let they know that.
Wait, does he have connections with PDD?
Yeah, but we don't know
A
what
lot of people
kind.
do. We can only assume.
Yep. It's this interesting time to close your restaurants.
Yeah. I'll agree with that.
And if you hold stock in KY or baby oil, it might be a time to sell off.
Yeah, a lot of people saying that.
So some little fucker just tried to snipe Isabu.
On initiative 1, who rolled the 1?
I did.
What are you going to do next?
I am going to jump over to the trap door, and I'm going to try to bust through to get whoever just shot at us, or Isabu.
But nobody saw who it was. We just saw it open, and that came flying out.
You see a mop of blonde hair and shoulders, and then the crossbow, and then the crossbow gets discharged, and you take the crossbow quarrel to the chest and knock you on your ass.
Blonde hair? So we're dealing with
Yeah.
Germans?
Possibly.
But do I have a clear?
Sorry?
Do I have a clear shot at the person who fired the bolt?
Somewhat. There's somebody behind them or underneath them propping the trapdoor up.
All right. Well, Yeah, so instead of trying to bust through the trap door, I'm just going to go after the guy. I just thought it was like the trap door opened up slightly, just enough to get the crossbow poking out there and took a shot.
Yeah, it's
But
sticking up about maybe 3 foot off the ground, enough for where the person can get a good beat on it.
yeah, in that case, I'm going to go after the person who fired the shot.
Okay.
I got time to snag one of them cold iron daggers.
I figured we just. Oh, I forgot to say it. Crap! I was going to say we. I forgot to say that we just distribute that as soon as we get those.
If you wanted an iron dagger, you got it. You've spent like 2 hours here searching around for shit.
I was thinking like I'd grab one of those daggers and maybe a old cold iron hammer or something like that and go to town.
These his movement going over there. What's your war axe speed? Is it 11?
Yes,
Okay.
11.
You're going to go on 17 for your next action on your charge over there.
17?
Yes, sir. On 2, we rolled a 2.
That was me.
What's your...
And I will brandish my cold iron dagger, my dwarven short sword, and I will come assist Nerdy Ogre with keeping that door open and see if we can batch some skulls.
Quick. It would be technically a metagame at this point, a little bit, but did we do Heroes, since Janet could, did we do Heroes Feast before we showed up this morning?
I didn't. I don't have that.
She doesn't have that yet, I believe.
No,
she just got it.
Oh, I got it. I didn't write it.
I could have sworn she just got it because we did. We got 10 plus hit points for something. I could have sworn that was Heroes Feast.
Actually, that's a 7th level spell. She's not going to get that in a while.
Well, there was something that we were able to. Oh, right. Never mind. That was it. Was either a scroll or a blessing from the god. Never mind. That was a one-time thing. My mistake. I remember now. Didn't get it. It was a one-time thing.
Had those good berries earlier before we started.
Well, either way, we don't have that plus anymore.
Yeah, that was a while ago.
Okay. All right. Sorry about that.
But after I slept, does that give me back all my channel positive energies or not?
It does.
Okay, so I get back to 4.
I still need to go over that spell book we got last week. Oh, Bruce, those plate armor, what condition were they in after the fire?
The plate armor?
Yeah.
It was in good condition. You'll need to take it to a blacksmith to get it to where all the dents and dings are hammered out of it. Or you'll need to have somebody that has plate armor that has the ability to maintain it. Have them take care of it for a week. One of those two.
Okay. Next question. Can a barbarian wear plate armor?
No.
No? Okay.
No.
Then, as far as I know, the only good for us it is selling, because I don't know anybody else in our party that'd be able to wear it and make use of it. Hold on. What about Janet? Can she wear plate armor?
Forgot about horrible negatives.
She's
I don't think so.
She's able to wear it, but she doesn't. She's not optimized to use it. She runs slower. Okay. She has a harder time with just moving.
I have leather armor.
You have leather armor?
Mm-hmm.
Janet,
that's what the sheet says. It says D8 plus 2 armor leather.
Is it red leather or yellow leather?
It doesn't have a color. It just says leather.
You should have on chainmail, Janet.
So should I write that on?
It's been a couple of years, so you should. Yeah.
Okay.
You
I'm
should
gonna
have gotten
write
it
that
by
on
now
my-
since it's been a couple of
That's
years
what I
in
was
game.
doing. I've been trying to go through my sheet, my updated sheet from when we updated.
Yeah, I
when
thought you had chainmail on. The armor bonus from your chainmail is going to be, it's a magical +1 chainmail, so you should have a +30 to your armor class for the chainmail.
So let me write that on here. So +30 to my armor class.
Yeah. What's your dexterity?
My dexterity is 11.
Okay. What is your type of shield you use?
It says I have. Hold on.
She should have a masterwork shield because we gave her a
Yeah.
a small
Trying to find out where
masterwork shield.
that is.
So she's got your armor class should be a 90, Janet.
Okay, because it says that I'm 85 right now on my sheet. So I'm at
Should be a 90 with the during the time that you were off for 2 years.
Mhm.
One of the people from your past came along and they had a friend that could enchant armor, and they gave that to you as a birthday present.
Okay.
Actually, your boyfriend that you met 2 years ago bought that for you.
Okay, that's even better.
Insert name of boyfriend at your desire, at your whim. That's fine. But you met a nice guy 2 years ago, and you never said anything wrong about it. You turned all the levers. He flipped all the levers he was supposed to.
Okay.
Okay. Hey, Soy-Based Jeremy. Good to see you. Actually, they had just this for Soy-Based Jeremy. We had for breakfast today, there were some pork steaks that I bought from the store. And I didn't have to have them cut specifically because they were actually thick the way I like them, like about 1 3/4 to 2 inches thick. Now, for pork steaks, you got to cook them a little extra for that because you don't want to have them be medium rare. They got to be cooked. But they came out really nice and delicious, and it's on sale over at HEB for $2.29 a pound. That's the best price for pork steaks I've seen in a year. Go ahead.
Sounds
Not a
like
very
those
big
thick
pork
cut
person.
boneless pork chops from Costco back in the day.
Not a
When
very
it used
big
to be
pork person unless it's been
decent
cured, but sorry. What I was saying is I'm not a very big pork person unless it's been cured, such as bacon or ham. But I recognize and can appreciate a good steak when I see it. Or in this case, was described.
Steak is good. Although the price of steak right now.
In fact, I've been
jumped up.
called not a real man because I don't eat steak that much, if at all, because I'm not a meatitarian. I love meat, don't get me wrong, but I usually like meat in something. Just meat by itself doesn't interest me that much.
Sandwich guy.
Yeah, we have a steak sandwich.
I have
All right.
one of my favorite, what is basically just a meat dish, is finger steaks, though.
Okay.
I like to pick up my T-bone by my hands and just chew it.
Yeah.
Finger steaks are
If it's
the national
very medium rare or
snack food of
rare.
Idaho.
Once again, Janet displays her ability to make perfect-looking children.
Yeah, I can help it. I love meat. I'm a meat eater. I am
Meat
definitely
and
a
eggs,
carnivore.
butter, and milk. Oh, speaking of milk,
God.
milk.
And
Yeah.
I love milk too.
Oh god, if I didn't have the stomach problems I do from eggs, I'd probably eat eggs every day. Those are the perfect food.
Have you tried raw milk?
Me?
Yes. Because it has the
Probably
lactase,
not. I mean,
which helps with the digestion of the sugars in milk.
Mm.
The only downside
probably
is
never
like if
tried
you're
raw
used
milk.
to drinking milk and it's like 2%, this is like whole milk
This is like thick.
with all the proteins and
seriously
antibiotics and whatnot.
Ice cubes in that. Oh, so good.
Yeah, cold raw milk is awesome. And if
Well,
it goes
we
bad,
drank
it doesn't
2%
go
for-
bad. It just sours and turns into yogurt.
Mm-hmm.
We drank 2% around here for a while. Then my brother-in-law showed up and he's like, "Who the hell is drinking this shit?" And started like, "Nope, we're buying whole milk."
If you take,
And it's been whole milk ever since.
the milk you got from the
Well, it's good for
cow,
biscuits and gravy.
you just leave it in the refrigerator, and you go in there about a couple hours later and scrape all the cream off the top, and you can make butter and other things out of it. And
Oh,
then
yeah.
Mhm.
Well, that's one of the things we actually like to do around here when we have a few bucks is buy the stuff to make our own butter, our own cream. We are my
It's the
grandma,
best
my
milkshake.
mother grew up in the South for about, I think, the first, at this point, 2/3 of her life. Like she didn't move up here until she was like 20, maybe maybe a little younger. So she spent a good chunk of her life down south. My grandmother obviously spent about 20 years in the South, if not more. So I grew up with a lot of Southern values. You do your own butter whenever you get the chance. I mean, yeah, we buy butter all the time, but that's because we buy real butter. But when we get the chance, we make our own butter. We love to can things. It's just the fact that nowadays it's hard to get some of the things you want to can because it's expensive.
Unless you inherited
love doing
grandma's
our-
jars or something.
Yeah. Whenever we want cream, unless it's just like a pre-made pie, in which case it doesn't matter to us. We'll just buy pre-made cream for that because it's not going to be the same even if we do regular cream. But homemade pies, it's always homemade cream. Belgian waffles, homemade cream. We're trying very hard to get my brother-in-law to do it, but we used to save bacon fat because we would fry with that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can add it.
He
to all
mixes
kinds of
Butter
fat.
toast with it.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
bacon fat is like liquid gold.
Oh, yeah. For a little while, it seemed like we were finally getting that through his head. Then all of a sudden, he just started mixing bacon and beef fat again. It's like, you idiot. Even sausage fat mixed with the bacon fat isn't as bad as mixing it with beef fat, because all of a sudden it doesn't taste nearly as good. Don't get me wrong, beef fat is not bad. It's just the fact that bacon fat is better.
Depends on where the beef is sourced too, because then it has that omega-3 fishy aftertaste.
That is true. Well, most of the beef we eat around here is locally sourced. We live in cow country. Of course, you should know that, Six Nations.
Yeah.
We also live in heavy dairy territory. So at prices of just about everything except meat has still gone up more. And cheese. Cheese has gone up by less than 10 cents in this area.
I envy you. My inner Welsh really envies you.
Like, for example, 5-6 years ago during Trump's administration, I could buy a block of, it's still expensive at $14, $14.50, I think, for a block of extra sharp white cheddar. It's like $14.56 now. It's gone up only by pennies.
Jeez, Gromit. Jeez.
So, needless to say, our family has been subsiding off of a lot of cheese dishes lately.
And none of that government cheese.
Nope. Well, luckily, a part of the reason why cheese is cheap, we have a lot of dairy factories in the area. Like Tillamook, I don't know where it is exactly, but I know it's in the area, so its cheeses are usually not that expensive. Of course, there is actually a ranch factory in town, so ranch dressings aren't that expensive. Well, actually, I should say it's Lighthouse. It's not just ranch. It's Lighthouse itself is in town. It's a pretty big factory for the small town, too.
Yeah, they got some good stuff. Their coleslaw mix is pretty good.
God. There is a ranch that at least the last I knew, that that Lighthouse will not sell to anybody but the school system. And it is the best fucking ranch you have ever eaten. This makes inedible. This ranch would make Michelle Obama's inedible menu edible. That is how good it is.
Wow.
Like, You know those only half-baked pizzas you get from the pizza places for schools? They don't taste half-baked. They taste just fine when you slather them with this ranch. I actually developed for a while there. I developed a taste for ranch on everything until I realized it's not the same ranch, and then I'm like, it's not as good anymore.
Oh, we got a. I don't know if they're like nationwide or just here in Texas or in the South or what, but we have a gas station called QT, Quick Time, and they have a barbecue ranch, and it is delicious.
Ooh.
It is like you get a couple of hot dogs off the roller grill and just squeeze it on there. It's good.
I like barbecue ranch, as long as it's not too barbecuey. I mean, I don't mean barbecue as in flavor. I mean barbecue as in where sometimes barbecue can get kind of spicy. Because ranch isn't meant to be spicy.
This segment has been brought to you by our inner hobbit.
What about second breakfast? 11 C's.
Next time.
Lunch.
Second
Dinner.
breakfast.
Supper.
All right, so on 8 or on you rolled an 8 for your initiative, correct? There, Ogre.
I
thought he rolled the 1.
Yeah, I rolled a 1.
Oh,
8 was the last time.
He rolled 1, and on 8, he was going to open the door or run over there. Right?
No, I was going to attack the schmuck that shot Isabu.
Okay, Isbu, what'd you roll? You rolled
I rolled a 3.
Okay, so on 13. No, my bad. 3. What are you doing next?
I guess I'll have to channel positive energy so that I can try to heal myself a little. So what? On 13 is when I can cast that.
Actually on 9.
On 9, okay.
I had 4.
Okay.
Someone playing Candy Crush.
No, it's an app that pops up whenever I mine. I'm mining for coin.
You're doing a wait.
Yeah.
You're mining for Bitcoin?
Well, it's called the Pi. Hasn't come out yet. I can send you a link if you want to sign up under me.
Janet is multitasking.
Well,
She's
it pops up
diversifying her
automatically and
portfolio.
says you need to mine because you've got to remember when you mine, it has to be a real person and you have to mine yourself. You can't use a computer to do it. It has because they're doing it all. It's I've been doing it for almost 2 years now. So
have you made money on it?
Not yet, but I haven't tried to sell it or use it. I'm just gathering it. We don't know where we're headed.
Not exact numbers, but do you have what feels like a good number from doing this over 2 years?
I think so. Other people that I've tried to sign up under me, I've done pretty good, and 2 of them I've had to remove from my blockchain.
I've been considering it. That's why I'm asking.
Well, I can send you guys the link, and if you like it or you're interested in it, you can sign up under me if you want.
Sure.
Because I'm only sending it to people I know. You know what I'm saying? It's not something I'm just gonna put out there.
Oh yeah, I don't blame you.
So, because I want people that know me on my blockchain. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That type of thing. So here in a minute I'll do it. But yeah, it just sends me
prevents us from having to get Nuka-Cola caps.
It says you need to mine. I'm like, oh, okay. So that's it. That's all it was.
I want that giraffe money, damn it.
Well, we don't. I mean, I thought it was a good investment. I mean, I'm not paying for it. A person signed me up under them to help them with their blockchain. And I thought, why not? You know, it was a relative too. And because we don't know for sure what's going to happen with this, you know, with digital coin. So.
Well,
And
we know. I actually know somebody. I don't know anybody else here knows him, but Mr. Max got into Bitcoin when it first started. Now, he is being modest. but I have talked to him behind camera, and so I'm not going to give too much away. But he has made enough off of Bitcoin to make a living.
Well, I'm happy for him.
Travis, the coyote, the guy that got into it with Mac Thompson in my Discord.
Mm-hmm.
He, whenever Bitcoin first started getting big back in 2008 or 9, he snagged as much of it as he could, and he just sat on it. And then in like 2015, he sold it and bought 2 houses.
Damn.
So I'm saying
I didn't even know of
people that
Bitcoin when
I
it came
know-
out. I wish I had.
Yeah.
Well, I did. I knew some people. I had some young guys in a holding tent where I was sitting around there, and I asked them what they were doing. They said, "We're mining." And I went, "What do you mean?" I thought it was a game. And he said, "No, we're mining Bitcoin." And I said, "Oh," and he was showing me all about it. He goes, You want me to set next tomorrow when you come, bring your iPad or whatever, and I'll set up a thing and you can start mining." And I said, "No, it's all right," because I didn't want to have to worry about leaving my iPad in the holding tent, when I wasn't there. Because there's no lockers or anything. It's just a bunch of chairs in a tent, basically. And so I didn't do it. So that's why I decided to do it this time when I was asked. So I wish I had of. But oh well.
Yeah, well, that's
you got
life. There's a
those
few things I
crazy
wish I had
Asians.
invested in when I had the chance, but I haven't.
But the thing is, I'm not going to cry over it. I'm just going to say, well, I didn't open up my mind enough to listen to a young person that was new at something, and they were really smart with computers, and I just said, oh yeah, whatever.
Oh, there was a really I can't remember exactly, but basically it goes like this: for every tear you shed over lost regret, an hour of your life you have spent.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I'm quoting it correctly, but you get the point.
Yep.
It's just a waste of time. You just got to go, well, too bad, and move on.
Okay. So on 9, as we'll do that. Anybody else? I haven't got to their initiative roll yet.
Me, because I rolled a 4.
What are you going to do from 4?
Can I see the person who shot Isabu?
Yeah, actually you can. She's sticking up underneath the trap door. Somebody's behind her. They got the trap door propped up with a piece of wood, or looks like a spear.
Glad she didn't hit me with an arrow.
Does it look fayish?
What?
Hit it with a Hadoken.
Does
it look fayish?
The person, you can't really tell. They've got a bit of clothing on.
Yeah.
Are all Fae nude normally?
No. This whoever's attacking with the crossbow has a cloak and her hood's pulled up over her head.
Okay.
All right. Well, in that case, I'll go ahead and try sleep. I mean, worst that doesn't happen. Worst happens, it doesn't happen.
Okay, you go ahead and you try sleep. That'll happen on 9 as well. No, on 4 plus. Is your speed factor 6 or 7 for second level spells?
6 because I got that. No, 7. Excuse me, because it's a second level spell. Because I got that -1 second for all spells.
Good deal.
Unless I'm using a toppling spell.
All right. Lemmy, you were wanting to run over here with the barbarian and attack, right?
Yeah.
Were you gonna go? Were you gonna wait for the barbarian, or were you gonna go ahead of time?
The idea was I was going to go behind the door as it's propped up, and then keep it propped up.
Okay. That'll put you on initiative 12.
Okay.
On initiative 9, Isabu, go ahead and roll your dice 6s for your healing. Should have
I wrote
3 die.
2 of them.
You roll 3 die, 3.
Oh, 3. Okay, well, I
Fifth
have
level.
to dig out a couple more. So give me 1 second. I didn't think I needed that many of them.
You are a healing.
I need 1 more. So let me get 1 more. It's a 6, right?
Yeah. And if you have the highest die pop up, it explodes. Get trauma damage. The extra die.
Okay, I rolled a 6, another 6, and a 3.
Okay,
So
so now you need to roll 2 more dice 6 and -1 from these 2.
Okay.
-1 each from these 2 extra die.
Okay, I'm gonna roll both the 6s again. I rolled a 5 and another 5. They're both 5s.
All right, so you got basically 15 plus 8. That is a grand total of 23.
23. And that's healing for everybody, right? If anybody needs it.
Anybody centered on her fallen, her, like everybody but the bad guys gets covered by that.
Guess what my total is now?
So basically, the arrow come shooting out of her body?
No, it doesn't compete on her body. The crossbow quarrel's still stuck in her chest.
But guess what my number is? My
What's
health. 69.
Rrrr.
I didn't think it's hilarious after what we were talking about. But so since I channeled, can I still try to take the thing out of my chest or not?
No, you're gonna try to rip that thing out or do that. You want to do that after combat, probably.
Okay. All
Janet,
right.
here's something you can do. I mean, I know this is a movie trope, but it actually works. Break the shaft. Break the shaft about a full hand width, or maybe a little more than that, away from your body.
So it's not
So
sticking
it's still
out
something to
so
grip
far?
onto, but so it's not sticking out so far.
Okay. Can I do that? Am I allowed to break that off?
Yeah, you can break it off. That'll take you up to 13.
Wait a minute, how much did we get healed?
15. Oh, you got 23 points added to you if you need the health.
Okay.
So on 15 I can break it off.
On 13.
13. Okay, plus 13. All right, I got it.
We're on initiative 9 right now. On initiative 10. Okay. This guy cast sleep on you two.
Oh, cheese it.
You guys got to roll a wisdom or a will save. DC is 70. Will save 70 or better.
I got +5 on my will. Oh, no whammy. Shit.
83.
You stay
I
awake.
got a 44. I'm taking
You
a
do
nap.
not. As after he casts that, he withdraws and the trap door closes.
Will the barbarian get to the trap door before my spell goes off?
The barbarian, yeah. Actually, the barbarian.
So I suggest he open the trap. Okay.
Yeah.
I was going to suggest he open the trap door, and then I still cast sleep just in case they're still at the entrance.
You target sleep down below. You really can't see that far in the darkness. Isabu sits up, and you hear a snap, and you look behind her, and she's broken off part of the quarrel. Didn't really feel good, but she'll grin and bear it. You run over to your rogue and slap him awake. He wakes up in the arms of Isabu. Kind of hard not to have stupid thoughts whenever you have a wake up like that.
Quinn plays Dreamweaver.
Except I'm bleeding from my chest.
Yeah. Not really bleeding for hit point damage, but yeah, you've got blood coming off your armor. She's got a tabard for a mirror and a slowly spreading red stain. I
You know
assume
what I
you
need
guys.
to look through for? Sorry,
What are you doing?
I was saying, you know, the spell I need to look through if they have it in the D20 system or the D20 whatever it's called that you send me. See if they have a pain deadening spell for just these type of moments. Because taking that arrow is going to hurt.
Well, you can put me
Better
to
to push
sleep
it through.
after we're done. Put the sleep spell on me. You know?
No, that's a possibility.
And then you guys can yank it out.
Push it through would be better.
Oh, either way, whatever.
That depends on where it is on her chest. Pushing it through could make things worse.
True.
She got
Pushing
shot
it
in the
through-
shoulder, then that would be fine.
No, she was shot in the chest.
Yeah.
Shot in the chest.
For her to get that thing removed, or the easiest way, because of the barbed nature of it, is to push it the rest of the way through her chest and then let her hit her chest with a healing potion.
Mm-hmm. I have
And
a
that would-
couple.
Well, while you're doing that, the barbarian stands on the trap door so you don't get surprised again. You guys all gather around Isabu and do the required teamwork to cram the head of the coral through her. It goes past her shoulder blades or lats, and when you guys pull it out, the wound bleeds pretty profusely, but you've got a potion on standby, and you immediately start to apply that to her.
I got a mark off.
Potion does everything it's supposed to. It heals her back up.
Yeah, I have 5. So now I have 4 healing potions.
Yeah, you didn't lose any hit points from that transaction of pushing that thing all the way through. You feel your chest is okay. You're gonna have a neat scar.
Great.
You're
Thank goodness I missed my booby.
you're a cleric. I mean, if you don't retire with scars and interesting like body notations, like, did you really adventure? Did you really go out and do something? That takes all of about 7 minutes for you guys to do that.
Adventurers are the Gen X of the fantasy world.
Actually, they are.
Yep.
Now, there is a spell that you might want to research a little bit there, crafting, and that spell would be considered 3rd level. I'll put it in the private chat.
Yeah.
It's called Delay Pain. And if Isabu decides that she wants to use it, it'd be a 3rd level spell as well. But it's a way for, like, if you're doing surgery on somebody, keep them focused, keep their spirits high, you'd want to use that.
I got 2 flasks of oil. You guys want to try and firebomb them out?
We don't really know how.
Well, depending on how.
Go ahead.
I was just saying, depending on how deep it is, that wouldn't do us much good.
Yeah, if it's a tunnel, all we're going to do is just set fire to right there at the base where they were standing.
Oh.
If it's a spider hole, then you know.
What if we could find some stuff around that smokes a lot when you start it on fire, and open the hatch, set it on fire, and drop it down in there, and let it smoke them
Smoke
out.
bomb, huh?
Yeah. We
Oh,
have
Once again, that also
some-
depends
That
on how
would
big
be
the place
dependent-
is.
Steel belted radials.
And then we just
what-
stand back and wait for them to come out, and then we can kill them.
We
when
can
they come
throw the light spell, correct?
out. Yeah.
Then I suggest one of us takes the light spell and throws it down the tunnel and see what we see.
Does anybody have a ranged weapon?
Well, we know there's 2 people in there. They already went in. We saw them.
Yeah, but it's a question of did I manage to hit them with the sleep spell? And 2, how deep is it? Because if it's super deep, the smoking aren't going to do us much good. If it looks like there's a room shortly afterwards, smoking might do us a good.
And if it's a tunnel, then
Yeah, if it turns out to be a tunnel, we'll have to search the area carefully. Thankfully, I always keep at least one ever-burning torch on me, because we have several.
Mhm.
At least now we don't need it. We have light spells, so it'd be not pointless, but...
I still have 12 torches that I haven't touched in my backpack. Saving them for a rainy day.
Hey, you never know when a real fire torch will save our butts.
Yeah, if those light spells weren't movable, I'd say go and sorcel one of those cold wrought iron tools and then drop it down there with the light spell attached, and
Mhm.
any Fae down there wouldn't be able to touch it, and we'd be able to see what's going on, and maybe even get an extra hit on a lucky chance.
so who's got the ranged weapon?
At this particular moment, we were expecting this to be easy. Honestly, we were expecting this to be a simple thing, so I don't even think we brought our archers with us.
I do have a short bow in my bag.
All right, that'll do. What you do is you cast your light spell on one of the arrows, and you and I will drop down, and you'll shoot the arrow, and we'll see how deep this thing
Yeah,
is.
that'll probably go further than throwing the spell.
You guys open up the trapdoor, and it goes down quite a ways at a descent. And as it curves off after about 15 feet to the right, but you've got an illumination point right here.
I'm just imagining Diablo sound effects right now.
My one experience with magic mushrooms, I played Diablo. Diablo 2.
Awesome.
Diablo 2, no, 3 to be. Diablo 3. And this is what ran through my head. I'm hearing all this supposed screams, and I hear what sounds like a fucking elephant. And then what runs through my head is, all right, I've gathered you here today because this is a human torture chamber. Human! You hear that, Bob? We know you're into that shit. What's that? That was your old lady. That was you doing your old lady. I'm sorry, man.
The thing is, we burnt this whole place down because of what we saw was in it, and we knew
Yep.
we couldn't make it through it, right? Pretty much alive.
Yep.
And now we're going to take a risk to go underneath the same building that's probably got 10 times worse down there.
Yep.
We got to go after Daryl.
We have to know what we're up
Maybe
against.
his brother Daryl.
Well,
And his other
Yeah.
brother, Daryl?
how far away are
Exactly.
our other people?
Think a day or more 2 days journey from here, I think.
What if we could somehow block the door off where nobody can get out that way, and then go and get our other people and bring them with us and take them down there, so we have some more muscle.
That is a possibility. That oak bed should be heavy. If we lay it on there so it's
Okay.
actually closing the door, they shouldn't be able to get out.
This is one of those things like we don't know where that passage leads.
Mm-hmm.
There could be multiple exits. Like,
Okay.
think about it. We just burned down a 1%er. One of those weird lodges where they do freaky things the rich people do. And
Yeah,
like,
but we could be going down there, and there could be hundreds of something down there, and it's just us 4.
well, yeah. But there also could be multiple exits. Like, oh shit, the fuzz. Everybody down the secret passage and into the whatever the hell it is. And
Yeah.
there could be multiple exits.
Nerdy has something.
And
he'd
we
like
can
to
lose
say.
our quarry.
Yeah, here's a thought. We have a couple of dwarves with us. We could send them to basically go get reinforcements and resupply while we check out, just at least scout out what's up ahead.
Oh, I thought it was just us 4. I didn't know that we had anybody else with us.
No,
We do have a couple of dwarves.
yeah, we got a
have,
couple of
4
dwarves.
dwarves?
that-
3 of them.
We we forgot to tell you that part. We found a couple of dwarves who were in bad shape when we were trying to hunt down who killed our paladin. They were part of the guards that were under Deep in Throat's administration, and they were thrown out. Through a zone of truth, we proved that they were innocent. They had no idea what was going on. So I offered them a place back at my small town to be dwarven guards again. And since I don't know if you weren't there when I talked about it, I'm planning on building basically a dwarven underground to my settlement, as well as an upper ground. So that I'm going to be collecting dwarves left and right, because any dwarf that doesn't live in a dwarven community is going to love that, because I'm basically building a dwarven community as well as a human community.
Okay.
Dwarf Fortress. Got Grayskull up top and Dwarf Fortress down below.
Yep.
Limmy's home. Mongoose's home for wayward dwarves.
I love it.
Yeah, take that, Peter Dinklage.
I'll take Brad Williams any day.
Doing more for the wee folk than that dude ever did. Although he did inadvertently save them from a shitty Disney remake, so there is that.
Oh, did you actually hear the uproar of the dwarven community when they heard that?
Mm-mm.
Yeah. It was
They were
pretty bad.
pissed.
I don't blame them. I mean,
They basically got
there's like
cock-blocked.
so few jobs out there for dwarf actors that, and then like the one thing that they got guaranteed is like, yeah, we're not going to do that. Oh, the hell you ain't.
There was even I actually watched this video. There was even one who was saying that the Disney's reason is the absolute dumbest piece of shit garbage reason they could have ever heard. Oh, they don't want to be insensitive towards the dwarves. It's like, what?
So you're going to deny them a means of livelihood. Awesome. Yay, social justice.
Okay. The question I've always wanted to know, if it's so offensive, why are they doing it? It's like, oh, we don't want to do this because we don't want to offend the African American community. Well, if the African American community found it offensive, why are they involved in it? We don't want to offend the Dwarven community. Well, they found it so offensive. Why are they doing it?
Because in the faux outrage of the left, everybody's a victim. Everything you do is a victim.
Well, it's like dwarf.
So-
It's like the drunken dwarf tossing bars used to have. The people who did, the guys and women who did that, literally loved getting tossed.
Let's clarify. So they would pick them up and throw them. We're not talking P. Diddy toss.
No. Well, it's offensive and degrading to dwarves. Well, if it's offensive and degrading, why are they involved?
And most of them made damn good money too. Like more than one of them said they made their entire living off of just being at a bar for like 5-6 hours a night.
Case in point,
The people who did the dwarf tossing, or the dwarves who got tossed, they made damn good money doing that.
Return of the Jedi. In last Sunday's review, when they were talking about the science fiction, like a lot of little peoples were employed in that movie. A lot of big name stars that you'll recognize.
But I had a friend that was a dwarf, and her dad was a dwarf when I was in, 9th, 10th grade. And they didn't think any of that stuff was embarrassing, like the Wizard of Oz or any of that with actors and stuff, because they said they were glad that these people could make a living doing something they love, just like anybody else, And basically, I guess they were raised where they didn't really feel like they were that much different than anyone else, I don't know. We just never, I knew she was little, but we didn't act like she was little. I mean, does that make any sense?
Yeah, it does.
I had a dwarf at my school.
And her dad worked on her
North
pickup.
Ida, Sandpoint. Sorry.
He gave her a pickup truck to drive when she was 15, and she would stand up. And she had the pedals fixed and stuff because it was a stick.
Yeah. Oh, it's like here in Sandpoint, one of the biggest things that we used to be known for.
Yeah.
One of the biggest things Sandpoint used to be known for, I don't know if we are now, thanks to how many people have moved in. We used to have almost every single big star in Hollywood, Arnold Schwarzenegger, Clear Eyes guy, Robin Williams. I think even Jackie Chan has property up around here. Why? Because if you walked into Walmart or Yokes or any of the other stores, we literally just go, "Hey, how are you?" and we'll keep walking.
That's why New Orleans was like that. We had stars there all the time. But people didn't fall on the ground and, act all freaked out over it. They would give autographs and stuff, but it wasn't like freaky.
I spent 20 minutes with a private joke session with Robin Williams in Yokes one time because he went in to get a bottle of water and the only checkout lane was an express out lane. That's it. Everything else was closed.
Yep.
I miss that, man.
The coolest story of somebody meeting a famous person in a, I don't want to say strange, but in a mundane place, and I can't even verify it. The story goes that there's this lady. She was in Wendy's. She had placed her order, and they called her up, and she got her food, and she turned around, and she's staring face to face with Bill Murray. He reaches over, grabs a French fry off her tray, eats it right in front of you, looks her in the eye, says, "No one is ever going to believe you," and just walks away.
That son of a bitch.
That sounds like a Bill Murray thing to do, honestly.
That's what I said. I believe it for the sheer fact that sounds exactly what Bill. I mean, if they had said Keanu
Imagine
Reeves,
how many decades he's been doing that.
Anybody else, I don't think I would believe it. Bill Murray, yes.
Like Robin Williams was making fun of the entire time when I was with him. Well, there was not anymore, an art crafts fair, and he was making starving artist jokes, and it was funny as fuck.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god, I wish I could remember some of his jokes right now. I was laughing so hard I can remember the jokes, but I can't remember what he said. Best 20 minutes of my life. Of course, I'm not married, so that might change.
He was a treasure. He really was. And I'm not trying to hero worship him or anything, because I actually liked him better before he had Zelda. When he had Zelda, that was when, for me, Robin Williams that I love died. I know this sounds really mean or terrible, but I liked him better hitting the manic highs and manic lows. The manic lows are terrible. They're fucking soul destroying. But for him to be able to have so many fucking moments where he would just start doing like 50 jokes a minute, and you had to rewind and watch it over and over and over and over again to catch all the jokes.
Yeah.
Like
his old stand-up was epic.
That old stand-up of his from like the Live Aid comedy tour shit.
Mm-hmm.
That was peak Robin Williams for me. And then Zelda comes along and he's like, "Oh, I gotta get sober." I'm like, "No!" And every time ever since then that somebody that I like their stuff, I'm not paying you to be your friend. I'm paying you for the product you produce and for you to go through hell to produce it, because it's a meme. It's a stereotype for an artist or a performer to be tortured in private, but in public they've got this gift that we all can identify with, and we throw them money. That's just how this world works.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're like me and you've got your own vices, and you know your wife is nice and forgiving, or your loved ones, they still love you with all the problems you have, you're good. You're doing good. Like I consider you guys to be my friends. I consider the people in chat to be people that I would probably say hi to, or at least give a friendly hug to as I make my way through a place that I'm at, like a public place, like a store or an arena or something. But I don't consider myself to be a performer, but I just consider myself to be somebody that there's certain things I'm really good with. And all of you have your own talents as well. Crafting Gamer, I would love to win the lottery and just have Crafting come down for a visit, and him and I go to Crossroads Mall because they've got a Hobby Lobby there and they've got some other stuff there, and just give him like, and the nominations are like $5 or $20, like money for crafting shit, and be like, "All right, we're gonna store this for you at your private house that is on the lot." Because whenever you come down to Texas, if you want to sit in the air conditioning and just craft all day, you can do that. And just watch him go nuts with all the shit that he could do. I think that'd be great. It'd be like the same thing with Shadow and Son or other crafters we know, that they can turn a fucking mansion out of like $6 and like a package of napkins. Shit like that. And the thing is that people that are talented in the performing arts, typically things up here are not so bright. They're really dark. Like they haven't discovered running improves your mood, or they don't have a dog, or whatever it is, or they had a dog, but it died, and they didn't realize you can go get another dog. But the thing is that Robin Williams' life was probably saved by Zelda. That does me no good, because now the stuff he makes are things I typically don't endeavor in. I'm sorry. And he's getting in his 70s, so like the fact he's still alive is a small miracle, because he had a lot of cocaine. And that shit is not gentle on your heart. It just, I hate to be such a dark individual about that, but I really liked him before he got sober. Same thing with Ozzy Osbourne. I was not a fan of Ozzy when he says,
Look at Jim Carrey. Now that he doesn't drink caffeine or do any of those things anymore.
Janet, for me, Jim Carrey's peak was Ace Ventura 1 and 2.
Mm-hmm.
And ever since then, it's been this steady slide. Like, it's been a continual slide. I've not had, like, the Truman Show was great, But he could have done that show as just a regular Bob.
Yep.
He didn't
Well,
have to.
there's a movie. Sorry.
Go ahead.
There's a movie with Jim Carrey. It is him being serious, like 100% serious. I personally did not like the movie, but I can tell you it wasn't, in my opinion, it was still a good movie. It is about, I think it's either 23 or 24. It is
22?
about a man who's
23.
I don't think it was that low. But it was a man whose life was entirely revolved around that number. His name was that. His entire name was that many numbers. His birth date was that number. All kinds of things was all completely around that number. To the point that the character actually tries to commit suicide. Which is where his life begins again, and you get to find out this whole thing. It's really twisted. I can't say I didn't like it because I don't like Jim Carrey serious. I actually think he played the part very well.
Okay.
It was about 17 years ago when that movie came out. It was the number 23.
2007. Interesting. That's so different. Huh. Okay.
Be worth a watch.
In the darkness, this is what you have. If you guys want to go explore it, you can. I'm not going to say you cannot. I never tell you cannot.
Do you really want to do that?
Well, I'm leaning more towards, at this point, after what, especially after what Lummy suggested, that there's multiple exits, I'm leaning more towards leave and just straight leave and come back with our archers, our dwarven warriors, maybe even our bard, then potentially explore it. Or, given the fact we've pissed somebody off, we prepare for an attack. Either way, I don't think even if we were to chase them down now, we'll get them. Because they're, like you said, there's probably multiple exits. And they know that maze better than we do.
It is a possibility.
What do you guys want to do?
I say we roll for it.
Well, I still say we send our dwarven friends to go get the reinforcements that we need, and we can do a little advanced recon down the tunnel here.
Just a little peek.
Yeah, just an itty bitty.
How long would it take for the dwarves to get to our get back to our to my fort and bring back allies? I think we're a ways away from there, aren't we?
Yeah, because we're a couple miles away from Ream, and Ream is distance away from Gilboa.
Yeah.
And the surrounding lands where your keep is. So
I just realized something. After Kai and I's talk, I intend to add brothels to my town. Excuse me. We literally just eliminated competition in my case.
my mother would be so proud.
If I use the spell Divine Guidance, would that help us make the best decision? Or is that not for that type of guidance?
I don't know what the spell does, so.
What's the spell again, Janet?
Your deity would probably give us some advice.
It's called Guidance. It says it's the spell imbues the subject with a touch of divine guidance.
It mainly just gives you a +5 on a attack or saving throw or skill check. It doesn't really give you like an
Not
answer.
giving us okay. Well, then I thought that I was looking through all my spells trying to figure out what if I had one that would help us figure out the best thing to do. Well, all I can say is if I go down there, if I go down in there, I'm going to cast
Light?
No, concentrate down there.
Yeah. Well, okay. Here's my suggestion. Depending on how long it'll take for the dwarves to get to the fort to get the reinforcements and come back, we go ahead and go with Nerdy's plan. If it's going to take more than 2 days, we will be SOL because if anybody decides to come out here, we will be on our own.
Yep. So either we go down there now,
the rations.
deal with it, or we go get our we go together, get somebody, come back, and see if anybody wants to go through the tunnel with us.
Well, first we need to. How far away is the fort? Is it more than 2 days there and back, Bruce?
About 2 days, yeah.
Oh, about 2 days?
Yeah.
Well, I think we can wait around for 2 days. Anything more than that would make me feel really uncomfortable. We're gonna need someone to go with the dwarves, actually, because we can't just send we met these dwarves along the way. We can't just send them there and say, "Hey, we need reinforcements," because everybody at the fort won't know these dwarves.
The dwarves say, "Why don't you just come with us? We'll all go there together. We've got this spot marked, and we know how to return to this location." It's an interesting situation. We could go back there and say you gave us an order for something, but it'd be better if you were there with us, or if you could send some sort of magical conveyance to send to them.
Yeah.
Okay. Talk me into it. We can set that bed on top of the trap door.
We could, yeah, sure.
And then double time it, go back, get whatever we need, and then come back.
Well, if that be the case, Bruce, will you put in Discord what we got from this little haul so I can?
Easy.
I like to copy and paste. It makes it so much easier. That's the one downside of playing these games and having a spelling dyslexia, I guess. Mm-hmm. I'm not 100% sure it's dyslexia. I got to actually research it. But I have a very hard time spelling anything. If it's more than 3 letters, I usually can't spell it. And even then, there's some 3-letter words I don't know how to spell. That is where living in this age isn't so bad, though, because speech to text is my best friend most of the time.
Just makes me think of In Living Color. With Viracosa, the barbarian character that Jim Carrey portrayed. And what was it? Damon Wayans was the other barbarian from the land of dyslexia.
Okay, I might have to watch that at some point.
Like every time somebody says dyslexia, I don't think of the condition. I think of the barbaric lands of dyslexia. In Living Color.
Hey, I have a few things like that. Like whenever anybody says, "Do you smell burnt toast?" all I can think of is, "Quick, press down on the Tula Oblongata. $5 says he smells burnt toast."
Did you ever see that movie Boss Level?
I don't think I have. No.
No.
Will Sasso receives a sword to the head in that movie.
Oh, the muffin scene. Yeah, I've never seen the movie, but I've seen that scene a couple of times.
Really, seriously, guys, I smell muffins. He's staggering around, big sword sticking out of his head.
No,
Classic.
I haven't seen that movie.
What?
Uh-uh.
Yes, you have.
Joe
I
Carnahan
don't know.
directed it.
I haven't seen that movie. Not with a guy with a sword sticking out of his head saying, "I smell muffins."
Okay, Grillo, Frank Grillo is in this movie, and he's like 50 years old and jacked. He wakes up every day, and an assassin tries to kill him.
Oh yeah, I've seen that movie. Okay.
He's stuck in a time loop.
Yeah.
I have not seen that movie.
Okay.
Oh God, let me put that on the list. That's
It's,
I swear I have not seen that movie.
you
But
should
it
totally
sounds
see that movie.
Interesting.
That movie's great. That's probably
I'm
one
so
of
surprised how many movies I hadn't seen until we started doing this.
Yeah, it's like I love the fact that you hadn't seen any of the movies I've suggested.
It's just interesting because I felt like I was lucky because I'd seen so many movies, and then I'm finding out all these movies. I was like, Jesus, there's way more movies
No,
made
excuse me.
than I
There
ever thought.
was one you've seen, but that was because it was a classic that needed to be watched on the channel, which was Tremors.
Yeah, that's right. I love that movie too. That's still a good one.
We need to go through all 7 of those movies at some point.
which
There's
movie?
7
And
Tremors
then hit
movies?
up the TV series.
Yes, there is.
There's a
I
TV
bought-
series?
I did not know.
Short-lived. Very
But
short-lived.
yeah, I actually bought for my father the 7 Tremors movies for Christmas one year, and he absolutely loves them.
I loved my costume for that movie because I thought I did
Will they
great.
win any Academy Awards? Maybe the first one. But they are
It's been
fun.
a little too CGI heavy in the next movies is the thing for me. Not quite enough
Oh, yeah.
animatronics.
Okay, so you guys run back to your little
Fortress.
to your fort,
Mhm.
and when you arrive there, you see some new arrivals. You see the watch that's there. They're happy to see you. The watch captain, as you're passing through the front gate, they say to Mongoose, "Mongoose, you're bringing in so many people. We need to have an admissions department." I mean, if we're going to be having this many people live here within the area, it would be a crime for us not to have some sort of way for recording and bookkeeping. Not that I'm advocating for more bureaucracy, but I just want to make sure that we have everything in a row, a duck in a row. Like if there's ever an emergency, everybody musters. She starts walking alongside your horses as you're trotting in.
I don't know who that is.
All right.
It's got to be Six Nations. Usually Six Nations has the extra people that are close by. I'm not upset about it.
No, it's fine. I'm just saying I don't know what they're saying. I can't understand them, but
I'm grabbing food, and my mom informed me that everybody took off. Because we did have a house full of people, and there was a bunch of racket earlier.
Anybody mind if I keep the plate mail and the swords?
They're not.
Have at
I
it.
got no use for them.
they'll
I
be
know.
great to hang on the walls in your fort, or to
I
start
know. Well,
up.
actually, I'm
a
taking
little
a.
armory.
That's where I'm going. Excuse me.
Okay.
Kai, in his infinite wisdom of how to deal with games, has suggested that I build up a small armory and arm my villagers with at least a sword each, and the surrounding farmers to endear them to me. So whenever I have an attack, they know they can rely on me and I can rely on them. It's basically a, hey, let's help each other out treaty by giving them a halfway decent weapon or a suit of armor. Something so when they go into battle, they feel that they can actually do something. Mind you, in an emergency, I'm going to do what Kai and Bruce suggested, which is sticks and spears. But this is a good place to start for arming some of the people in town.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I already have a system that I'm going to build up too. I know Kai said don't, but I want to kind of take advantage of a system where I build multiple towns. But in this case, not to build a empire that I will eventually dominate and control. No, we'll stay independent nations. But we all feed a much larger city that is dedicated solely to military training. I'm going to build a mercenary, multiple state mercenary empire. And to make sure that it doesn't fall to as easily to corruption, everybody who wants to be leaders of their town has to be military, has to have gone on through the military. So there'll be a unifying structure amongst all the cities because each leader will have been in the same military. This, mind you, might be multiple generation thing I have to do.
You could do that.
But those are big dreams. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I will admit, those are big dreams. That's something I have to aspire to. For now, I'm starting small. I'm starting off with what Kai suggested. Some a brothel, a gambling house, and a shrine for sure. As soon as I can afford it, I'm putting in a brewery and a few other things like that. Because we got dwarves. I need ale.
I got a question.
Yeah.
Out of curiosity, how much would it cost to build a like a small little a small little chapel?
If I do it out of wood, the beginning chapel is only 1,000 silver. Kai and I have had this discussion.
Okay.
What
I
type
have
of
enough
chapel-
out of my purse. Sorry.
Well, the thing is, my question is, what type of chapel? Who do you want to worship with it?
Sorry.
Isabu's god or goddess?
Yeah, that's where I wanted to start too. Was Isabu's god?
Because I mean, with all the healing that she's been doing for us, I mean, I figure that's the least we could do.
Mirror, a chapel to mirror would cost about 1,000 gold to get the building set up. And then if you guys would want to have an attendant, like an acolyte, come in and just see to it when she's gone, you could have a priest come in and they'd have their forever job. Also, I might also add that Isabu's boyfriend. Do you have a name for your boyfriend there, Isabu?
I decided to call him Anthony,
I was going to call him Johnny Longstocking.
so I can call him Tony.
Okay. Tony is after spending so much time with her. Tony has decided to follow the ways of the divine, and so he could, if you guys build it, he'll staff it during the day, and he's got an ability to create like a potion daily for cure light wounds, and he could sell them to help pay for it in the long run. He also does some minor bits of of curing, and he is actually Anthony's better at tending to animals than people, but he's starting to learn about human anatomy now. He was a vet whenever she met him.
Okay, cool.
I
Right
won't.
my alley.
I got cattle, so a cleric who knows animals, I'll be happy with that.
Yeah.
So yeah. So as it sits right now, according to Kai, and I've actually checked behind him in the book, I have enough in my personal funds to build a brothel, a gambling house, and a shrine. Excuse me. I don't have enough for the chapel yet, but not unless I
You're
want
not
to.
going to let Faye in your brothel, are you?
Nope. Oh no.
Okay,
Here's the thing: there are 3 people who will vet the females, starting with my wife, you, and Ogre.
Okay.
Ogre doesn't need to vet every single female. It's just the fact that we want to make sure that there's females that can handle the barbarians.
Yeah. And you need to have a few dwarven women. We'd like to have a very versatile brothel where it's
well, the dwarven women will be in the underground
size does not
brothel.
fit all.
Well, the
Something for
dwarven
every
women will be in
taste.
the underground brothel because I'm going to build an underground to my town as well.
Mm-hmm.
I can, according to the rules, I can basically double my space if I build underground without taking up the massive amount of build points that normally would take to double it outwards.
Uh-huh. Down and up.
Yep.
Good.
And I figured that that's double since I have dwarves working with me now.
As I'm making a sandwich, I was informing my mom of our current escapade and liberating that fortress and visiting dwarves and whatnot, and then your plans of the eventual city. And I told her that I might potentially become a pimp. And she was very proud of me.
But yeah, Janet, one of the reasons why I want you to vet the girls is because I don't want a single girl in my brothel who's there because she has to be and has no other choice. If she turns out to be someone who feels she has no other choice, we will find her a job somewhere else in the city. But I don't want women who feel they have no choice in the brothel. I want women who actually want to be there.
Okay. That sounds good.
Janet, the social worker.
And I can help them do the best they can so they don't have unwanted pregnancies.
Yep.
Yeah, we don't
teach
want
them
goblins
different
running
things to
around.
do to stay nice and clean.
Yeah, well, that's part of the reason why. Kai and I originally
healthy.
discussed me doing 2 brothels immediately, but I thought about it. No, if we're going to do brothels, we need a cleric for curing diseases. And Kai immediately agreed with me. That's where I have I know, and on my personal funds, I can build, like I said, a brothel, a gambling house, and a shrine. All of it will have to be out of wood, though. It will not be stone. Stone is too expensive for me right now. As Kai said, build American, build cheap, build wood.
Wobble and daub, move to timber to half timber and stone, then stone. First you get the power, then you get the money, then you get the bitches. Something like that.
You upgrade. What's so funny?
No, you just made a quote off Scarface.
Oh.
Well, in this case, I'm getting the bitches first. They're going to help me make the money.
Speaking like a true pimp. Gonna have to change your name to Silky or something.
Build military grade, but
I hear a puppy.
Same.
Okay, so in town, you get a hold of who do you want to add to the party? Do you want to add Quinn and the archers? You said.
Yeah. We also have a couple of
Some
dwarves that
music
come
would be
with us. Let's see.
Say again.
Oh, I didn't open that file. Hold on a second. All right, I gotta get there's a couple of dwarves that could come with us.
Okay.
Oh, there it is.
Oh yeah, I've got like 6 of them or something.
Here,
Holy crap! It's almost storybook.
yeah, I got. We got with the 4 that we just got. No, 3. Excuse me. There was 3 of them. I got a grand total of 7 dwarves. Let's see. We have a dwarven wizard, axe wielding cleric, 2-handed hammersmith dwarf, and a pyromancer dwarf.
Okay.
I know that means we split the loot a lot of ways, but if we're going to go down to a place that's potentially crawling with enemies, I'd rather be over prepared.
Hey, some percentage is better than no percentage.
Yeah. Well, let's see here. Oh, well, I need to, and I'll do it afterwards and look up how much I need to cost, how much I need to erase from my money, but probably most of it, leaving me probably less than 1,000 in silver to build these 3 buildings while we're gone. And don't I get didn't Kai say something about a free building allotment per month, like enough to build a house or something like that?
I don't remember that.
Oh, I got to go through the rules and double check that he wasn't talking about something else. I mean, no offense to Kai, but sometimes he talks about things that are kind of hard to follow. So you got to double check some of the stuff he says.
That's Kai. Okay.
Bruce booted himself again.
No, I didn't.
It's a joke. I know you didn't.
Not yet.
Lay down.
No. I'm happy in my
Don't-
chair, thank you.
He's talking to the dogs that like to bite on him.
I know.
I tell you what, Nerdy, that is the worst fucking self-inflicted dog ownership attack I've seen in a while.
Yeah, I couldn't get mad at him because I mean, it wasn't really his fault.
Oh, my father's new dog. He's very gentle as long as we make sure he knows to be gentle, but he likes nibbling on you. Just or gnawing would be more appropriate. Gnaw. I haven't directly stopped him because it is a sign of affection. I know it is from the way he does it.
Yeah. Well, I like I said, I wrestle with him. You know, it's like I'd wrestle a lot with him. You know, before we brought this other dog over here, and you know, because we got 2 other dogs, but they're a little bit older, a little bit bigger, and they don't really play that much. And he's this little dog that's got all this puppy energy and likes to run around and play and all this other stuff. So you know, like I'll play with him, you know, wrestle with him and all this other stuff. And
Puppies play hard and they chew up shit, and it's like part of the nature of dog.
It just got kind of out of hand, and you know, it's like.
Like when I was raising
if he's
Sadie,
still a puppy,
I made the
eventually
mistake of leaving my second edition books out, and she chewed up the spines. And I'm like, I'll go on eBay or Amazon and pick them up. They can't be that much. Holy fuck! It's like 100, 150 for the same condition book that I had. And like,
yeah, I know.
This is not cool.
I found that same thing in reverse. Like I went straight to
I'm looking at
TTRPG
Sadie.
looking for a book. What the fuck is it? I don't know. I found the printable version for $40. The PDF for $20. I'm like, holy shit. I go to eBay,
Yeah.
$25 for a copy. Mind you, it cost me $14 in shipping, but that's because the thing was coming from Europe. But it was also the one in the best condition in the picture. The rest of them, you had visible spine
Mhm.
damage from being used so much.
You're paying a premium for good.
Exactly.
And
I know
I'm
why
looking at
it was in
Sadie.
such
She's
good
like 8
condition,
inches
too.
long.
Yeah.
Little thing that's only been alive for like 3 months. And I'm like, you know,
Yeah.
Which
if
means
it
you
wasn't
weren't a
for the
very
fact that you were
good
a puppy, I
daddy.
would be.
You weren't a very good daddy to leave it out for baby to get.
Well, I didn't think that she was going to be out in the living room,
Well,
but she had her own little cage and everything,
when
and
you
somebody
got
decided
babies,
to let her run
you
around.
got every aspect.
So after I informed my household, like, hey, let me know when the dog's going to get let out, because got some irreplaceable books here that need replacing.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's like the duality of my faith. You know, I want to be a good Christian and love my neighbor and do good and be that guy. But at the same time, it's like so many people deserve to be tossed into a wood chipper or set on fire.
Oh,
It's that duality of man,
yep.
that yin yang thing.
Yep.
You got to take the good with the bad.
Oh dear God!
What? You dropping?
Oh, I tried a new type of sriracha. I'll be right back.
Too hot.
Yesterday I had 3. There's a really nice place. Polos Asado is a nice little restaurant here in town, and they catered to us that for lunch when we got back yesterday after work. But with the fajita meat they gave us like whole jalapenos. And some of my coworkers are Hispanics, right? They're like literally Native American blood and Spaniard combined, and so they're the proper, what I would have thought the proper racial type to handle the heat from a jalapeno, which
They
to
don't
me
have gringo mouth.
the jalapeno is not a super spicy pepper. It's not. I pop it in my mouth, and they were saying, "Man, it's really hot. It's really hot." And I had the first one, and my lips burned a little bit, but not my throat, not my mouth. I'm like, well, that's probably just because my lips are dry or chapped, whatever. I had like 6 of them yesterday, and these guys are watching me eat them, going, "Man, I feel so sorry for your asshole." And I'm the same guy as I was yesterday. I didn't have any fiery poop. I don't know what it was. This stuff was not.
I am a northern wimp, and my only issue with jalapenos is the way they taste. Their burn is they do burn, but they don't burn
Minimal.
as long as some other hot things do.
I tell you what, if I get a good habanero and I put it on fire, that'll burn me. A good red habanero will, like, seriously, like, I feel it every inch it crawls down in my stomach. I can feel it burning a hole in my track, okay? And whenever it hits that spot right before you go poop, like right there at the coccyx, the waiting area, as I call it, the waiting area for poop before they go out the bay door. When it hits that spot, like it that's when you see me walking funny. Like I'll start like ambling about like I'm kind of pregnant. I might hold my stomach a little bit. It's not good. I'm already walking funny as is because I got like Morton's neuroma on my left foot. So I got to figure out if I need surgery for that or if I can just take antibiotics. I'll find that out this week after Wednesday's bullshit. But it's really interesting to see somebody that, like, with the jalapeno, The jalapeno is like the dividing line. Like, are you a man or are you a wuss? And I didn't realize that
I can understand serrano
Well,
because that's hotter than
I'm
a
a
jalapeno, but the
wuss.
jalapeno is like the baseline
I can't eat them. I'm a wuss.
unless you do green chilies, mild green chilies.
Janet, you're a lady.
But
I
no,
wouldn't expect
the
you to.
Well, I know a lot of ladies. My mama could pop those pills like they were nothing. I eat one bite, or even just get a tiny dab on my lip or whatever. I'd be miserable. I could drink a whole gallon of milk if I eat one bite. I just can't.
The oh god comment that I made about the sriracha. So my family went to go buy some chuck steaks last week, and I bought these little tiny like $1 bottles of various sauces. So we've been trying them. It's got nice heat. It's like not super hot. I would like it hotter. The pepper part is great. Garlic is a little weak. There's a bit of a red vinegar tinge to it, but the sweet, it's a habanero sriracha honey sauce. So I'm thinking, okay, it's got honey. It'll be a different level of sweetness than sugar, but no, it's got agave, sugar, and honey. It's like Kool-Aid with a little bit of pepper bite with a slight hint of garlic.
Yuck.
Not a good sriracha. Like if I wanted to drink Kool-Aid, I'd drink Kool-Aid, but not dip my chips in it. Whoa. Gross. Anyhow, where were we?
I think we're about to go down in the hall and get killed.
Hey, we have helpers with us this time.
Are you taking the archers or no?
Yes.
And Quinn? Okay.
Yeah.
Do we have
I figured
any?
we'd take everybody.
Do we have any extra healing potions that we can bring with us, or do we need them?
Oh, probably
I've got a
would be a
couple.
bad idea. Let me double check. I think we had a few.
I have 4.
Tony can contribute another 5.
We have 4 smelly potions of cure moderate wounds. 2d8 plus 6.
I got 6 potions of healing and 2 scrolls of burning hands, 2 oil flasks, 2 water skins, and 7 days worth of rations.
I have some daylight scrolls. I have 4 healing potions, and I can make holy water. I just need 1 gallon of water, and I have good berries. So,
Was there any way to get our hands on on more cold iron before we showed up? Or is that one of those more expensive metals?
I believe cold iron, if I'm thinking right, cold iron is a type of iron that is actually it's forged differently than typical weapons. It's not done with a forge. That's the cold iron portion of it. Cold iron. Okay. Iron is deep. This is mined deep underground and known for the effectiveness against the demons and fae. It's forged at lower temperatures to preserve the delicate properties. They cost twice as much to make as normal counterparts. Magical enchantments to a cold iron weapon increase the price by an additional 2,000 gold. It's applied the first time it's enhanced, not once per ability added. I'm reading directly from PF website. This is not prices for our game. Anyway, a double weapon with cold iron, with 1 cold iron and a half, costs 50% more than normal. Items without metal parts cannot be made from cold iron. An arrow could be made of cold iron, but a quarterstaff could not.
Doesn't say anything about a dildo.
You
I
may
didn't
certainly
bring it.
be right.
Must be some weird fey magic or something.
I don't know where it's been. I wasn't going to bring it with me.
It falls under that entire thing of like used sex toy. Do we really want to touch it to sell it? No.
It can be melted down and turned into something else.
Burn it.
Reminds me of a real world story. Many, many moons ago in the late 90s, I was hanging out with my friend Andy, and he was staying with his sister in a little trailer park off the way where they were living at. And she had a habit of dumpster diving for all sorts of weird shit to put in the trailer. Like, you know, you got your wire stool table, your planks and cinder block shelves and all that stuff. She had a 2-foot dildo attached to a samurai sword hilt, tsuba and everything, and it was hanging on the wall. And I asked Andy, like, what's going on here? And he's like, I don't even want to know. It's my sister's thing. I don't ask. I don't talk about it.
Don't
So-
ask, don't tell.
It took me about a month to get the courage, and I'm like, so what's with the dildo on the wall? She's like, oh, I found it in the dumpster, and I figured I'd use it for home defense and beat somebody to death with it. And I'm like, oh, okay.
I don't even
The
know.
real,
I like the way she thinks.
the real terminology of beating someone off. Sorry.
Going to hell.
I know. Yeah.
No, not you. me.
Skipping happily down the road.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, that reminds me. They're remastering one of my favorite games, Shadows of the Damned.
Huh.
I think that's what it's called. I have to double check on my Xbox. I'm pretty sure it's called Shadows of the Damned. You're playing a demon hunter whose girlfriend gets taken to hell by a master demon. One of the planes of hell, the plane of lust, interestingly enough, but it's not very lusty. Either that or the main demon is just simply super rapey.
Shadows of the Damned.
So,
Hello,
I
remastered.
have a question. The iron dildo that was given to me in case need to club somebody. While we're back at the fort, castle, keep, whatever we're calling it, would I have time to heat it up and basically turn it into, say, a dagger instead of a dildo?
Right now is a dildo. It does a die 8 cold iron damage. If you want to forge it down to a dagger for standard D4 damage, you could.
Is it long enough to turn into at least a short sword?
He could go to a short sword.
How much damage is a short sword?
It's a D6.
I'll just keep it as
You
a
can
dildo.
name it Little Trick.
Just paint it. No one will know that's what it is.
I'll paint it purple.
Ooh. What you could do is have, I'm pretty sure one of the dwarves can see about attaching a cold iron spike onto it so it looks more like an actual mace. Like the hand's holding a spike. Because technically it doesn't even look like a dildo, it just looks like an arm. Because that's what it is, it's a cold iron arm.
We're
Okay.
treading dangerous territory here. We're gonna recommend ways to make it look like an Indian weapon, but then you run the risk of doing the whole Kama Sutra thing. And no,
Oh wait,
go towards
I
the light,
can.
not towards the darkness.
I'll have the end of it shaped into a fist.
It already is. The whole thing is literally a fisted arm.
It is.
Oh, I thought it was a dildo. I thought it was.
It's a dildo, but the head of it, instead of being the head of a penis, is a fist.
I missed that part then. Okay, never
And
mind.
it's kind of shaped like an arm.
Yeah. Okay. Never mind then. Never mind. I missed that part. I thought it was just a schlong. So if it looks like an arm and it has a fist at the end of it, I'm cool with that.
Part of me wants to just laugh hysterically.
Oh my god! I just can't believe this is what we're
I was
talking
going to make
about.
a couple of comments
right now he's
about
pulling
Miley
both a Honda.
Cyrus, but
One at a time. One at a time.
That's what she said. Did I say that?
I'll go ahead then.
Sorry.
Right now, Nerdy Ogre is pulling both a Hungar and a Yield Geek. Hungar pulled the ball sack off of a giant, and the dick, the dick or the ball sack, one and two, as a giant, turned it into leather, and it's his coin purse. As a goblin, after slaying a giant, Yield Geek turned, actually in this case I do know for a fact, it was the giant's penis into a sleeping bag.
And all he has to do is rub it and it gets bigger.
Wow.
He doesn't rub
starting
it.
with a bunch of degenerates.
I just want to make sure
And I'm
people
okay with that.
understand. This is
Turn the ball sack into a bag of holding.
This is the start of the weekend for those of you that really like Oktoberfest. It is upon us.
That's right.
Today's drink is Yingling Oktoberfest, which is one of the better ones I've drank. Not even a big beer drinker anymore. I've converted back over to non-alcohol drinks for the most part, but I saw this, Mike. I'll get it. Fuck yeah. And I love it.
Isolated indulgence is fine.
But
No
I
harm, no
really
foul.
become an addict to sparkling water. I wish I was not such an addict to sparkling water. Sparkling water, if I see a Topo Chico in the fridge, it's mine.
I'm going to have to look for that up here. I've heard of it.
Energy drinks have really become my thing lately. Of course, with that said, I forgot what it's called, but I'm one of those people that can just get really tired for absolutely no reason. It's not as bad as, well, sometimes it is, where you just pass out. It's rare, but it does happen. The energy drinks counter the sleepiness very well, actually.
Nice.
Narcolepsy.
Thank you.
That's the term.
I believe it is. Yes, that's why I said thank you.
And since we're on the subject of dildos and whatnot, we might as well bring up Ron Jeremy.
He didn't die, did he?
No, but he has narcolepsy.
Oh, wow.
You know why he has it,
I had an uncle that had narcolepsy.
right? Because all the blood
No.
rushes from one head to the other, so he passes out. Sorry.
Janet, you are the queen of the dad joke. I want you to understand, like, we don't deserve your level of love you give us with all the dad jokes. I swear.
I can't help it. I'm sorry. I told you jokes I know.
Oh, it's funny. Like, no wonder every guy over the age of 35 I know crushes on you. If we ever get, we're gonna get a
Janet,
body accurate Teflon treated body pillow of Janet from another planet, and there will be a raffle.
Yeah, I should do that. I want to do the one with the cardboard cutout that we take the clothes off.
No.
That game?
The
You
body.
know that movie about the
Major
guy with
League?
the tape on it? Yeah, Major League.
Major League.
Yeah, I want to do. I still got to order one of those. And I have a friend that lives in. I think it's in like Minnesota or somewhere. And that's what he does. He makes those cardboard cutouts and stuff.
I'm just
Corrugated cardboard products.
I'm going to hell for all the bad thoughts I've had about my friend Janet. And my wife tells me it's okay because she has the same bad thoughts, so I don't feel that bad.
Oh, she's so sweet.
Yeah, Janet.
Well, she
Janet,
saw
whatever
me
you do,
first.
don't ever go over to Bruce's house when his wife is there. She will slip you the equivalent of a female Viagra.
Probably.
What a shame that would be.
But the thing is that one day I'll get to go meet everybody.
Poor guy's
Oh,
going to be in the doghouse.
That's coming up in October.
Yeah,
Bruce
that's
is
what
sitting
I'm saying.
there. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Don't tell her that. Shut up!
Yeah, but when I go for that, I'm gonna dress up in my, in my
She'll be
alien.
dressed
Show
up
up in
as
your
a-
leather gear.
Nope, I'm gonna wear my alien clothes with my white wig and my antenna and everything.
the little.
Nanu.
Hmm
Okay.
I even bought a brand new air makeup. It's got the thing that compressor, and you put your makeup on that way.
Airbrush.
Nice.
Yeah, airbrush.
That stuff's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's neat.
Those are good for makeup. Just don't try to use it for paint. They're not great for paint. You need
No,
something with a
this is
decent
Body
with a
paint.
stronger compression. For yeah.
Mhm.
Well, if you use it what it's designed for, it's fine. It's just not good for like miniature painting. Like if you want to use it to paint your Klingon warbird, I wouldn't suggest it.
I'm gonna do that by hand.
Yeah.
The thought of Janet actually doing a paint stream makes my heart just warm up.
I cannot wait to get to try it. But I gotta
Oh,
get my
Janet, if you
license.
look online, you can probably find a paint set specifically for that model of warbird.
I didn't think about that.
Well, I found specific sets for World War II military, and how given people are fanatic for Star Trek. It probably. In fact, give me a second. I can actually look right now since I have.
Yeah,
Amazon
I want
on my-
the. I'm wanting to buy the lights that go inside so that it lights up. I want the option for that.
All right, I found trekmodeler.com, and I'll put that link in the private chat for you.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Bunch of information's on there.
I'll bookmark it. I wonder if they'd have the Klingon ships on there. Do you think they do?
They don't have them yet, from what I see.
Okay, but I'm
Those
going
are
to keep it
coming
anyways.
soon.
I'm sure they will add them.
Let's see here.
Um,
Ick.
Okay, I have it on there. Okay, so are we about ready to go down there again or what?
Yeah, I think so. Quinn, for the day and a half that you guys are on the road, Quinn keeps it fairly light and keeps you guys pretty well entertained. He's been talking about the various things that life has been like while you guys have been doing your endeavors away. He's been visiting with the people and the visitors from Barsoth and from the city of Reem, and they've come and wanted to investigate, see what exactly you guys had that may be so special in your little keep on the borderlands situation. The endeavors that he particularly strikes a lot of gold with. He talks to people that are born in this region, and he's amassed a huge amount of local lore and history of what's going on around this area. And about 2 months ago, when he first departed for the keep for a full-time basis, one of the first things he did was he started inquiring about various landscapes. And to the west, about 150, 200 miles away, is a place called the Green Mountains. And initially, when you guys are looking at a map of Green Mountains, it sounds pretty nice, sounds pretty recreational. Green Mountains, okay, not bad. They're called Green Mountains because they're full of orcs and hobgoblins. They're not called the Green Mountains for any fucking like painter or anybody that wants to have like a situation where we're going to build these landscapes and we're going to put the developments up on the ridge line, and underneath that we'll get the housing for the people that build warehouses and the rest of the community there. No. That place is deadly as hell. The only thing that's keeping us safe is that there's a bunch of different warring tribes that seems like every spring they'll muster, and instead of them coming down the side of the mountain to us, they're warring amongst each other because they feel that whenever they do find a suitable warlord, they'll go first to here, conquer this, and then from there they'll go north to Varsoth because it's not as well reinforced, and that will become the jewel of their kingdom. And then they'll worry about expanding south for Dream. This kind of scares the shit out of you. And it should. For a full day and a half, your friend Quinn briefs you on the entire situation you guys are living in. And after you hear him give tales of woe and what's all gone on, he gives you updates as to what your Castellan Kai and Amanda, the lady in charge of the watch, have come up with for drills. And everybody within the keep is minimum spear trained, which means that they've done at least 50 hours of spear training doing false combats with everybody else, doing their best to probably become the reigning champion of spear combat within the keep, which the barkeeper has a special stein for that person, and they get 4 free drinks, 4 free refills a day when they're the reigning spear champion. Kind of gives a incentive for your local alcoholics to get better at fighting.
I just picture Ash Williams from Army of Darkness training the peasants how to fight with the spear.
Party thrust, stab, jab, spin, thrust.
What happened?
What do you mean?
You were yelling.
Yeah, there's a part of the Evil Dead movie, the Ash versus the Army of Darkness, where he's teaching the wilderness or the people in this keep how to fight with spears. And actually, whenever the skeletons first attack, like, they're very effective with the first rank. The second, not so much. But the first rank, they collapse the skeletons. It's good. It's really good.
I think they caught
Janet?
him off guard, the shock of it.
Yeah.
Sorry, Bruce. I kind of missed a little bit of the beginning of why who's telling us about the orcs. That's because I was looking. Janet, I found a lighting set for a Klingon bird of prey. It's a good place to start. It's on Etsy. It's not,
Okay.
my opinion.
Did you send it
I'll
to
send it
me?
to you on Discord.
Okay. Thanks. Okay.
Yeah, I'll send it to you on Discord. And anybody who wants it in chat, let me know, and I'll put it in chat.
I got
Now this you'll have to add them. Sorry.
I got another page in the private chat for Janet. That's for the Klingon Bird of Prey. And
Yeah, I think I already. Oh no, got a new one.
a mere matter of painting.blogspot.com.
Uh-huh.
This is from 5 years ago. Somebody's got a good paint tutorial for how to do a Klingon Bird of Prey.
Yeah, I bookmarked it.
Good deal.
Yeah, the one I just sent you. You'll probably have to add the exact model yours is. The one may or may not work.
Yeah.
I think that one's for the most common model.
Yeah, so you can't put it together until you have the lights inside of it first. That's
Yeah,
why I
well,
haven't done it.
that lighting set is just the kit. It's just the lighting kit. It's not the model.
Yeah, I have the model. I need the kit to go in it.
Well, yeah, I'm just letting you know that even though it shows it shows the model, it doesn't have it. So you actually know that. Because some people like, oh, it's got the model, and then regret their decision because they're being stupid. No offense. People get excited though.
Thanks. Go ahead, Bruce.
Oddly enough, I could not find a paint set.
That's someone I was looking for too. The best thing she could do is probably go through either testers, which I don't recommend, or like Army Painter or Reaper.
Well, what I did was I just went to Hobby Lobby and I bought all the paints that were listed on the thing to make the kit, but that went with that you're supposed to have with the colors.
Okay.
What brand did you buy?
I don't know the name.
Rust-Oleum.
Look, it was from Hobby Lobby. That
Well,
brand.
I don't know what Hobby Lobby sells, and sometimes
They have Apple Barrel, I believe.
It's expensive. That's all I
Yeah.
can say. It wasn't cheap.
well, Apple Barrel's not expensive.
No, but she's not a hobby painter, so she has her first endeavors into hobby painting is going to be expensive no matter what, because she has
That
nothing
is
to
true.
base it against.
Yeah, I don't have anything. This is my first time.
Janet's the first
All
time.
I know is that if you've got like a early 70s Chevelle and you want to primer it gray, $12 of rattle can paint will do it,
Oh, that's not it.
and it'll look pretty decent.
Let's see here. Hey Janet, could you get one of the paints you're talking about and hold it up to the camera?
Yeah, hold on just a second.
Please.
Give me a minute.
I might ask you to spend more money, but depending on the paint you got, I might go.
Everybody's been telling me that I need to buy into Army Painter, and I'm doing what I can right now to get rid of my Reapers. But
Yeah.
I really like what Reaper did with their ultramarine blue and ultramarine shadow.
I only have a couple Reapers, but this much I have to give Reaper. It needs little to no thinning compared to a lot of other paints, and that's kind of nice.
Yeah, I only have to do maybe up to 3 drops of water for 2 drops of paint.
Oh, you bought good paint.
I told you I bought the best they had.
Wait,
What the lady said.
Show me.
I'll hold it up to the camera, closer,
That's
and a little
AV.
higher.
That's AV. That's a Vallejo.
See, and they
Wow,
had
good.
a whole list of different colors.
Okay.
And I went down the list and I got all the colors they had. And then I bought a bunch of new brushes and stuff.
You
Nice.
went and spent some good money on that.
Well,
Yep.
it was a present. And I wanted to make sure that when I did it, I wanted to have the best stuff on it. So
Well, just remember
and
one
now I'm
thing.
just waiting to get the lights. Because remember I said I didn't want to put it together until I had lights put in it. Because I want it to look really
Yeah.
good when I hang it up.
Yeah, just remember one thing about the paints, Janet.
Mhm.
You either thin them, so you add 2 thin coats, or,
Mhm.
which is more of an advanced technique, so I don't really suggest it, you make sure that you work with the paint fast enough that you spread the thick paint around so it doesn't
Well,
blob up.
If it's a little bit too thick, then I'll just go buy some more. So,
Oh, you just thin it with a little bit of water.
best I can. Okay, well, I'm just going to follow the directions the best I can and see what happens. But hopefully and I'll take my time. Because I have the Enterprise and then I have the little shuttle. So I want to hang up from the ceiling like they're, looking at each other and have the shuttle in the middle, like just going between the 2 ships.
Yeah.
In front of my big picture, rhinestone picture that I made that I already have hanging up.
So I really like Squidmar Miniatures on YouTube, and I trust their judgment. That's like one of the best paint channels I've ever seen. And they did 2 years ago, they had a 200-hour paint test with 8 paint companies, and Army Painter ranked like 5 at the time, and Reaper ranked number 2, and the brand that Janet bought, Vallejo, is number 1.
Oh, yeah, I love my Vallejo.
Yeah, my Vallejo paints, I only have them in browns, unfortunately, but I love Vallejo paints. Those are easily the best paints I've ever used because they require maybe 1 drop of water for every 1 drop of paint at most.
Yeah. Well, I would say I would not say that the new Army Painter Fanatics have surpassed Vallejo, but they are definitely a huge improvement compared to the.
To their first
Well,
version?
I can't say that. I've never had the original, but I have some speed paints, and the metallics, for example, are a huge improvement over the speed paint metallics.
My friend Greg bought an $88 set of Army Painter paints about 4 years ago. And then he brings them over to my house, and he said, "You can use these." And I didn't know what he meant. But what I did know was that when I tried using his paints, I was not impressed. And I mean, like, I would have to fucking jack that damn little dropper for about a good 5 or 6 minutes. If I wanted to do this, I would have bought shake weights because I was upset. Every fucking dropper of paint, I had to jack. I had the biggest forearms in 2019. And those paints were horrible. And you'd squirt them out, and there'd be like 10 or 12 droplets of water. And then you'd have like one big of paint pigment come out. And you're like, fuck. So you try mixing all this shit together, and it comes out like this runny, watery goop stuff. And you're like, well, let me try to use it. And you put it on your model, and it just doesn't set worth a fuck. It's the worst paint I've ever used is the original Army Painter, which was like from 6 years ago. And then the Army Painter came out like 4 years ago or 3 years ago with a speed paint, which everybody's like, oh my God, they're so good. Ah! And I live in the same state as Reaper. So like I'm right next to Disneyland for many painters, okay? Because Vallejo's over in Europe. Well, I don't worry about speed paints. I don't need a speed paint. This stuff dries fast enough. I can paint a color onto a miniature or do something, hold it to the fan for 30 seconds, and then grab another color, prep it, get it on the brush, and then start working that other color. It's fine as is. I don't need speed paint. So
I don't like the term speed paint because I don't use it for the speed. I love it because if you, especially if you do prepping beforehand, it really shines through on pre highlighted areas.
It does, and it's really
That's
good.
the reason I use
it. I think speed paints. I think their new formula looks good. I think the new colors look okay, but it's not replacing what I'm doing right now. If I go anywhere, I'll go to Amazon and I'll just buy fucking sets of. They got 72 colors in a plastic case of Vallejo for $188.
Well, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Can't you buy a shaker?
I have one.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I thought I'd seen people that use a shaker and they just set their paint in it and it's shaking it. Getting it ready.
It depends.
To the next color.
Like Janet, I have this.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, you can't really see it. Let's see if I can do it. No, you cannot see it. But it's a medical device shaker, like one of those things that you see in TV shows that
it mixes up the pharmaceutical shots and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So you give an even dose. Yeah, but there's tons of stuff like that you could buy that will shake up your paint and have it ready because you're using one color, so you put the next color on the shaker and get it shook up good before you start.
Well, I actually got this honestly because as much as I love speed paint, Bruce's description of how the Army Painter originally paints is a perfect description for 3 of their metallics. They are redonkulously hard to mix.
I just hate that. I really do. I can't
The-
stand the original formula. They were
So I'll
garbage.
say this, even though it still needs thinning, I'd say thickness-wise, it's about as thick as a Vallejo now. But it's in its mixing, it mixes more like a thin paint.
Janet, where
The
did
Fanatics,
you go?
that is.
Huh?
Where did you go to buy the Vallejo paints? I want to know.
At Hobby Lobby
Okay.
over in
Hobby-
the model section, and they have brushes. I mean, they just have so much stuff. I was in there for hours just walking around trying to think about what I needed.
And for
Yeah,
those
I would
of you
actually
that-
recommend. Sorry.
I was just going to say, for those of you who were listening to me earlier, when I said I'd love to have unlimited funds and then throw out in denominations of $20 or $25 to a crafting gamer, like just take them to a Hobby Lobby, let them go fucking hog wild because their crafting area is so nice and they've got such good stuff. I didn't realize they carried Vallejo paint. Holy shit.
Yeah,
they had
Hobby
other-
Lobby is like
other
way
ones.
better
They
than
had
Michael's.
They had different paints, but I went to the model section and I asked the guy that was there. I said, I have a model that I was given as a gift, and I want the very best paint you have. What do you have? And he took me over and he said that this was easy to use. It went on easy, and he acted like he actually knew what he was talking about. So, and then he showed me some brushes and stuff, and I bought the stuff.
The only
and I had
paints that are more
ready.
beginner friendly, which they're not beginner friendly on the same hand, is the speed paints or contrast paints. See, where they're beginner friendly is if you're using a regular model, like your normal high detail model, they're great. Bruce has a model that actually explains why you never use it on flat surfaces. Mind you, I kind of fibbed a little bit because I was embarrassed. I did not know that when I painted with that paint. It left it all splotchy and messed up. So what it looks like is that Skeletor, because it's the Skeletor one, looks like Skeletor's cape is just starting to get wet in the rain. So that's my explanation.
It's not a defect. It's a happy coincidence.
Exactly. But yeah, so Vallejo, not Vallejo. Vallejo is great for for the models you're going to be painting because they're large, wide surfaces. Speed paint
but
would
they're
have
very-
sucked for that.
They're all very bumpy, and they have they're not smooth. You know what I mean? The
Yeah.
only place that's smooth is the glass.
Yeah.
And
Well,
And if you're
there's
not
still
artsy and craftsy,
yeah,
but you like Vallejo, I would say pick up the catalogs that have his artwork, his calendars, and then you can aspire to be as good an artist as Vallejo with your Vallejo paints.
hmm
You know who Vallejo is, Janet?
now I just saw the paint because I wanted to paint my model that was given to me as a gift.
I love this man. I think Boris Vallejo is probably one of the preeminent painters of our era. He's among Jeff Easley and Clyde Caldwell and all the other second edition AD&D guys because he paints just fucking amazing stuff. And him and Julie Bell made a nice career together.
Yeah, it was awesome.
It's a shame that he's born in 41, so he's not a young man anymore, but he's still fucking doing stuff. And the other guy that I watch a lot of is Brahm. Brahm is one of my favorite artists.
And they paint
Back in the Dark Sun days, wasn't it?
Yeah, Brahm did Dark Sun. He doesn't do miniatures. He does acrylics or a lot of oils. A lot of oil paintings.
Yeah, my daughter has a cardboard cutout of that one guy with the curly hair that does the painting. She has him right now cut out in her room. So her sister bought it for her. They buy stuff for each other like that, making fun of each other and stuff.
Cool.
Also
All
like Richard Corbin, but he passed away 4 years ago. He was a hell of an artist.
So, you guys have Quinn narrate your journey, and he does it in the style of Morgan Freeman. You arrive at the location 2 days later, and you've got this crappy, smoldering ruin that you guys caused. You move aside the bed. The archers draw their bows and get their arrows ready. And Quinn starts to play like an anticipatory melody on his little mandolin, and you guys just kind of give Quinn this side eye, like, really? He stops playing. Sorry.
Yeah.
You lift up the trap door after you get the bed out of the way. Nothing happens. You descend into the depths of the earth with your friend Lemmy in front. Lemmy identifies 4 different areas that are trapped. Doesn't really have any problems disarming things, but this is mainly just a cellar, a long cellar that was in the shape of the building for the most part, but only half as long, just as wide, half as long. They had 4 traps set up. Lemmy, on his perception, I just rolled a 99. He's on the game. He's good. And he takes his time to disarm things, does shit the right way. You brought everybody out here, and it gave them enough time, 4 days, to get out, which you knew something was amiss when you got here because it looked like the bed was pushed off to the side a bit. But then you saw that they had dragged it back over the top. They didn't get rid of the drag marks. The thing you find in here is there are 13 dead young children between the ages of 9 and 15 with their eyes, lower jaw, tongues, sex organs, and about 13 feet of their large intestine, 13 feet of their small intestine removed. Also, their assholes are removed as well.
Can we tell how long they've been dead?
Last week. They're just now starting to loosen up from rigor mortis.
So then they were dead before we burnt the house down.
Yes.
Okay. That makes me feel better that I didn't leave and they died while we were gone.
That clears us of any potential wrongdoing.
I have flashbacks to that kid in the mattress.
The logs they left behind, the things they left behind, 2 of the traps are in them. And like I said, Lemmy's on his game. I can't roll under an 80 right now, so we're going to continue having me roll. But Lemmy disarms one of the traps on one of the front pages of one of the logs. Unspeakable rituals are detailed within it. As he begins to read, Lemmy turns a different shade of green and he just vomits, and he closes the ledger and he hands it off. Somebody, whenever you guys look at it, you recognize it's a ritual book for one of the demon lords of sexual lust and fetishes. Whoever got into this stuff is a sick fuck. And it even, on one of the pages at the start of the ledger, it talks about tying up a small child, doing horrible things to it, and then making a mattress around him and having every one of the cult members have sex in the mattress, essentially spunking on the child and their depravity. When the child
Dear God.
when the child expired, they had dark ritual and summoned a fiend. And that's where they seem to have gotten their succubus, which she brought more secrets of the damned, and things accelerated quite a bit. That was only 4 months ago. The people that are
Dealing with like a Podesta type.
Yeah, and the people that you're dealing with here are merchant families from not just Ream, but other places all around. But you have an idea of where to go to and who to follow up next.
Well,
Because
can we figure out as much as we can about the children's bodies so that we can try to find out who
Speak
the
with Dead
parents
won't
are?
I
apply.
think that would be knowledge arcane.
Speak with Dead
Okay.
won't apply to this
I
because
think I have that. Let me look really quickly.
you can't use Speak with Dead because there's no jawbone and they took the tongues out.
I don't think any of us have speak with dead anyway.
Well, I thought there was a let's see, what was that one? The one like you can
Red hand of the killer, right?
you touch them and it tells you who
Object
they
read, but
are. You see what I'm saying? I'm just trying to find out who they are so we can notify
object
their
read,
parents
but
that
for a
we found their
corpse.
body. You know, to let them go back to their families. You know what I'm saying? That's what I
Yeah.
want. And I can't remember the
I
spell.
don't think their
but
families would want to see them in that state, to be honest.
No, but the fact that you want them to be able to bury them, they belong with their parents. And you're right. We can do that. That red hand, the killer's hand will be red.
I'm pretty sure that only applies to humans.
I don't know. I'd have to look that up too.
It didn't say when I read it, but I'm willing to bet if these were Fae, which it probably was, Fae or demons, if we did that, it wouldn't affect them.
Got a little bit more work to do to get level to cast that spell, Janet, but that's what
okay.
you're kind of looking at. It's a good spell. Really is a good spell.
Yeah, because in my field, though, I really think that's important. If once I get high enough, that I could have that, because I know this isn't going to be the last time I find dead people that were murdered, and I would want the family to have them.
Oh,
and
yeah.
know who they're going to.
Part of the police force for my city is going to be mages, and they are going to have Red Hand of the Killer and other such spells.
Mm-hmm.
I intend to go brothel and gambling house. I also intend to do such things as invite the Thieves Guild to run said gambling house and brothel. In exchange, they purposely keep theft in the city low. They steal virtually nothing while they are there. They make almost all their profits off the gambling house and the brothel. This will serve them quite well because it could give them a place where they can spread out to other places. Now, once we get large enough, there'll be little I could do to stop the Thieves Guild because there'll be too juicy and opportunities out there.
Well, what I'd like to do is get a some paper and write down the height and the sex and gender of the different children that we found, and if they have
We
clothes
won't
on,
know the gender, Janet.
why
They are made
not?
of sex organs. You can make an assumption based on the skeletal frames of the shoulders and versus the hip waist ratio.
Yeah, I was
Uh,
about to say that.
They
the
still have
girls,
hair though, right? We can put
what
their hair color,
hair color, you still have that.
and their height and their body size or whatever, as
Yeah.
much information as I can write down, so that when we go back to the city, we can look into all the missing kids or children that have been missing, reported
If they were
missing.
smart, most of the missing children will be orphans.
Well, I don't care. I'm going to still look into it. I still want to find
Oh
out.
yeah, I'm not saying don't. I'm just saying that's a good place to start.
Isabu,
Yeah.
what about administering last rites for these?
Yeah, I want to, once we get them and put them in their individual wrappings or whatever, then I want to pray with them.
It'll take an extra 2 days to clean up the evidence here. And then the best thing you could do is to head down to Ream with these corpses.
Hmm.
And once you're in Ream, then you can turn them over to the authorities and let them talk about what to happen, what could.
Yeah, I want to hand them the paperwork too for the thing, so maybe they can find out who their
Is this the only room in here?
Largely, yes. There's this room is split into a summoning chamber and a ritual area. They're not the same.
Is there any other exits?
This is it.
And I
So,
want to.
so if we had gone in earlier, we could have dealt with them.
Possibly.
But who knows what they were? So they could have been easily outpowered us.
Yeah, we didn't know, so we can't blame ourselves that we didn't know if it wasn't a huge tunnel system or whatever. But once we're
It's a
done,
large room. What you can tell is there's enough racking for what you feel could be about 30 to 50 cultists in this one location, just based on the number of clothing hooks and other clothing storage, the bunk lockers, the gear lockers. The one thing you also find in here, you find an unholy Bible or a ritual book for this malicious sex demon. You find that, and that's something that all of you are kind of gathered around for about 20 minutes looking at this thing, which is just it's depravity and obscenity and profanity between two human skin covers.
Are there
I want to destroy it.
Are there any jugs around here?
Any what? Jails?
Jugs?
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 Yeah.
Yeah, they actually they have a few old jugs, a few old clay pots. Yeah.
All right, Isabu, fill one of these jugs full of water with create water, purify, put it into holy water, and then we drop those 2 books in it.
Okay, that's exactly what I'm going to do, because we don't want anyone to be able to use these again for any reason. And I also want to, if we can't burn the whole place out, is it all dirt or what is it made out of?
Yeah, it's mostly dirt.
Okay, then
Well, probably best we get people back in here to consecrate, to bless the ground, make it.
I want to bless it,
purify it, and things like that.
So they can't use it again.
Yeah,
It's terrible.
oh yeah.
But at least we know we killed some of them. The ones that were upstairs, having a good old time.
Yeah.
But in the dark and grim dark.
What do you guys think?
That reminds me. No, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
That reminds me. Like, I've noticed something. Someone, Mr. Max, was talking about how a lot of miniature painters do too much grim dark. Like, I had to respond to that. I do Grim Bright. a lot of bright stuff with real dirty look. I mean, the barrel that I sent Bruce was actually super clean, but that's because it's supposed to be a bar barrel. You don't want it super dirty in a bar.
Mhm.
If it was a work barrel, I would have made that thing super dirty, but it would have still been brightly colored. So I do Grim Bright.
Like if you were to take metal and rainbow bright and combine the two.
But did we find what we came here to look for? Remember, you guys said you guys were there to look for something.
We were here to look for those two that attacked us.
Oh.
We
Well,
were hoping to see. Here's the thing: what we thought we were going to happen is we thought we were going to enter a maze, and trying to trace them down with potential traps and things like that was not a good idea. Plus, as I forgot, I think it might have been Nerdy who said it. There's a potential for a whole lot of enemies.
Yeah, I could be.
Okay, so we decided to go get reinforcements. What seems to have happened, however, is that the people who were here took advantage and left while we were gone. But Bruce's indications from when we said if we had gone in, we could have taken them or handled that, suggested that maybe not. They might have been a lot strong. Well, then again, the crossbow hit you for 22 damage. That's a lot of damage for a crossbow.
Yeah. That's what I said. It was a lot.
It was a heavy crossbow.
Yeah. Well, I put in the private chat a link to Gnomish Bazaar.
Mm-hmm.
That is a really good miniature play. That's mostly, Janet, if you get all of a sudden really interested in miniatures after your
Well, I've got to paint. I want to paint the bird of prey, and I want to do it first because I want to do the enterprise second because I want to be better at it.
Welcome back.
Yeah.
So.
Oops.
Well, if you want, one of the things I could suggest is that you actually buy some miniatures from like Gnomish Bazaar somewhere and practice on them before you do the shuttle, so you have a good idea as to what you're doing. Because if you want, if little miniatures that aren't perfectly painted at a distance look good, the models that you're talking about, no offense, but if you make a mistake, it'll be very visible from a distance. So practicing on some miniatures first would be a good idea. That's why I put the Gnomish Bazaar. Right now, it's not my absolute favorite because you can still find cheaper miniatures on Amazon. But they have a lot of good single miniatures that you could buy, so you're not inundating yourself with too many miniatures before you're used to it.
I would, and Janet, you don't have to take our opinion for gospel, but if I were you, like he's got his idea of learning how to paint small miniatures.
Yeah,
that's a good idea. There are some things you can buy that'll help you with small figs if you need to have them positioned a certain way so you can get the brush strokes right. I recommend if you go to your local hobby store in your big town, if they've got like U.S. Navy ships that are like about 6 inches long for like a war game or something, like just get 1 or 2 of those and practice on that. Assemble it, glue it, do all the things you want to do that, and then get that painted. And once you can do that, then you're ready for your warbird. But that's what I would recommend. And you'll spend about $25 on a couple of those little ships.
Yeah.
I have to agree with Bruce on that one. I just didn't think about it when I said figures.
Well, I did paint a couple of figures. I'm trying to find the picture to show you.
Yeah, you were talking about them, the ones you had to paint up like Deadpool.
Yeah, I did Deadpool I took 2 Venom agents and they were white and black, that I already had.
Yeah.
And I painted one to look like Deadpool and I painted the other one to look like Ultron to go in that shadow box that I made because, man, I wasn't going to pay $200 for Deadpool and $100 and something for Ultron.
Don't blame you.
Because that's what they were asking for. Already done.
That would have made those shadow boxes ridiculously expensive.
Oh, I know. I was like, forget it. So I just did it myself, and it was a lot cheaper.
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna say find it real quick. Let me find that picture. I'm gonna post it in the same spot.
So we are less than 100 days to Christmas. I feel sorry for all of you. They
Yeah.
have thought out Mariah Carey, and she is now playing at certain stores.
No.
So now the 90 days plus of All I Want for Christmas has begun.
Yeah, I saw my first Christmas commercial yesterday where I was at the gym.
We haven't even had Halloween. Come
I know.
on.
It's disgusting. Disgusting.
The best Christmas commercial I ever seen was played in February. It was a woman doing dishes, and then she got scared from a giant gingerbread standing behind her, and then the commercial said, "Don't let Christmas sneak up on you. Get your presents now."
Wow.
You know, I'm going to buy my parents something decent this year for Christmas. I just don't know what, but I know I'm going to at least try to contribute to their well-being on something.
Yeah.
My dad's a big Lionel hobby train guy. Mom is a Barbara Stanwyck DVD person. I think I can figure this out. If you know Barbara Stanwyck, then you know the hell I went through watching black and white movies with her for decades.
The resting bitch face.
Barbara Stanwyck. That name sounds familiar.
She's a great actress, but she always had that look like she was sniffing dog shit.
Yes.
Wait. Did she play the mother on what's that? Big Valley?
Big Valley, yeah.
Yeah, I think she did. She was
Okay.
with her mom.
Yeah,
Many a rerun.
Yeah. She played that part well. She totally had that snooty look.
I used to always call that show Little Big Valley.
She was Victoria Barkley and Nellie Hanley on the Big Valley for 112 episodes. And the movie I remember her the most from is Union Pacific, which I wish I didn't know so well. I know that movie pretty well. Maybe one of these days I'll have to pop that one on Janet, and Janet would be like, I don't need your hell, Bruce.
Oh.
I disbelieve.
Hey, Keto, how you doing, sir? I haven't watched Keto Simple in a couple weeks.
You've been
guys,
swamped.
if you're not doing much, I know. For you, if you don't have a creator you watch on Sunday mornings, Keto Simple, this guy has a nice little coffee show with his wife, and they talk about various things. They do talk a lot about a keto lifestyle. So if you're looking for trying to put some change in your life and put that health more towards the primary focus and not keep it on the back burner while you eat another piece of bacon and like have a whole baguette to yourself. Keto Stanwyck's really good, or Keto Simple. I'm sorry, sir. Keto Simple is a fantastic channel to follow. They've got some real nice people that are there, good, healthy community, and his recipes are literally out of this world. If you want to discover the secret to a perfect home chicken tender, he's got a very nice, he uses a breading from pork rinds for his chicken tenders. And I believe they do the same thing for the chicken fried steak. But it's really good, and you should check out his channel. Let me get his information. I feel bad not putting that link up on screen yet.
Well, I can't find the single pictures I took of them, but I put the shadow box in there, and you can pause it so you can see the two little ones. So, but it took me, it took me days and days, like a week on each one, and then I took a piece of cardboard, construction paper, and cut the little things that come off the chin from Ultron, that kind of came out, painted those and glued them on there, and then I put decoupage over it to kind of give it a shiny look to it. And then I put them on the in the shadow box and glued them down in front of their picture, the rhinestone pictures of them. I'm gonna go get it and I'm gonna share it.
I also might want to add, if for Keto Simple, good friend, if you are looking to do this and not spend a whole lot of money, again, subscribe to his channel, because his recipes he makes are things you commonly find at the store. They're not the organic products. You're not burning $25 for a meal, unless you have like 12 kids, and then I got to ask you what your priorities are. Why are you not selling cars for a living and snorting cocaine if you have 12 kids? My bad. Okay. So you guys are going to take a trip. You're going to take a huge trip down to Ream. We're expecting to take this trip, but you are. As I continue on, anybody have anything you want to add or question or anything?
I'm just thinking over my life decisions, being an adventurer.
You do this a lot.
There's a lot of stuff that warrants it. I haven't given up my day job though, so I'll probably keep on trucking.
Okay, so you guys are located about 220 miles northeast out of Caerdire, and I'd say more 150 miles north of Caerdire, because you're almost right alongside the road. On the eastern side of the road, the hill goes up a little bit, and then your little location is right there. Going down each of these hexes, each hex is about 50 miles across. So while you're in Gilboa, you may want to stop by Gilboa and see if the watch or the local sheriff may have information on the missing children, but more than likely that information might be sitting in the city of Ream. You don't know yet. But that's currently the plans right now, is go down to the city of Ream and see what's going on, see what you can do. So, on your way south, the next morning you begin your march. Your horses are fed, your horses have feed, your horses are ready to go. About 100 miles into your trek, you are at a small settlement. It's only a wide spot in the road. They've got 4 buildings. One of them is your general feed store, where you can buy provisions, extra horse feed. There's a granary and a mill where they have a couple farmers that are producing feed from the wheat nearby. The cold air, everybody's walking around and enjoying things like this spiced drink called hot chocolate, or other things of that nature. And as you guys are kind of huddled, as you shuffle from the hitching post to the stables to rouse the stable boys and girls. The interior promise of a warm bath and a hot meal that you're not preparing for once makes you feel really special. So once you get inside, the stable boys have their silvers and they start taking care of your horses. You notice that you're the only ones here at this inn. And as your team of 11 goes inside, the barmaid kind of perks up. Oh, we have guests. Welcome. Welcome to the Laughing Stallion. She starts to prepare one of the casks of, looks like ale, and she taps it, starts pouring mugs. She's like, we have a kitchen that right now doesn't have anybody working in it because we've been waiting for people to arrive and nobody has. But anyway, what can I do you for? We do have pork and we have quail available. Which would you like?
I'll take a quail.
Okay.
I'll take the pork.
I'll have quail.
The entire party is about split down the middle between quail or pork, and she brings 2 small hot griddles to the table, sets them on the oak tables, and then she brings rather large stew pots, and she says, give this about 20 minutes, and it'll be ready to go. Until then, she hands out some pieces of bread, various bits of dried fruit, and she gives you guys these items here. She says everything all together, it's going to be about 4 silver. The innkeeper comes in and he looks at the 11 of you, and you hear him ask from the bar, "Are you guys staying the night? I assume you're staying the night."
Are we
the plan.
staying the night?
Are we?
A
What time
bath
of day
and
is it?
a good night's rest.
It's
Yeah,
your first,
indeed.
it's your first hot meal you've had in 10 days that you haven't had to prepare yourself, Isboo. And it's it's a quick, easy trip to cast, banish vermin from your mattress.
Yeah.
So-
Can I ask if they have a hot bath available?
We do have hot baths available. We have an actual hot spring underneath here, and many years ago had a friend who piped in a couple locations to where we could get some basins put in so people could have themselves some refreshment and get completely dunked if they want to. When he says that, your hopes go up because, Isaboo, you've not had a whole lot of experiences where your boobs and your knees could be underwater at the same time.
And I need to make sure my wound is healing really good.
Actually, that's something you check every day, but
Well, I mean, I want to
yeah.
make sure I can clean it really good by taking a nice hot bath with some Epsom salts.
She when you say Epsom salts, you see the dwarves in your party kind of, how much you want to sell your Epsom salts for? They're happy, and you guys have a refreshing meal. The one thing you do get after that, they have this specialty treat called a hot chocolate, which is not really too popular further north out of Ream you go, but Ream is one of the main cultural centers where they have these frou-frou drinks, and this is obviously one of them. It has kind of like a hint of coffee in it, but you guys have this hot cocoa, and it tastes absolutely delicious. Then you have some small sweetbreads and enjoy the pastries. Afterwards, half of you just kind of look at each other, and your stomachs are kind of full for the first time in a week. Like not a week, but 5 days. It already feels like a week. 6 days, actually.
I'm so glad you didn't say pumpkin spice.
No, I'm running this game. There is no pumpkin spice. If there is pumpkin spice, there are slutty girls
Thank the
out there
gods.
that snort that stuff up and wear fuzzy boots and do horrible things for themselves to get more of that pumpkin spice, which I do find hilarious because now Nestle sells a pumpkin spice packet like they sell hot cocoa packets. Yeah.
You can literally do a line of pumpkin spice. Awesome.
Every day we venture further from the glory of God. So
It's okay. Jesus loves me, and he'll forgive me of sins that I've already made and the ones I'm sure to make.
Yep.
whenever
Which is kind of scary when you think about it.
when you're
He's
thinking
always.
when you're getting the baths ready, there's only 2 baths in the end, and you guys have there's 4 different rooms with 4 beds in each. You guys just buy everything out. It costs you an extra couple silver, but you do that. Quinn puts down any extra quid possible, and then he goes, and between him and the dwarves, they go downstairs and they decide to drink and play music until it's time to go to bed. So you guys can hear the reverberations throughout the entire inn as your friend, the bard, and his not drunken minstrels, but well lubricated minstrels are banging out some tunes.
Yeah.
And the dwarves are interesting because, in fact, they're all 4 percussionists. They have different drum styles. This is a neat. If you stay downstairs, you hear Quinn has leveled up his musicianship of quite a bit. Before he was junior varsity, now he's a starter. It's very impressive, and between him and the dwarves, they do a fantastic job. A couple renditions of various 80s hits. Finally, the bartender, which she's an attractive lady in her own right, but she doesn't look like she's, a young thing. Best way to look at it is that she looks like Susanna Hoffs, which, for those of you that don't know, she was the lead singer of the Bangles. And if you look at Susanna Hoffs today, she's older than Janet. And like Janet, she looks like she's in her 30s. God bless America. Anyway, the bartender chick, she starts kind of like dancing, and she gets on the bar and she walks it a bit, and she's acting like a young girl. And for those that stay downstairs while the others are upstairs, alternating between the cleaning stages and getting in bed stages, you guys have quite the show downstairs and enjoy yourselves. The next morning, Quinn and his band are the last to wake up. The archers are with you guys downstairs having the first cut to breakfast. Eggs, goat's milk, which is really good for you with bad GI. And they're having these strange bits of pork. The leftover bellies are now fried up for breakfast.
Mm.
Yeah. Looking for my phone. I'll post photos of things I bought at the store in the chat test, because there are things that HEB sells that other places do not, and it makes me sad.
I hear nothing but good things about HEB.
They are losing part of their luster, but what they're going really... Oh, wow, Janet, that's a hell of a shadow box.
Thank you. I worked hard on it.
Batman.
And there's only one in the whole wide world.
You're really talented.
Well, I care what it looks like when I'm finished. So I do the best I can to get to the finish part. Thank you, though. I appreciate it. The little boy loved it.
Hmm.
That I made it for. Because it had almost all his favorites in it.
Yeah.
That's
It's got
awesome.
spider meat in it. That's very awesome. So they give you these pork bellies, and you guys are eating, and the bartender lady is talking to Quinn, kind of sweet like, and Quinn is he's not a sex addict from what you can tell, but he's definitely a person who just likes to frolic and be sociable with the fairer sex. I'm not saying that he's got a problem, but I'm saying that like she's leaning in close, talking to him, and he's just kind of like he's fighting the urge, he's fighting the battle of not staring at her cleavage. And you hear her say that she's like, about 5 days ago, we had a very weird situation happen here where a horde of people made it here, and we were wiped out for a day because they ate us out of everything. We 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 have 3 people that work in the kitchen, including myself. The innkeeper helps sometimes too, but there was 30 of them. We only have 16 beds. And the 30 of them didn't act like this was an inconvenience. They were happy to stack each other in bed. I mean, some women like having an anal wallet. I don't know. But they were more than happy to just rent all the rooms and eat all the food and drink all our beer. And we were only saved by the fact that we had a merchant come this way, and he arrived as they were departing at noon the next day. But they said something about they were headed down to the city of Gilboa for a few days because they have the fall festival, and they were planning on some hijinks and happiness to them. But I didn't have a single bit of happiness dealing with these people. They felt wrong. You ever talk to somebody and the whole time they're there, they can't keep their hands off you, or they keep making comments about how they're going to just like have their way with you, tie you up, and do all the bad things to you? Well, that was the entire time I was dealing with these 30. Like, all of them felt like I just needed a bath afterwards, which after they left, I took 2 baths because it still felt dirty. And I'm generally a pretty appealing person. I'll deal with everybody because your coin's what I want in my purse. But these people I didn't like. I didn't like them at all. And I felt that no matter what happened, it was going to get ugly. It was going to be dirty. And I was going to be violated. And I felt like one night when they stayed overnight, they seemed like they were in kind of a rush, but they were willing to, oh, well, that we're here, we're going to take advantage of you. And in the middle of the night, I had this horrible dream, this horrible nightmare, that this winged woman was doing terrible things to me, and she kept on telling me that I was marked. I was marked. And when I woke up again the next day, I had to have that second bath. And I didn't. I'm appealing to anybody. I'll do everything I can to try to help people out and point them in the right direction and take a few extra coin out of their purse. But I just don't like it whenever those people made me feel like I was a scared young girl. If Bruno wasn't here to man the place, me and the rest of the kitchen staff could have been tied up and used. I mean, what are the gnomes going to do in a fight except run away and then get captured, bagged up, and butt fucked? And that's all I could think of while they were here. In fact, that was like put in my head. That wasn't, I didn't even have that thought. It felt like they put it in my head that was what they were going to do to me if help didn't arrive. And only that night, whenever things were really rowdy down here, and I thought there was going to be an orgy in the fucking commons, Bruno comes in and the place just calmed down real quick because Bruno just has that effect on people. I didn't like it.
Yeah, that's kind of creepy.
Well, can one of you guys explain what the two of them that we did see look like, and ask them if they thought any of them looked like that?
Well,
The little
between
Yeah, I
blonde.
suppose.
the barbarian and Lemmy, they give a good description of the blonde, and they don't really know what the guy behind her looked like, but she had blonde hair tucked out of a cloak, and she's like, she did she carry a siege weapon?
Yeah, isn't
Yeah,
that what
the
that was?
crossbow.
Yeah.
She was with him. Little thing. She only stands about 5 foot. She only stands 5 foot, and she carried that siege weapon. She propped it up against the table towards the end of the night, and one of them had to calm her down because she got offended and she was going to pigeonhole somebody to the wall. I remember it pretty well because I was sober, and they done something to her, and she kicked one of the guys up against one of the tables, and then she brings out that siege weapon and puts it on the table and said, "I'm going to impale you more than once." And they had to pull her away from that thing. But yeah, she's a fiery one. She's probably about 20 summers.
Isabel,
Yes.
do you have a spell or some method to make sure she doesn't have some sort of evil trace or mark, or some lingering effect from dealing with these people?
Let's see.
Some means of detecting evil, or
I got detect magic and let's see, detect poison.
I think just a simple remove curse would work.
I don't think I have that either.
well,
You have
so-
Remove curse is 4th level spell. That's a couple levels from now, Janet.
Oh, I know, but
Actually,
none of us.
no,
have
wait.
that.
Yeah, you should be able to cast 4th level spells now. My bad.
But no, I don't have anything like that. All I have is detect magic and see whether or not she's under a spell or something.
if that's the best you got, then I can go ahead.
Well, don't forget, Janet, you can pray. So in the morning, you can if we find out she's cursed in the morning, you can probably pray for remove curse.
Yeah. But would detect magic to tell me if she has a curse of something on her, Bruce?
Say again.
Would if I cast detect magic on this woman that's telling us about this, would it work to find out if she's cursed or something?
Good.
They probably
'Cause I
wouldn't
don't-
tell us that she's cursed, but if she has a magical aura and she's a simple barkeep, that should say something in and of itself.
Okay, well, I wanna cast detect magic on the woman that's telling us the story.
You cast detect magic on this lady. The only thing magical she has on her is there's an enchantment aura on her earrings,
Mhm.
and it looks like something that uh, helps her resist charms. So people don't say, "Yeah, the entire meal was the silver for all 17 of us."
Oh, so they
Yeah.
can't rip her off,
Yeah.
not pay her the money. Okay, well,
The other staff here, when they come in, your spell's still on, and you kind of analyze them over the course of 30 minutes, and they have the same aura on their earrings too.
okay, well, I want to ask the woman if she would like me to pray with her to help her get past the feelings, the bad feelings that she's having and the bad dreams. I mean, that's it, because I don't know if who her deity is or anything like that. But if I can help her, I would like to try.
I'm going to give you a little bit more information on the spell you cast for the detect magic. She's got on an enchantment on her earrings.
Mhm.
Their enchantment magic, of all the magics, that's the one that's supposed to bolster a certain ability of the body or of the mind. This here is to help ward off charm and enchantment style spells. Only 8 styles of magic.
Mhm.
She has also on her hip, but you can't really see it that much until she pivots a certain way. But you can see a little bit of a magical aura coming out of what appears to be a scabbard, but it's under her apron. And you can tell she's, just by the way she moves, like she can probably handle a short sword pretty well.
Yeah. Okay, good. Well, she's got to defend herself if she's running this little bar. And there's only a few of them. When you had 30 people come in, got to be able to do something. That makes sense. I mean, I don't take that as a bad thing for her to have that.
She seems to be pretty normal, pretty reasonable.
Mhm. So, do you think that she would want me to pray with her?
When you talk to her about prayer, she says, I don't know about you, but I'm not against the idea of prayer. She says, I believe in sanctity of life and I believe in helping others. Uh, there are aspects of Freya that I'm not really a specialist in,
Mhm.
but I am on my way to becoming a brewmaster. I will be probably about 4 years from now. I'll have enough information that I've learned to where I could brew not only stouts and porters and regular lagers, but I can also do other lambics, another style of infusions that you are seeing in Ream right now.
Mhm.
I focus on the primary agricultural side of what Freya teaches. And one of your dwarven friends says, so you like the alcohol side of the mythos, do ya? And she says, yes, I really do. And one of them's like, oh, I was hoping that she would be a motherly type. Look at those. She's just beautiful. She kind of blushes a bit and she's like, I thought this smock hit everything. I guess
Mhm.
not.
Yeah.
She seems to be like well equipped, but she piles on. I mean, it's 30 degrees outside until about 10 a.m. and then it gets about 40 as a high, and it plummets back down in the mid 20s at night on average. So, like, bundling up, not a bad thing, pretty reasonable. So, she says, if you want to pray with me, that's great. And she scrawls out in Fordway some things that she wants you to focus a prayer on. And she
Okay.
says, this is my uncle. And right now he's having difficulty because he's still a man of only 50 winters, and he's on his third wife, and she's a young thing. She wants to sire him a child, and we need prayers for that. And then this is my 2 sons, and both of them are ill right now because every time this year, when the allergies blow in, both of them become recluses and stay in a house. They don't do anything outside, so our farm productivity goes straight to hell because they're not able to do much. I mean, they
Yeah.
could, but their ability to stay well is compromised. So we're trying to figure out a way to have equalization. And then she says some other things, but the main efforts are pray for her family. And then she asks you, "Who are you a follower of Mir?
And I tell her yes.
Are you from the city of Gilboa?"
Yes.
Says to you, she's like, I heard of your town, and when I finally visited it a few years ago, I was surprised that so many pieces of work in the town are dedicated to Geralt of Gilboa. And I was very amazed. I mean, he's a local war hero and general. Then he went off to fight with the Army of Light against the forces of Orcus.
Mm-hmm.
And you and her talk for about a good half hour before you have the prayer. She's mostly a sweet lady, and you don't get the feeling from her that she's trying to dig in your purse.
No, I don't feel any bad feeling towards her. I just want her to feel safe to be able to run her business and take care of her family and stuff. And not knowing what kind of people are going to walk in the door every day, I know must be very nerve-wracking.
I still suggest that you pray for a removed curse first thing in the morning, because a dream about a demon saying you're marked is rarely simple.
Yeah.
And it's never
I
good.
definitely will do that. I won't say that to her because I don't want to put her in fear or anything, but I will pray for her family and stuff too. And plus, it makes me feel good that I feel like I'm helping someone.
Yeah.
It helps my self-esteem, my characters.
You're after you get done praying with her, you get filled with a small sense of happiness that you're able to extend to her some hope.
Mm-hmm.
After you do all this, after you have that, you notice the rest of your party gets a chance for them to enjoy their breakfast and talk about things. I will say that you're a little worried that this group of 30 people is headed to Gilboa, your town.
Yeah, I am too. That's why I'm glad we asked some questions about it.
Yeah.
And I'm surprised that knowing what we just saw when we left, that nobody in this place was hurt. But I guess it's because they weren't kids. They're interested in children.
Whenever she's like bringing us something or anything, I will ask her if there have been any children that have gone missing in the area, or if there have been children and if they have gone missing.
She says you need to talk to Farmer Oglesby, because he's the one that lives on the western side of the settlement, about a mile away. He has 6 kids.
I hope he still does.
They have a family farm. They probably, if there was any problems, I mean, he might have told us that. That was 4 days ago, but I've not heard anything.
You say just west of here?
Mhm.
Okay.
About a mile. In fact, she goes to the kind of, I don't know what type of window it is, but these windows have like the crosshatch, or like the diagonal bracing for the glass. It looks like stained glass almost, but she opens up the window and she points out to across the hill. You can see there's a manor, and the wheat has been hewn from here to there, so you guys have a clear line of sight to the manor. But It looks like a rather spacious home with a couple of outbuildings. Almost reminds you of Dragon Keep.
Mhm.
Is it Dragon Keep?
It looks like Dragon Keep from a distance, like your keep.
Oh, like my keep.
Yeah.
Well, okay. After my meal is done, after I'm done eating my meal and everything, and I'll wait to see that Mongoose is done. And whenever he's finished eating his meal, I'll get up, I'll stretch, give my belly a good scratch, and you know what I enjoy after a good meal? A nice walk, about a mile due. Would you care to join me? I'll kind of nudge my head over towards where the keep is.
Sure. I mean, it's not like we were sticking around anyway.
Well, it's only a mile. It wouldn't take that long to walk over there and, make any inquiries, see if everything's on the up and up.
That 20-minute walk to casually digest. I have a feeling it might
And I
might be a
figured
little bit longer.
having somebody else, more civilized than me with asking the questions and, doing the talking might be better.
Yeah.
Does anybody else care to join?
I wouldn't mind going. And plus, I wanted to ask you guys something when we're on our walk.
All right. So,
I'll slip them an extra coin to pick up another one of them hot cocos or hot chocolates. I'll catch up with you guys.
You guys, for
All right.
those extra cocoa pouches, you get quite a bit for the coin for just the hot cocoa. She gives you 11 pouches for the 3 silver.
Awesome.
Oh, damn. That's better than Swiss Miss.
I wanted to ask you guys, are we going back home? Are we going to go on our way back home to make sure that these people aren't going there and to warn them?
Well, we wanted to check out the fort that seems to look like my
No, I
fort.
know, but that's what I want.
I don't want them going back to our hometown and fucking everything up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so that's what I wanted to ask you guys on our journey to the farmer's house about us planning on leaving tomorrow morning to go home. Make sure that they're okay.
Oh, it's already the next morning, Janet.
Oh, it is?
Yeah,
I thought it
this
was
is
the night
breakfast.
after our dinner. 'Cause I thought
No,
we
we just had
had
breakfast.
okay. I thought we just had dinner and we were having as like a dessert our hot cocos. Because I just ate quail.
Oh, we did that. We did that. Bruce just said the next morning that we did that already.
Okay. I'm
It's just
sorry.
Bruce said it was the next morning.
Sorry about that, Janet. I thought you caught that.
No, sorry. But that's all right.
Quail,
So are
quail
we going
tendies
to
and some
leave after
cocoa.
we go to the farmers? After we go to the farmers and find out? Are we going to
I think it would probably be a good idea. I don't want no Burning Man festival in the middle of town.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay.
Was
So,
everything okay?
yeah, everything's. You guys start heading over to the farmers, about a
Mhm.
mile away. And when you get there, you notice that the livestock are at the fence facing you and are kind of curious. Has a few burrows. One of them is loose, and it just comes right over to you guys riding on your horses. Some of you dismount because you want to get your legs stretched. Actually, no, wait. You guys left your horse at the stables. You walk over, and the burro comes over to greet you, and other animals are gathering at the fence. The burro seems to be kind of overtly friendly. And for the second person, it nudges against. You notice that it's kind of hungry. You notice that, and some of the rations you've got, you pass that, and the burros gives a happy little bray. But the sheep are coming up to the fence. The cows are coming up to another fence. It's just kind of weird. You don't see anybody outside.
Oh, crap.
Yeah, that's not good news.
I'll
What do you
get
mean? Free livestock.
I'll pull out the battle axe. I'm holding it towards the head of the axe. Kind of
Yeah.
yeah. Not imminently threatening, but
Kind of worried that you're dealing with this.
All right. Okay. I'll look at the farmhouse. Are there any windows that I can just kind of where I'm standing, where I'm at? Are there any windows that you can see into the house? Is there movement in there?
Should I do detect magic on the house?
The
door?
perception check would be good.
Which one do I roll for that?
Percentile. Add your perception skill to it.
All right, here we go. I rolled a 20.
42.
Let me let Lemmy do a
I can't find a
check.
perception skill, but I rolled a natural 86.
What's your wisdom?
Yeah.
Wisdom?
Yeah.
Plus 5. No, wait, no, wisdom. 9.
So you have a wisdom of 9?
Yep.
Okay. You guys don't see any movement here except for the animals. You get around to the front of the house, and you see the doors ajar.
All right. I'll let the
Hello.
I'll let my axe slip down a little where I hold it at the like maybe at the middle or towards the base where it's imminently ready for a swing.
You don't see any movement. Most importantly, you guys, when you go towards the front door of the manor, it doesn't smell like any copper inside either.
So no blood has been spilt yet. Or if it has, it's dissipated.
All right. I'll put my back towards the wall right next to the door. And I'll kind of slightly peek in. And hello, anybody home?
Don't really see a whole lot, but when you kind of push the door open with your left hand, you see that like furniture is broken, tables on its side, chairs are busted up.
Hmm.
When I get a hold of these people, I'm going to wear their guts for garters.
So I'm sure they took the kids with them.
How many kids were in that cellar?
6. Oh, I don't know. There was like what, 8 or 9?
There was 13 dead in the
Oh,
cellar.
13
13. Plus the one in the
in the mattress.
in the manor, yeah, in the house itself, yeah. Okay, so that's 14.
That we know of. This could be one of those creepy things that's been going on for quite some time. Well, I'm going to go in and stealthily creep about.
You maneuver around the foyer, across from the parlor into the den. Looks like there was a fight in here. A little bit of blood stain on the wall. This wall's got some impact on the plaster. Kitchen area. There's a little bit of blood in the kitchen area. Drag marks on the floor towards the door.
Mm-hmm.
The general family room or living room area. You see that there's a whole bunch of broken furniture, sectionals broke, couches broke, the rocking chairs broke. There was a big fight here. There's droplets of blood everywhere, busted up glass from people that were drinking whenever all this shit happened at the start.
Oh, for sure, these people are not going to live long.
The upstairs, going upstairs, you see like drag marks, blood marks, everything dragging down from the stairwell.
No sign of bodies, just indication of struggle.
Lots of struggle. The one thing you do find at the top of the stairs, you do smell copper, and that's when you stumble upon the bodies of the father and the mother, and they're propped up in a position of compromise, humiliation, and looks like that after they secured the kids, they completely desecrate these two bodies and then leave them in a position to where when you see it, you just kind of turn your head in disgust.
Yeah, I'll feel the mattresses. Go to the rooms and any mattresses. I'll kind of feel them, see if feels like there's a body in there or anything.
All the mattresses are just stuffed with hay.
All right.
The pillows are made with down. Outside, you do find that there's a lot of dead geese. Looks like they probably use the geese to make the down.
So the killers plucked the geese to make pillows?
No, the farmers were using the geese for their pillows.
Okay.
They also looks like they had a few acres dedicated to hay, so they were using the straw for their mattresses. There's 8 beds in the house altogether. In the kids' rooms, the beds can be separated like twin beds, but they put them together, probably for winter time.
Half dozen kids abducted. Now, if we were to leave, would these farm animals be able to survive on whatever is out there?
Isn't my fort along the way?
You're from here to go both? No.
No. Oh.
A little bit further. Actually, let me look at that map again. Actually, yeah, because you're right southeast of Dunhaven Wood.
Okay. We just take him to my fort on the
Okay.
way to Ream, or Gilboa.
We have to go back and get our horses and stuff.
Well, yeah, but only 1 or 2 people need to do that, while a few other people secure the animals for transport.
Yeah.
It's not hard. You guys can spend another 5 days one about getting that taken care of, getting the animals transmitted or transported to Dunhaven Wood. The people at the Laughing Stallion are just in shock when they find out what's going on. This little settlement of Stallion is rather upset when they discover everything that's gone on here. Bruno, he tells you, he's like, I've known the Oglesbys for years, and Miriam and Matthew were probably the nicest but most standoffish people I've ever met. They were focused completely on family, and they existed to better their children's lives. And at that point, he starts to break. And he says, because the fact that they lived so far away, it was an easy target, an easy mark. They wouldn't have known what was going on until they came here, and they scoped things out from the inn at night and just look for vantage points of isolated homesteads and do what they did. There's 30 of them. They can overwhelm a location easy. At that point, he looks at one of the gnomes and says, I need you to send a message to Bard's Gate.
Mm-hmm.
The gnome nods his head and then turns into a small hummingbird. You guys are shocked that this cook just turned into a hummingbird. And the innkeeper looks at him, tell him everything that I said, and that I'm going to put a 500 gold piece bounty on this group of 30. They have to be stopped. You need to let the sheriff know. Is that understood? The hummingbird gives this little nod, or he nods quite a bit, but it looks like a slow nod.
Yeah.
And then he takes off. You guys are just kind of shook by that, because that was not something you were expecting.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Do they have any religious rites that need to be observed before burial? Do you know?
The one thing you noted inside the house is that they had a religion, nerdy?
My character?
Yes.
No, I do not have religion.
Okay. The one thing you noted throughout the entire place is there is a falcon in the rooms. In every room, there's a falcon. When you say that, without even skipping a beat, you hear Isabu say, they worship Freya. It makes sense.
Okay, because I have knowledge for religion.
I'm not going to make you roll for that. Your other character in the other campaign worships Freya, And your character would answer, "That's the symbol of falcon is Freya."
Yeah.
Bruce, I have a quick question.
Go ahead.
How many animals are there?
You have 15 geese. You have 3 donkeys. You have 18 goats, and you have 4 cows.
Well, 5 days seems like a long time to prep some animals for that amount of animals for transport.
Mm-hmm.
5 days to round trip from here to Fort Dragon. I apologize. What do you call your fort?
Doragon.
Fort Doragon. And for the others to venture back to the stables and get all that. So about 3 days. Not 5.
No, we can't stick around in my fort too long. We have to go to Gilboa as quickly as possible.
Well,
That's a given.
could we send the dwarves with the animal to take the animals to the fort while we head
Yeah.
to Gilboa? They can drop the animals off and
Then follow.
then head down to Gilboa while we head straight there.
Yeah.
I suppose. I mean, depending on how far off the trail the fort is, well, may or may not be necessary.
A quarter mile off the trail.
Okay, so we just send them and they'll be back with us within a day.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
What
that
could
works.
go wrong?
We could run into them before they get there, which would we hope.
Oh, I would love running into them before they get to to Gilboa.
Yeah.
I don't want
that's
to
what
spending
we're
any
hoping.
time there.
Yeah, I don't either.
All right then, let's head on out.
About 3 days to route yourselves down to the community, your Fort Dargon. You spend about 3 hours there getting everything put in order. Amanda, the shift guard captain, says these animals will do fine. Do they belong to somebody else?
Oh wait, we're going
Well,
to the
at
fort.
this point,
I thought we were
Well-
sending the dwarves with the animals to the fort.
Okay, yeah, never mind.
Well, the rest of us went straight to
the
Gilboa.
dwarves do have a message to keep the animals separate for the moment. Because if we
Okay.
find the farmer's family, I'm not going to, oh, well, these animals are mine now. I'll actually be nice and give them back their animals. But that's only if we find some of the farmer's family. If not, they're
Yeah,
mine.
next of kin will want their stuff.
Exactly.
And hopefully we can rescue the kids and that will be a reality. Otherwise,
Yeah.
we'll have to go scorched earth.
Mhm.
And you never fight from your mailbox. You take the fight to them.
Yep.
So when you arrive at Gilboa, the fall festival is in full swing. People are in costume. There's a parade going on. lively music everywhere.
First thing we should look for is the question: does this festival normally have open love?
Have what? Open what?
Free love is how I should put that.
Open love? No. This is Gilboa. This is
Okay,
about as conservative of a farm community as it comes. You do have a undercurrent or a counterculture that's located at the small university, not affiliated with any adventuring guild, but it's supposed to be big brain people. Not really big brain people, but they say they're big brain people. And it's kind of interesting that they have absolutely zero common sense. They have neat ideas, but they never implement them to where they will work. So maybe art
that's
imitates
probably where we
reality.
should start then.
The college is actually shut down for the next 18 days. They are celebrating the 10th month festival as the beer is flowing from the local hops and granary, the brew houses. There's 6 brew houses in Gilboa, by the way. 6 brew houses, 9 families that do wine, not affiliated with each other.
All right.
The
Next question then. Given the fact that Janet and I have magical connections, is there any place that Janet and I would know that would be a stronger place for a demon summoning?
Actually, I would think anybody except for Nerdy Ogre could tell you of a place that would be apt for that. One place that would be good for this, for like a public summoning, would be the arena grounds, which are actually part of the grounds for Mirror. And then you also have the Parade Way, which is the main thoroughfare between the start and finish of the town, north to south, and that's where currently the parade is going. They've got the wagons all decorated up, and there's like costumes everywhere. Everybody, all your old family friends are in a costume right now. Most of the community costumes that you have, like people will dress up, like the young fit kids will dress up like Darelth of Gilboa, and then other people will dress like other members of the Mirror hierarchy, or some people will even be lofty enough and try to dress like Mirror. The women, because she's a female deity, lesser god, mind you, but she's still a female deity. And then you have other individuals, they'll dress up for various aspects of Freya, because that's a huge influence in this town with all the beer houses. And lastly, you have a group of people that are into the green faiths, and they dress up with various motifs of like either having a wolf's head and a mantle pouring off their shoulders, or they'll have some women with like a deer head mask on with antlers, and like their boobs are ginormously propped up if they're ample, or they'll have on a shirt that makes them look like they've got huge boobs. When you get down to the parade grounds, you have those are traditional ones, like you've seen year after year. In addition to those, like groups of costumes I just mentioned, you notice that there's like the school float, which is coming up the road, and the school that's in town, the local government pays every farmstead 1 copper as long as their kids are allowed to go to school. If the kids stop going to school, the copper slows down. It stops. But the school floats are coming in, and you're noticing that the schools have their mascots, which the Gilboa mascots, you have 2 major schools here in town, which the local populace has. They have the shields, they have the swords. And the kids are dressed up like knights no matter what. And whichever item they actually belong to, which team they belong to, that will be the prevalent decorative item they have. You can definitely tell which kids belong to the swords team and which kids belong to the shields team, because their swords or shields are decorated ridiculous, like Power Ranger bullshit. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I got 2 ideas of how they're going to do this. Doesn't mean they're right, but this is my ideas. 1, we need to head down to where the parade is going because they're going to summon a demon to fuck with the parade. Or 2, we go to the arena because they're going to summon a demon and start slow again and try to make this place into the next demonic cult sex house.
Okay.
We could split up the teams.
Like, that's never gone wrong before.
Scooby-Doo. And then we'll follow the floats and the parade, and then the other half will follow the arena and see if there's anybody that doesn't seem to fit in, or they're acting a little too pervy.
Yeah.
What would happen if we started getting everyone in the streets that are just walking around and stuff to start praying?
First off, actually, this is a religious ceremony.
I know, get them
I
all
don't
to start
know.
praying.
I honestly don't know how hard that would be.
Especially
What do
if
you
we
want-
got our family, we could get a hold of our family members, because they
your
would
family-
probably. What?
If you want to spend money on some people to go run to each of your steads and get a hold of your families, everybody delete a silver from your purse if your family lives here in
Okay.
town.
I'm going to do that.
A silver, okay. For you giving a silver to somebody, say, hey, run 2 miles, grab my family, let them know I'm here. Some of you don't even have to do that. They don't have to run that far because they're like, no, they're just in town at the brewmeisters at Saltpeter's, and they run and they grab them. But within about maybe 45 minutes to an hour,
All right,
5 of
quick
the
warning.
families down. What?
Quick warning. You guys may hear freedom explosions. I don't know how well my mic picks that stuff up.
You got gunshots going on over your house?
Yep. Well, we have a perfect hill for it. The only thing that would make it better is if we dig into it and then make it into a proper shooting range.
What I'm thinking
Let
is,
freedom
what
ring.
if we could send messages to our families and tell them that we are in fear that demons are going to be brought out, because they know what we do. Okay, so if we sent them a message, they would believe us. The demons are going to be brought out to hurt people in our town, and that we need you all to come out and start praying out loud to everybody, everyone. Just tell everyone to start praying for our city, our town. And that way, we know the demons aren't going to pray, and the people that worship the demons aren't going to pray. So we'll be able to tell who they are and round them up.
With the
And with all
college
the
students.
prayer, yeah, and with all the prayer, and I'll keep trying to, channel positive energy a few times, and hopefully, once we get to where we start seeing them, how they're reacting to all the people praying, and try to hurt them that way so we can kill them. Massive, if we can get everybody in town, because this is for them. This is for them to for their deity. They're wanting to worship.
Yeah.
So why not use that to our advantage?
Well, that's why I'm thinking they're either going to corrupt the parade itself or start slow. Either way, I'm pretty sure those children are going to be for summoning some sort of demon.
Yeah, they're going to be sacrificed. So we have to try to do what we can to stop them from being able to sacrifice the kids, because we won't let them summon, because they're going to be overwhelmed with prayer, everything they hate. I hope.
Yeah.
If we can get them to do it.
In
And I think
every
they will.
town, in every town, especially small towns, small rural towns, there's always that one place, that one seedy bar, dive bar, where the disreputable people of the town hang out.
Mm-hmm.
Which one of the 6 places are like that? Maybe we should start there.
Well,
Actually,
once we
yes.
get their message to our families, because we know they know us, they know that we're not going to be doing some prank. Okay, so they will believe us and tell them to start rallying everyone. And then once we send that out with the silver, because I already gave somebody a silver to do it to my family, we do it to all our families that from here, and then we get together and we all go to the one dive bar that we know we have.
The Statue of Liberty, and we hose it with the ectoplasm.
I don't think going to a dive bar is
Whatever
really
we
going
have
to
to do.
I don't think going to a dive bar is going to do us much good. I actually think these people, I mean, if they can't keep the children very long because the children are going to obviously struggle. Therefore, they're planning on using them to summon a demon.
Unless
And we have 2 really
if
good
they're
places to
magically
summon demons.
influenced,
the kids are
if
drugged
they're in
up.
trance or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, there's only so long you can have a kid drugged up before somebody notices there's something wrong with the kid.
Well, that's if they don't have them in the back of a wagon covered up. See, we don't know where we have them. We have to, but we'll be able to spot them really quickly if everybody is walking through the town saying, "Holy Freya," stuff like that. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not saying anything against that, Janet.
No, I'm saying we will know it's not them.
No. I'm not saying. I wasn't saying we shouldn't do it. I'm
Oh,
just saying that I'm pretty sure that we need to move quickly, otherwise the children will be dead.
I know.
Because they're going to use them in a ceremony to either disrupt the festival or start corrupting the festival. If they're going to corrupt the festival, they're going to do it in some place like the arena where they can do it in secret.
Yeah, and
if they're going to disrupt the festival, and if they're going to disrupt the festival, they're going to go to the other place where the festival is going.
So we need to send the messages out to our families and go to these 2 places where they could be holding a ceremony or starting one or setting up for one.
Because if it turns out, we should have gone to the dive bar, that means they're somehow managed to hide the children good enough that it doesn't matter. In which case, we got a little while to find them.
Yeah. But
you can't set the kids on fire.
As they're walking around looking, we need to be looking in the back of every wagon and stuff like that, because we know they weren't that far ahead of us. So they haven't had a lot of time to plan for this.
Barns.
Yeah, barns.
They got to be stashing the kids somewhere. Barns would be the most logical choice because you really can't see inside unless you actually try.
Well, if that was true, then why wouldn't they just do a ritual inside of a barn wherever they had the kids?
Because there's 2 places. Because Bruce said there's 2 places in town that are prime for using summoning magic.
Meanwhile, we got a festival with a bunch of people in costume, which would be hard to discern who's who and what's what.
And here's my thought process. It took 13 kids before to summon a demon in the other place. They only have 6. They need one. They need a much more powerful spot to do it. And I don't think they're going to wait.
Yeah, and they just start grabbing kids off the street.
So where are the kids normally during these festivals held at? Like, kids got their little corn maze or whatever that they do.
Some of them are in the parade itself. Some of them are at the corn maze or the maze for Freya. Some of them are involved with the various games and such. If you want to talk to somebody and explain to them, like, hey, listen, have you had any problems with like missing kids? Go ahead and like make a local or actually make a diplomacy check.
Diplomacy shit. That's going to be scary.
Do I? Yeah. Ooh, my camera. No, I don't. Crap, my camera's not connected. I rolled a double ot 0.
What were you trying to do?
The diplomacy check.
You succeed beyond your wildest dreams. You ask somebody, listen, have you heard anything about missing kids? And they kind of give you a weird look. They don't recognize you. You kind of come off to them like you have like a weird authority. Have you ever heard of anybody having missing children here? And all of a sudden, the person behind them is like, yes, there's 2 families that they lived on the north side of town, and just this morning when I was at the bar, they said that a total of 7 children were kidnapped in the last 24 hours, and we're kind of curious as to what's going on. One of the guardsmen said that in the early morning hours before the sun fully came up, he could see that there were some figures coming from the north, and they were all wearing brown hoods.
Is the arena to the north, or is that where the festival's going?
No. The way the town is set up, okay. Stop screen. We change the camera. Yeah, that's it. That's the shit. Hi, Marion. How you doing, sir? Are we streaming tonight?
In his part of the Discord, it said yes.
Awesome. Okay, you have the tradeway which comes through town, north to south. There's like 6 intersecting roads that go, and that's it. So you have these intersecting roads here. And there's a whole copse of trees. This is like the border of town here. This is Maya's Glen. And then you have various community areas here. But right at Silver Street and Trade, you have the Gilboa Center, which is where Darelth had his upbringing, and he taught a lot of military theory. You have that. The arena grounds are right there. And then over here, this is called South Market.
All right. Well, then in that case, going back to Nerdy's original, well, not original, but one of his inquiries. Is there anything on the north side of town large enough to allow a ceremony the size of what we've seen in that cave?
Not really, like building wise, and there's no real caves or dungeons around Gilboa. But as this hooks over here, primarily because you have the creek Freeman Creek. You have another huge copse of maple and oak over here. The parade stops right here at Wanderers Row. What do you guys want to do?
Well, either they're somewhere in the north, or, like I said, I'm beginning to think less and less they're going to disrupt the festival. Simply because if they actually have the children they need to perform this ceremony anywhere, I'm willing to bet they're going to do it secretly. I mean,
One of your dwarves says, "You've got locate object, don't you?"
Crap, that was one of the spells that you and I discussed, actually, wasn't it, Bruce?
Yep.
I forgot to write it down.
So we need to be checking all the barns.
Oh no, one of the Bruce and I actually need to kind of sit down and sort of off screen for a little bit and talk about the spells my character learned over the last 2 in-game years.
Well,
Okay.
this is one that you learned. It is a 3rd level spell. You're going to burn 9 mana on it.
Okay.
It's rain. It's a long range spell, which means it's 400 plus 40 feet per level. And the one thing you note is that they had thick brown robes with hoods. And so if you do a locate object, and you're trying to tether yourself to 10 or more long brown robes with hoods, you should be able to filter out 9 or less thick brown robes with hoods. They have to be clustered when you cast a spell. If you want to do that, we can do that.
Send it.
Yeah. Do I roll percentile?
No, you don't.
Okay. That is the one downside to playing a wizard. I hardly ever get to roll dice. Most of the time, it just works.
You're pretty much by the center of town, and you're getting a large reading of these being down here. And if you're anything like the large brown robe that the girl had that shot Isabu, that's exactly where they're at.
Okay, well, it looks like my hypothesis was right, and my disbelieving myself is a bad idea. All right. Well, it's our best lead, so I say we head south.
You
Sounds like a game plan.
between Wanderers, or they call it Wanderers Row, but everybody that lives on the south side of town calls it Stumblers Row, and it's this row of bars right here. This is the Miracle Quarter Mile. That, by the way, was the sexiest I will get the entire day. And it doesn't take you long to hike down there. I mean, it's about a fifth of a mile from here to here. So
Minutes.
you get past Stumblers Row. Everybody that's here is at the end of the parade. The parade is stopped here. People are jubilant. People are drinking. You have numerous toasts going off. You can hear them all coming from various bars. And finally, one of the men You guys are seeing that there's a clock tower here at Ogma's Tower. Ogma the Binder, big deity in this world. As you're making your way south, you see that the parade has gathered a lot of the wagons over here, but all of a sudden you feel as if there's something going on. And you hear a bunch of drunken voices singing. And as you get to Wander Street, which is where Stumbler's Row is, from all these bars that are nut to butt against each other. I mean, there might be 2 feet of space between the brickwork of one and the stucco of another. There's got to be 30 bars up and down Wander Street. And somebody has synchronized a large prayer right now to go off at 1700 as all of the bars' windows are open, the doors are open, and you hear people praying for Freya for a manageable winter. Make it a manageable winter and let the whiskey flow along tonight. And you hear that, and some of you smile because you've had the Stumbler's Prayer before. And after it's all over with, people on the street are celebrating, people in the bars are hoisting their mugs to each other. You hear jubilance all around. And that's when you guys bump in to Cormac. Cormac's drunk as shit. Cormac sees, he's like, "Hey, what's going on, guys?" And he smells like whiskey. You guys remember him, don't you?
I love you, bro.
Yep.
I
Oh
love
my God.
you.
Connell, we miss you fucker.
Problem is we don't have time for this.
He's like, "What's going on? You know what they made me after I came back?" You haven't seen him for 2 years. You don't recognize him with a braided beard. They made me a watch captain, guys. Funny, isn't it? One moment.
Congrats.
What?
Congrats, but we have to keep moving. There are missing children we have to find before they're sacrificed.
His eyes get kind of wide. He's like, "Hold on. Wait. Let me help you."
Okay.
And one of his sergeants walks up to him. "Do you need me to get a whistle for you?" And he blows his whistle, and like within seconds, you guys see guys coming up. There's 10 guardsmen for the city walking up. "Cormac, what do you want? What do you want? Sergeant, what's going on?" Cormac says, "Hey, these guys are on the trail of some missing kids. You guys heard the brief today at noon, right?" Yeah, we got 7 missing children from 2 families. Okay, these guys are on the trail of it. Let's follow them. Should we get everybody else? You two, go get them. Rest
Hold
of
on,
us.
wait a minute. Hold on a second. We got information. There's now 13. They've taken 6 from another location of a place not too far from here. So there's 13 total. 7 from this town, 6 from there.
What are you talking about? There's 13 kids?
13
Yep.
kids. The 7 from this town, and there's 6 from an outpost just a ways away from here.
Stallion, the laughing stallion.
The laughing stallion, from the laughing stallion.
The wheat stallion is what we call it, but it's stallion or the laughing stallion is the name of the inn there. Okay, so as you say that, Connell's like sobering up as hard as he can, and you see him walk over to Stagger Row, and he's talking with one of the bouncers. The bouncer's like, "Got you. And for a minute there, Cormac's there waiting. This guy brings back this mixture of pickle juice and olive oil and some other herbal items in it. And
Waco juice.
his sergeant gives him the blessing, and looks like one of the other watchmen with them is a minor level cleric. And he's like, I got you if it works the way it's supposed to. Tom's like, you got me, bro? He's like, I got you, sir. Good. He slams it. For about a minute, he just puts his hands on his knees, and he's sitting there, and he defecates his armor, just completely shits himself, like Amber Heard in a bed with Johnny Depp. Completely just raw, nasty. And as he's doing that, you notice that people are kind of spreading out and away from him, like the grease in the Dawn commercial. And
I say, bring me a bar of soap and a bucket of water.
The cleric slaps him on the back, and he causes a rainstorm to happen above his head, and he already has his own bucket and his bar of soap, and Cormac is just lathering himself up, washing up, getting as much of the rainwater to irrigate through his body. And as he's doing that, you notice that the swimminess, the yellow nature of the alcohol poisoning is lessening, and Cormac looks about 80% less drunk than what he was 2 minutes ago, smelling like a whiskey still. He's like, I really hate having to do that. He gives the bouncer a copper. It's like, I'll pay you the rest on payday. And the bouncer's like, you're good. I love you. And Cormac's like, awesome. Thanks, bro. And so now you, and it looks like the entire watch of the city of Gilboath march towards the forest at Freeman Creek. And as you approach it, you guys start fanning out, and you can see little lights and motes of light in the forest.
Yep, the war axe is ready.
Cormac gives his troops the notice to charge, and they surge ahead of you. And you hear chaos and everything else reign supreme as they fall upon the cultists, expecting an easy ritual. Your dwarven allies rush ahead to aid and assist, while you, Roberto, and Tomas stay behind, along with Quinn. Quinn is belting out some amazing set of riffs. And as he's doing
Eye
that,
of the tiger, the thrill of the fight, rising up to the challenge of our rivals.
Survivor's good. We'll take Survivor. Take Survivor every day. Listen to that in the high school gymnasium, lifting weights all the time.
Yep, every morning. First period PE.
We will rock you.
Actually, we used to start out with Hell's Bells.
No, the best version of that song is we will shear you. That's for anybody who's seen the 10th Kingdom.
Oh,
I didn't see that.
I like The Last Dragon myself, but
Hold on, wait. You have not seen the 10th Kingdom?
no.
You have to watch the 10th Kingdom.
that
Who's
was a
in it?
miniseries with Dane Fielding in it, wasn't it?
Yes, it was, and it was a great set of, well, one long-ass movie if you watch them all together, but
Uh-huh.
they are so good. Bruce, the basic concept is, in another world, there are 9 kingdoms of people or creatures. A bunch of trolls end up in our world and declare it the 10th Kingdom.
Now, is Ed Bundy, Al Bundy in that movie as a troll?
I don't know who Al Bundy is.
I think so.
Ed O'Neill.
I think so.
Does this take place in New York City, amid Central Park?
Yeah, ish.
Yes, I have seen this before, and it was good. Because Ed O'Neill, the guy that played Al Bundy, was King of the Trolls.
I'm looking it up. Oh, it's early 2000. That was the first time that I gave up cable. It wasn't until like 2004 that I watched TV again.
What was the name of it again?
The 10th Kingdom. Very enjoyable.
I'm sitting here blabbing away and I'm muted.
Can you hear me or no?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I can.
Making sure.
The typical pro gamer move.
Yeah, he played Relish the Troll King in the 2000 TV miniseries The 10th Kingdom.
Yep, I've seen that before. It is good. I forget the name of the girl that played Snow White, but she was pretty, even though she was bigger.
Kimberly
Janet.
Williams.
Yeah.
So have you seen the 10th Kingdom, Janet?
No, I was just looking it up, and right when he said that, I
Ah.
saw the list of people who played the characters. That's what
I
I'm
definitely
reading
think
right
that's a movie you would like.
now. I have not
or
seen it. I
miniseries,
can't believe
I
I never
guess.
even heard of it. It said the budget was $44 million.
It was crazy big.
Oh, yeah. Well, for a TV miniseries, not only was it actually good, it had actually pretty good effects. And this is the movie where I was describing fairies being mischievous little creatures, where the fairy goes, "Oh, it's my turn to be naughty." That's where I get my description of fairies.
It says it was initially broadcast over 5 nights in the 2-hour episodes.
Oh, yeah, it's...
Wow, 417 minutes. Or 390 edited. I'll have to see if I can scrounge that up later tonight.
Fucking Anne Margaret was in it as Cinderella. Holy cow. And John Howland was in fucking mirror. I remember that now. Wow. Yep, Cameron Manheim was in it as Snow White. Okay. For some odd reason,
There
Right.
we go.
out of the forest, you hear the chaos inside the forest. You hear spells going off, and then you see a group of 5 not guardsmen run out of the forest. And this lady is holding a rope tethered to children. And as she sees everybody else stop and draw their weapons, she drops the rope. Initiative. Everybody roll a
Quinn.
D8.
Raining blood, please.
I rolled an 8.
Wow, Janet, you really rolled like shit that time. Sorry.
I always roll like shit.
No,
I've
you
rolled
don't.
2 4s for my initiative in a row.
You
Only
rolled
the
four.
first initiative was actually good. Yeah.
Anybody
I
roll a
rolled a
1?
2.
Okay, that's
Nope.
let me. What about you, Ogre?
You're muted, Ogre.
I got a 7. Sorry about that.
You're good. All right. Lemmy, what do you plan to do?
Stick the pointy end of my sword into the face of the first critter in front of me.
Okay.
Or the cold iron dagger if they look a little fayish. I'm all paranoid about freaking fairies now. Is the camera out of focus or is it just my eyes?
It's
Oh, it's out of
completely
focus again.
Okay.
That's the main
Because
reason.
I just rubbed my eyes and it was all blurry and I'm like, whoa.
That's the main reason why I cannot stand these older Logitech cameras. Go ahead.
Ogre needs a catchphrase whenever he uses his the iron dildo, which will be, "It's smashing time."
No, he's gonna say it's fisting time.
Ooh, even better. Yeah, it's fisting time.
What's that, Fisto? Off yours!
All right. So Lemmy, you're gonna charge, I assume.
That was the idea.
All right. Do you use a dagger and a short sword?
I can, I'm ambidextrous.
Okay.
Right now, I've only got the one attack, so I gotta like switch off. Can't be all cool and do multiple.
Okay. Let me know when you get a plus 30 to your offensive bonus, and that should be. Ew, that's like level 12. But still, let me know. Because there's a nice attack that comes that way. Also, you skipped out on your 5th level optional edge. You haven't told me what you wanted yet. So
Oh yeah.
I'm going to let you be aware that skirmish is available. And what skirmish does whenever you make a charge, it's called Scout's Charge, you deal sneak attack damage as if they're flat-footed.
Oh, cool.
If you want that, you can note that down.
That sounds pretty good. That's what, 3d6 now or some joke?
Yes. You're put it in private chat for you.
All right, I'm gonna jot that down.
All right. That's called Scout's Charge. All right. That's called Scout's Charge. Okay. So if you want to charge like that, what's your weapon speed?
I want to say that it's 7 with the short sword.
If you wish to do a charge in 4 segments, you'll start your charge at one of these fuckers. And on the end of 7 segments, so for you, that'll be on 9, you'll end your charge and attack, if you want to do that.
Sounds good.
Okay.
I'd like to see if that actually connects.
So would I. You want to attack the guy in the full plate? You want to attack the guy in the robe?
I'll attack the guy in the robe. Looks a little more squishy.
All right. Okay.
Not to mention, we spam sleep to the point Bruce has got to use it against us eventually.
It's not yawning.
Mongoose. It's your initiative
Yes.
on 4.
Okay. Here. How grouped together? It doesn't look like they're grouped together very well, so I don't know how
Are you
useful sleep
asking
would
about
be.
a sleep spell?
Yeah.
Sleep has a 10-foot radius, right?
Remember correctly, yes. I still need to get that 1 feet or whatever it is that allows me to expand my spells twice as big.
It's all right. Amid the chaos of your battle, you can hear the soldiers and the cultists in the forest screaming, blood-curdling screams. You can hear everything. It feels like you guys are in the midst of something huge. Hey, Jackie Blue. Okay, so you want to cast sleep on these guys, or do you want to do something different?
How many can I catch with sleep?
Most you'll be able to catch is 2.
All right. Not the best way to ask this, but which ones look the most dangerous? Spellcasters or fighters?
These 2. This guy's in like gold plate armor, and this chick looks like Evil Queen Bavmorda from Willow, but younger and not as hot as Val Kilmer's ex-wife, but at like mostly seducible. Like you'd want to be an advantage on this one. You don't want to be dealing with her like you deal with Janet when Janet's in a nun outfit begging you for an extra, like, could you let me borrow $5? And you just like empty your wallet and give to Janet. Not that Janet would do that, but I mean, the nun outfit is just like a completely beguiling, like, you should do a pledge drive with that, Alana. I'm sorry.
Willow.
We'll just call the pledge drive support the booba.
Pledge drive for the Only Feats account.
Not the
$20 buy-in.
Not the only feats. You want to
We're on a
try to
mission
get
from
these 2?
God.
So yeah, I want to try to catch those 2, definitely.
Okay.
Lucky they're actually next to each other.
Your spell goes off, or actually, no wait, that'll go off on 11. Okay. Mr. Ogre, what do you want to do?
In full plate?
Charge a guy in full plate?
Yeah. Tank
Okay.
v tank.
Gotcha. That'll happen on 18. Actually, yeah, on 18 you can make your attack. You'll charge after and do that. When you do your charge, guys, you lose 10% off your armor class, but you get a 10% to hit. So don't think that you're becoming easier to hit in the process, but the charge is adding velocity to your weapon arm. Okay. Isabu, what do you plan on doing?
I would like to cast Shield of Faith on myself before I charge in.
That'll be on 15, right?
Yep.
All right. As you decide that, you see this man, he wiggles his fingers. And you see looks like a shield of force conjures onto his left arm. About that same time, you see him charging off. And then go ahead and make your attack against the robed individual.
Hot dog. All right, so I will choose you and you. And what do we got? 76 unmodified. Okay. So that would be 86.
What's your charge? Is 96. That's a hit.
And then would be the snake attack of 3d6 damage. I'll pick you guys.
You have your skirmish damage, or your scout's charge damage of your 3d6 plus your weapon damage.
Which these guys are medium-sized targets, so that would be another d6. I'll pick you. No whammies. I got 5, a 1, a 3, and 1 6. I'll roll that one, and that would be an additional 3, so that's 6, 12. 12 altogether.
Well, altogether. You got any extra? Did you roll D6 on D6?
I rolled a d6 on a d6, yes, and then I rolled a 4. So that was -1, 3. Total of 12 with the extra 6.
Okay. How many? That was 18, you said?
The total was 12 damage.
12? Okay. Ew.
Yeah.
Man! What happened to that? Sorry. Okay.
When I level up again, I can do that extra weapon finesse.
Then, what are you going to do next?
Rub, rinse, repeat.
Okay. You guys see a bevy of magical motes of looks like little pinkish motes fly off your wizard's hands, and he casts sleep on these two over here, but not a whole lot seems to happen with either of them. They both kind of look at the spell, and you see she's casting something too. Yeah. What do you want to do next, Mongoose?
Can I lessen the effect of magic missile or cast it sooner?
What do you mean?
Well, if she's getting ready to cast a spell, I'd like to disrupt her by hitting her with a magic missile. But it takes 7 seconds as is.
Well, that might be faster than what she's casting. You want to go for it?
Yeah.
Okay. Looks like their cleric. I mean, he might not have the space for this. He does, actually. He charges Mongoose as Mongoose is trying to get a spell off. Mongoose, does a 76 hit you?
Yes.
Okay. He'll injure you for a total of 8 damage.
Okay.
And you need to make a concentration check with a D percentile. You're casting a second level spell.
Yep.
And you took 8 damage. So I need you to roll a D100 plus. You need to roll at least a 75 or higher to keep your magic missile spell.
Didn't make it.
Okay, you lose the spell. You will burn the mana, but you lose the spell.
I'll be right back. I got to feed the dogs.
Okay. This guy and this guy charge each other, and they meet in the middle. Go ahead and make your attack, Nerdy Ogre.
Oh, for my next thing, I'll cast Shocking Grasp on the guy who tackled me.
That'd be fantastic.
137 total.
137 total. That
Yeah.
hits on damage. Your Shocking Grasp goes off on 19.
That's 2D.
Mongoose. 136 is a hit there, Nerdy Ogre. What was damage?
13. 13. 17.
17. All right. He charges and swings. Does an 84 hit you, Nerdy Ogre?
Yeah.
Okay. He only inflicts 7 damage on you.
That's a relief.
Yeah, he kind of wishes he'd worn a helmet. Maybe he would have gotten a few more points of armor because you just walloped the shit out of him. And that actually happens on initiative 17. No, on initiative.
Yeah, 17. You told me my my attack is on 17.
Initiative 14. My bad. Because you guys charged and met each other in the middle, it shortened your amount of time for that.
Oh, okay. Tank v tank.
Isabu, your shield of faith goes off. What do you want to do next?
I want to charge, and I can't see myself on this camera angle, so I don't know who to charge to.
It would be a good idea if you would advance just a 5
Oh,
and
okay.
attack this dick
I didn't.
attacking the wizard.
I couldn't see myself where I was at.
Oh, you're good.
Okay. Yeah. As soon as my turn is, I want to attack the guy in the yellow robe
Okay.
with my sword.
All right. That will happen on 23. Actually, this should happen on 22.
Okay.
All right. Your next axe attack will happen on 25, Nerdy Ogre.
25.
Yes, sir.
Alrighty.
Looking at the way all this goes off. Let's charge. 16. This guy starts to cast a spell about the same time that it's your turn to attack again, Lemmy. Quinn switches it up. Everybody gets a +5 to attack, to save, to skill checks. Lemmy, did you hear me? Oh shit, Lemmy's feeding dogs. Okay. Do an attack for Lemmy on the cultist here. Is 63, continues to pierce and put people in pain. See Lemmy cut a guy up pretty good. And he loses his spell too. Don't feel bad. All right. On 19, Shocking Grasp goes off.
Okay. That's great. I use it so little, I forgot to write down the damage it does.
Say again?
I said, that's great. I said, I use a shocking grasp so little, I forgot to write down what damage it does.
It does a die 6 per level, maximum of 5d6.
Okay. Didn't we just level up to level 5? Or are we getting very close? Okay.
You're at level 5.
All right. Even with him being on top of me, I still need to make an attack roll, correct?
You need to do a casting on the defensive check initially, so you need to roll a D percentile, add 25, and you need to beat 85 total. Actually, you need to beat 80 total because your bard is helping you out.
Ugh.
If you don't want to cast on the defensive, he can get an attack of opportunity off, which means he might hit you. But I would recommend trying to cast on the defensive because it's a chance for you to be able to cast a spell in his face, and he can't do shit about it. You're gonna
I'll
roll.
have to agree with you because thanks to my internet, I missed 90% of what you said. All I caught was
Okay.
cast on the defensive is your best option.
Yeah, roll a D percentile and exceed 80 or more.
Do I get any bonuses?
If you didn't have the bard here playing his song, it would be an 85 or more. You actually, instead of 80 or more, you need only a 60 or more.
Oh, thank goodness. Because if it was 80, I wouldn't have made it.
Wow.
Am I dead yet?
Not dead. You attacked this guy for 4 points damage and pivoted a little bit. You rolled 5 dice 6 on this. You rolled to hit on this guy. You just need to roll above a 50 on D percentile. You get a plus 10, so you only need a 40 or better.
Cool. I rolled a 73. That's why I was asking.
Yay! You can act with a spell. Roll 5 dice 6 and discharge the spell.
Holy shit.
Holy shit.
Oh, I actually rolled 3 6s. Whoa. Let's get dice in here.
That's better than 5 ones.
Yeah. All right, so minus a 1 from each of those. That's 1.
Damn it. Why aren't you dead yet? Freaking cultists.
29 points of damage, including the minusing 1 from each of the bonus dice.
Okay. Janet.
Okay.
I need Janet to roll me a percentile for Roberto shooting.
I rolled a
this
90, 94.
Okay. Now I need you to roll me 2 die. No, excuse me. You need to roll me a die 12 and add 2.
Okay. Hold on. Trying to find it. Okay, I found my dice. And add 2 to it.
Yep.
I rolled a 3, so I get a 5.
All right. And crafting, I want you to roll for Tomas as he shoots the Queen Bavmorda impersonator in the back there. before she casts a spell. Because she's been casting for a minute. Please roll over a 81.
Does he get any bonuses?
He gets a plus 30.
Well, okay. In that case, I rolled a total of a 94.
Whoop, whoop. Roll me a d12, add 2.
Is this where Quinn starts playing We Are the World?
Actually, he's playing We Are the Champions.
13 total. Actually, rolling halfway decent tonight. Well, it had to happen eventually. Last couple of games, I was rolling like absolute shit.
Yeah. Isabu. You move forward a bit and you attack this yellow-clad robed priest of a foul demon lord.
Can everyone still hear me?
We hear you just
Yes.
fine, sir.
I can
Well,
hear
also
you.
went really quiet. My internet's being a little funky on me.
Jackie, are you still here? We hope you. If you leave, you leave. But sorry.
I don't think so.
I see. Janet, you can make an attack on this guy?
Yeah, another one because I thought I did a second ago.
I didn't hear what you said. I'm sorry.
I said I thought I did a few seconds ago.
What did you roll?
You made me roll the die 12, and I got a 5. Remember?
No, that was for him shooting an
Oh.
arrow into Old
So-
Blue.
So now,
This
oh, okay,
is you.
okay.
Listen, I'm not rolling for the NPCs on your side. I got my
Oh,
hands
that's
full.
fine. Okay, I'm rolling my percentiles right now.
Wacky, Janet.
Okay.
Damn it, Bruce,
roll.
dance.
I rolled a 16.
230 pounds of chicken mail.
So it means I got nothing, right?
Say again, Janet.
I rolled a 16, so that means that's not high enough.
Yeah, you're right.
So sorry.
It's okay.
I told you I don't roll very good when it's for myself. Even though I'm trying.
That's enough of a display from you to make him realize that he's not in good shape because he's taking on 2 people at once. Blue, because that damn arrow shot, he does not have a bard. He does not have the spell that he was trying to cast. Don't feel sorry for Blue. Fuck Blue. Okay. At this point, man with the mace
Nickelback sucks.
pivots over to the side to get away from Isabu because, damn it, she's a pest. And he tries to whack on Mongoose again. Mongoose, is your armor class better than a 70? 70 or better? Because I rolled a 69.
No. Well, do I get any armor bonuses from Quinn or?
Not from Sir Bard, no.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, my AC is, it says 55 plus 5. I'm not entirely sure where the plus 5 comes from. Somehow I have an higher AC than our barbarian.
Eh. If you've ever seen our barbarian in motion, though, you understand that, like, he doesn't need a real high AC. He just needs a good cleric.
Yeah, fair.
True.
And
But
you were in another 8 points of damage onto the wizard from the evil cleric over here.
Damn it.
Why do you think I do my best to keep Isabu alive?
It's like,
I kind of take it personal whenever they start gunning for her.
I roll
All right.
like shit.
Keep the medic alive. The medic is your friend.
He's trying to attack the barbarian. Does he do it? All right. He hits the barbarian for another 5 points of damage.
He's going to nickel and dime me to death.
He's trying.
My turn?
Yeah, it is now. It's on 25. And when you finish your attack, I got to go back to 19 and ask the wizard what he was wanting to do. I didn't take note of that.
I assume 110 will hit.
You're right. 110 does hit. God, it hits.
Somewhere out in the forest, when I used Shocking Grasp, Cormac twitched.
16, 17, 19, 20. 24, 28 points.
That guy's not looking good. I'm just going to say that he's looking really bad. And on 36 is when you'll go again.
Remind me again what the power attack does.
You drop your to hit by 1 or by 5%, and you get an extra 15 or extra 3 damage on your damage. An extra,
Okay.
you drop it by 5%, it goes up by 3 damage on your power attack.
Okay.
What were you going to do there, Mongoose?
He's still in my face?
Yeah, he's sitting in your face. You can drop back 5 feet. He doesn't seem to have the ability to follow you up.
You know, I don't get to use it very often, so I'm actually going to go ahead and Shocking Grasp again.
Okay, you'll have to cast on the defensive once more.
That's fine. Afterwards, I intend to back up, but I don't get to play with this spell very often. I want to take advantage of it, even if it means I take a little more damage. I'm a hardy wizard.
You say that because you're 5 feet from Isabu.
Well, that and as soon as I found out your health gaining technique, I was like, oh well, I could do this, so I get at least 4 hit points every level. I'm actually sitting at 40, or not at the moment like full wise, but I actually have 40 hit points when I'm at max, which is I presume pretty high for a wizard.
That's really good for a wizard.
Yeah. My character is surrounded by so many people who get into the fight. He's decided, I gotta be tough too.
That's understandable. All right, Wizard, are you going to cast on defensive?
Yes.
All right.
Just picturing Mongoose like in a library with a big ass tome on his arm, and he's doing curls. Even lift, bro.
What was your cast on the defensive roll?
Oh, sorry, I forgot to do that. 97.
All right. Make your 2 attack with a 45 or better on your D percentile.
$84.
That's amazing. Go ahead. And
Now I'm
roll
starting to
those
get
5
scared.
Roll the 5 dice 6.
Yeah. Now I'm getting scared simply in the fact of how bad is my game going to be next time we play?
Don't want to delete the charges of my die.
Oh, God. I mean, it's not a bad thing. I rolled 2 6s, but it's like I'm being drained of good luck for next time. I swear. Another 6. Yeah, okay, I swear, next week it's going to be nothing but botches. Okay, there we go.
Next session, we'll just do heavy role playing. Give your nice time to charge. Anyone bought dice from Temu yet?
Yeah.
No.
No.
30 points of damage. I've been looking at. I mean, it's not much better, but I'm looking at miniatures that they sell on Temu and curious if those are worth it or not.
Are we supposed to add +5 for attack?
5 for the attack, +5 for saves, and +5 for any skill checks.
Okay, I got to start remembering to add that stuff.
Okay. I'll try to help you remember. After this shocking grasp that goes off on 26, what do you want to do next?
Go ahead and back up. I've already been hit twice, and even though I really like this spell, I don't want to get hit again if I can help it.
Okay. Isabu, when he drops back, do you want to step in his steed and kind of block that evil cleric from getting a hold of him?
Yes.
Okay.
If I can.
Yeah, that's pretty easy. You do that, and go ahead, roll your to hit on this fucker. Don't forget your +5% to bard.
Let's see. I rolled a 58, and then +5.
Yeah, and then you got your base offensive bonus, which is another +10. Do you have a plus? Do you have? Is that
73?
So is that high enough to attack or not?
You need a 75 to hit this guy.
Okay.
Ooh.
So that wasn't enough.
Is that a magical weapon you carry or no?
No. Just a sword.
It's not a masterwork sword?
No. It's just a bastard sword.
I could have sworn we found a masterwork sword for you by now.
Did I?
Janet,
I don't remember.
You had a masterwork bastard sword like 4 weeks ago.
Yeah.
It gives you an extra +5% to hit.
I could have sworn that we either found it or we agreed to get it for you because everyone else pretty much had that kind of stuff.
Well, I just didn't have it. I don't have it in my notes, but I wasn't here for the last game, so I don't know what
Shit.
I'm leaning
Who has
towards
the
we
receipt for the
found
sword?
it because I'm leaning towards we found it because I'm remembering having a conversation. Hey Janet, do you have a masterwork sword? No. Well, you do now.
Well, okay, so I don't know. I don't remember what I don't remember. All I know is I rolled a I don't remember what I rolled now. Sorry. It's all
So
right.
73 without the bonus to the sword. With the sword bonus, it would be a hit.
78. So you hit. Roll your damage.
And I rolled the 12.
Yeah.
Okay. I rolled an 8, and then I add what to it? Do I add anything to it?
Your strength modifier.
So I get 12
Hmm.
points.
No. What? Yeah. Yeah, you got an 18 strength, right?
My 18th, yeah.
Yeah.
So that's 4, right?
Jesus, Janet. By the way, you guys
12.
notice that whenever Isabu does something like opens jars or smashes skulls with her sword, you just see like blood. Just blood. Lots and lots and lots and lots of blood.
Well, I have a nice looking sword. I just didn't know how strong it was. It's pretty.
Janet, that sword will take you a long way.
Riddle of steel.
Yeah, mongoose, stay out of the way so you don't get hurt. Because if I'm
Okay.
fighting, I can't cast a spell.
The cleric with the mace, he drops back and he starts to cast some purplish oats on himself. You recognize that he's trying to do a healing spell. He's got it in at least 8 seconds or so.
Oh, geez, it.
Yeah.
Plus, when I have my shield of faith, it's supposed to be a +1 for defense or something like that.
Your shield of faith should give you a +1. The bard's inspire competence is not a +5%; it's a +10%.
Oh,
+10 to hit, +10 to save versus fear. Okay. This jackass right here, he will go behind and cast a spell on Lemmy. And Lemmy, is your armor class a 56 or less? Lemmy, do you have a 56 or less on your armor class? Hello? I don't think he's got a 56 or less. I think he's got like a 60. Don't quote me on that.
I thought it was pretty high. I thought it was higher than that.
Yeah, I'm sitting here thinking if I have a higher AC than him,
Yeah.
something is very messed up.
She's casting a spell, and you see purplish motes come off her hands. Like this guy. Hers, though, is taking longer. Looks like she's trying to summon something. Isabu, you step up. Go ahead and attack this guy.
Oh, come on, be a decent roll. I rolled a 00 and a what is it? A 1.
Are you serious? That, my friend, is a botch.
That's what I rolled. I swear.
It's all right. It's all right. You completely missed the target.
I know it's horrible. I'm sorry. I'm gonna change. I'm gonna get 2 other dice for my next roll.
Okay.
Sucks.
The guy with the 2 swords and plate mail faces off against
the unarmored barbarian.
Yeah, the unarmored barbarian. And he rolls a double-aught 1, so he's like Isabu.
I cursed you. Sorry.
All right.
No. Don't be sorry. He missed me.
Oh, I thought he was rolling for somebody
No,
on our.
He rolled a double aught 1. He rolled a 0-1 like you did.
Yeah, I know.
He fucked that up. It's okay. That's good. Go ahead, Nerdy Ogre, and wail on this plate mail clad guy. Nations is having problems with his internet.
127. And for damage,
Jesus.
11. 15.
It's good.
Okay. You see this guy falls to the ground with an axe pretty much buried in his rib cage.
Good.
Janet, go ahead and roll for Roberto to shoot the man in blue.
The same dice, right?
Same D100.
Okay, I rolled a, oh, Jesus Christ, a 10 and a 0.
All right, that's not good.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
My dice are just jinxed. I even grabbed another set of dice.
Nerdy Ogre, you
Yeah.
want to do me a favor and roll for Tomas to shoot this Queen Bavmorda type?
I rolled a 53.
All right. It is plus 30 and the plus 10 from the spell or from the bard. That is a 93.
If
Roll
Nerdy
me-
Ogres are starting to attack this woman, should we start calling him Mad Mortigan?
So, Mad Mardigan, I need you to roll a d12 and add 2 to the result. And she needs to make her caster level check, otherwise she loses her summoning spell. All right, so she's not getting her summons. All right.
9.
9!
9?
Nice.
Oh, we lost Lemmy.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with him.
He'll be back.
I'm honestly surprised I've actually stayed connected for a few seconds there. I thought I was going to drop out.
Okay. So, Wizard, you dropped back. Isabu stepped up. What were you wanting to do?
Me?
No. Oh, Mongoose.
Lemmy's getting attacked from two sides. Does it look like I should maybe hit one of the people he's being attacked by with a magic missile?
Yeah.
Okay. Then that's what I shall do.
Hold on. Make a knowledge arcane check. Roll me a 50% or better.
Okay. Knowledge arcane. Ooh, that's a nice bonus. 79 plus 40 would over 100.
He rolled shield. So he cast shield earlier. He's immune to magic missile.
Oh, great.
He's not. Or at least from
Okay,
what
then
you
I'll
see.
hit him.
Okay. Welcome back, Lemmy. I'm sorry about the internet.
It's okay. At least I'm not wearing a pager.
And if you ask Raven, it's the ley lines and being on a nexus.
And the house is probably on top of an Indian burial ground.
Watched over by the Bigfoot.
What was that?
That's
Yeah, I keep
That was my
hearing
cell
it.
phone. That's my
Oh.
cell. I keep forgetting to turn it off. Sorry. Let me unmute that.
I keep hearing. I was like, what is it? I just didn't know what it was.
Okay.
The worst part
So-
is my cell phone rarely goes off like this. Today it's just been nuts.
You should get those interesting ringtones, like the screaming goat. That
Oh, I
goes
have
over
a
well
few.
in public.
My favorite one pertains to my mother. Welcome to the mental health hotline. If you are obsessive compulsive, press 1 repeatedly. If you are paranoid, we know where you are. We know what you want. Someone will be along to collect you shortly. If you are manic something, press every single button, and it just keeps going for all 9 keys.
You see,
and that's my mother's ringtone.
Is your
how much magic missile damage you do on this guy?
All right, I forgot to see here.
You're good. You have 3d4 plus 3.
Yep.
And I'm not certain.
Wish the die 4s were a little bit more round so that they roll better.
Well, I'm starting to go on the downhill. I only rolled 7. No exploding in this one.
I've got a theory on that. So we've been playing like percentile for like almost a year now.
Mm-hmm.
And all this time we've been doing good and then doing bad and then doing good and bad, back and forth, back and forth. I'm thinking, perhaps, maybe, that the D20s that we're not using are siphoning the energy off the other dies.
All right. I'm Alex Jones, and I've got to say that you got to pull your die 20s out of the water because it's turning the frogs gay. All right. You shot her with the magic missiles. What are you going to do next there, Mongoose?
Isabu's probably fine.
Isabu's probably fine, yes, but you are hurt.
Yeah.
True, I do have a couple of healing potions. I'll go ahead and snag one of those and drink it.
Okay. You have speeds on the healing potions or no?
Speeds?
Yeah.
Oh no, because I don't use potions in very often, so I tend to forget that they come with a speed factor.
You'll be using the healing potion on 49.
Okay.
What flavor of Rip It is a healing potion?
The flavor of Rip It is actually orange emergency. Are you familiar with have you had an orange emergency or tangerine emergency?
Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, it's your initiative.
Sweet.
It's your initiative. You're sandwiched between an evil priest on either side of you. You feel like a 12-year-old boy at the Catholic Church.
Praise Almighty.
Oh, I can see it.
All right. I'm going to go after the rope dude. Because he's taken some lickings, but he hasn't dropped.
He needs a fist.
Come on.
You know what? Go ahead and make your attack there. I got to ask Nerdy Ogre, after you attacked that guy with your axe and felled him, did you want to do one more attack on its body, or did you want to proceed somewhere else?
No. Yeah, I proceeded somewhere else. Quick glance around. Who looks like they may need the help the most?
Isabu's getting attacked by this guy. He's taking a lot of damage. Lemmy has put a couple lickings on this guy, but he's getting sandwiched by another priest. These two just entered the battlefield, and she looks awful familiar. Isabu gets a pain in her titty. And Queen Bavmorda over here is trying to summon something.
Okay, she's the one I attack.
Oh, God. Going for Queen Bavmorda. All right.
Go big or go home. I rolled an 87 with my base attack bonus. That's a 97.
Oh.
I'm
You
on 6.
Plus 10 to the win. So give me those die.
Oh. Okay.
Give me your damage die. Do you guys have anybody here got magical weapons? By the way, anyone?
No,
I don't think so.
I have a +1, but it's non-magical. Oh no, I take that back. I do have a magic short sword, but I didn't bring it with me. I've been using the dwarven one for so long.
Okay, that's fine.
Shit, it's in my backpack. That would be 4, a whopping 4 damage.
Not to sound like your typical gamer, but I thought you just carried the magic sword with you as a just a case weapon.
Well, I did, and then I got that dagger because we were messing with the fairies, and I didn't want to get curb stomped because fairies wear boots, and I got all paranoid and left it in the bag.
Left it in the bag, but you didn't leave it back at the cat keep.
No. I keep it on my person in the bag that I carry with me.
All right.
Okay, this evil priest. He does a touch attack.
No.
2 of his channeling abilities. He tries to do a pain touch on Lemmy to render him unable to move. And I rolled a fucking 1. So Janet, I rolled shitty twice.
You just did it again?
Again.
Oh God! I hope I don't do it.
The priest in blue with the assless robe chaps. I'm just calling it like I see it. You guys are fighting a sex cult.
I don't want to see it.
This is what happens when you go to Bohemian Grove with weapons.
I swear, if we see any half male, half female things with giant claws on one of their arms, I'm out.
I can pull one from the shelf. I mean,
Have you heard of our personal Lord and Savior, Nurgle?
Slanesh territory. Yeah.
A friend of mine had painted up some daemonettes way back in the day crafting, and he had put they were naked and they had the weapon arm and then the tentacle arm, and like all of them had these huge bazoombas, which they're just like whenever they run. But then he had glued some micro, like they weren't micro penises for the characters because they were actually literally large, like 8 inches, 10 inches for that scale of figure. But he glued micro peens on all these naked daemonette chicks. And like, I saw that and I'm like, that's a level of evil. I don't even want to. Can we get some other
Abomination with Buddha.
And now I see it on my Discord. Not on our channel, my dude. My friends are good. They only send me like naked fat chicks, which is all right. I'm okay with that. Thank God. Thank you, Baron.
I've been in your Discord, remember, and there's not all fat chicks in there.
Not all fat chicks, but we have one.
I've been in the hot girls room that you've got.
He loves them from size 14 to size 22. That's a bit more sizable than anybody in this game right now.
Mm-hmm.
The size actually size 24 is one girl I know because
it's a lot better than Reddit.
That's true. Yes. Never go to r.bbc or r.
Bruce likes those girls that can crush his skull with their thighs.
Hey,
well,
you
stay out of my head. Go with a smile.
Stay out of my head, scissors folder, Janet.
Yep.
That girl just wants to be loved.
Mm-hmm. That's right. All of them.
Bruce just wants to be whisked away by an Amazonian. Nothing wrong with that.
Stop!
I know.
Reading my fucking mind.
I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it.
It's not
I
my
just said I
fault.
know he likes that.
I'm not my
Connell,
5'6".
Connell, when he dies, he wants to come back as a saddle. That's right. I've heard him say it a few times.
Yeah, he'll be saying it again next week as long as he remembers to play with us.
If he hasn't been, never mind.
Yeah. As long as he doesn't find another flat Earth chick, we'll be fine. But I'm going to give him grief until he finds another flat Earth chick. Isabu, you're facing off against this evil mace wielding priest.
Okay.
You want to get rid of him?
I'm trying. I just can't roll.
Who's about to blow up?
Oh, jeez.
Oh shit! I forgot to mute myself. Sorry.
I
was me
rolled
turning on my
a
heater.
0 and a 40. So even if I add all the bonuses to it, that's not enough.
Plus 10, plus 5 for the sword. You've got a plus 10 for your base offensive bonus. That's 25. You need a 75 or better to get this guy.
Sorry.
It's okay.
I tried. And that's with a new dice.
Now Janet sees why I have a problem. Okay.
Oh,
Axeman.
I always get close. I just don't get nothing.
It's that break-in period for the new dice.
All right. He charges off against the Queen Bavmorda wannabe. Go for it. Kill her. Kill her. Kill her. Get it.
Fuck.
What was fuck?
Is that a triumphant fuck or a oh fuck fuck?
Didn't sound like it. Didn't sound like it was a good one.
I rolled a natural 3. Well,
You ready?
43 hit.
That is a negative.
Didn't think it would.
Here, yeah.
Didn't hit, Jen.
Sound like he said that would be a negative. A 43
negatory. Negative Ghost Rider, the pattern's full.
Why you're
I
kitty?
keep thinking I hear a kitty. Is that a kitty?
Yeah,
Oh.
that is
Like a
Sparkles.
kitten.
It's only a kitty until the
Sparkles.
apocalypse, then it's dinner.
Book of Eli.
So my boss made me change my shirt the other day when I wore my kittens and ducks for Trump. He's like, "Dude, we can't be politically advertising here. It's what Houston wants." I'm like, Houston's full of Democrats. Can I choose to ignore that rule? He's like, you can. You just got to stay out of the cameras. I can't hear it. I'm like, fuck. Let me go change shirts. So I changed shirt.
You know what you need to do is get an NPC shirt.
I do. Okay, so Isabu.
I wonder if you had a shirt that said kittens and Trump, or kittens and dogs and ducks against Haitians. They'd let you wear that instead.
He charges her and misses. She shoots at him. Well, not with that. He does something, and you see a bloody harpy of a succubi. Remember her? Yes, she's back. Back again.
You fucking bitch.
She just runs away every time she gets a couple smacks.
Hey, babe, take a walk on the wild side.
Girls say.
And now, Lemmy, it's your initiative.
Yes, sir.
Go for it.
I don't like this
Make your attack on
icky free sandwich. And say no to your miracle whip. Going after the yellow robe again. Son of a bitch. That's 56. I failed.
56 plus your 10% for being base offensive bonus plus your 10% from the Quinn. That puts you at 76.
Did that actually hit?
That actually hits.
Oh. For some reason, I thought it was supposed to be more. Okay.
75
I'm
or
going
better.
to try a different D6. Let's try this one. Shit. That was 2 points.
2 points.
2 points.
All right. I need Isabu to roll. This jackass is going to shoot him. You need a 35. You get a 35% bonus.
I rolled a 56. Now, what bonuses gets added to his
You get
score?
the 35% because of range. So you hit. Roll me a D12 plus 2.
A D12 plus 2. 9.
Good job.
Yay.
Nerdy Ogre for Tomas. I need you to shoot. Actually, it's going to take a close. He's going to shoot this jackass attacking Isabu.
95.
Roll me a D12, add 2.
Where's my D12?
Actually, it's D12, add 3, but same thing.
D12 add 2.
3.
13.
All right. You pierce his kidney, and he collapses after a long death scene. Now, it is time for Mongoose. Go ahead and smash that potion of D8 plus 5 healing.
True. I'll save the more powerful potions for an emergency.
Okay. Whatever potion of healing you want, use it.
Oh no, that one's fine. That one I already have written down in my character sheet. I brought the ones from the vault with us.
Good night, baby girl. Good playing with you.
2d6 plus 3. I mean 2d8 plus 3. Or something like that. Plus 5 is 12 total. Which is most of the damage I took.
I got to ask you, what do you want to do next there, Mongoose?
Can I catch the two that are sitting next to Madmorta, whatever the fucking name is?
It's going to be hard. It's going to be hard to catch her without catching your ogre friend.
Oh, that's why I said not her. The other two, just the other two.
Oh, okay. You could catch these guys here. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
All right. So that'll happen on 6. Okay. Isabu.
Mm-hmm.
If
My
you
turn.
If you want, you can charge the guy and get a plus 10 to charge.
Okay. So I roll.
Yep.
Oh God. Oh, I rolled a 56.
Plus 10 from him, plus 10 for charge, and plus another 10. So that's 86. That's over what you need. Roll me damage.
Okay, and I roll a 12 plus 2. I rolled a 1.
Whatever you should be a D12 plus 4.
Oh, well, I rolled a 1 on my D12. So I get 5.
All right.
At least
This
I got the
guy
roll.
panics and he tries to get away from Isabu. He will try to cast on the defensive. All right. And then he's got to make a touch attack on your rogue, on Lemmy.
I didn't want to die a virgin. I just never thought it would be this way.
I know, right?
I was supposed to die in Paris.
You need to make a will saving throw. DC is 70.
Who?
Cripes. So what is it? That's a +5.
You get a +10 for your save from the bard.
Yeah, +15. Come on, no whammies. It's 61. Ouch.
Okay. You are now paralyzed, and you're stuck. You're stuck flying, or you're stuck right there. As he does that, you're an amazing oculus of luck, and this fellow here will pivot over and try to do coup de grace. Okay. His weapon hits. Lemmy, you'll take 27 damage.
Ouch.
Ouch is
I'm not
right.
dead yet. I'm not doing good, but I'm not dead yet.
Just play dead.
I can't feel my legs. I want to go home, Johnny. I want to go home.
He slices him from the back of the neck down to the kidney.
Game over, man. It's game over.
All right. Queen Bev Morta will try to cast a spell without casting on defensive, and therefore Nerdy, go ahead and make your to hit on this bitch. And please hit this time, because otherwise it's going to hurt for a lot of people.
96.
Yay. Holy crap. We need some good rolls.
Damage being 7, 10, 11. 11 damage.
Okay, I don't think she can come back. I don't think she can really, unless I roll a 96 or better, she loses that spell. Hot 5. Nope, that spell goes away. Okay. Lemmy, until further notice, you're going to be kind of out of action until, like, initiative 90. If you're still alive at initiative 90, we can fix you. We can have you in combat again. Hopefully before then, we'll not have to worry about that, and we finish the combat before that. Mongoose, it is your initiative.
Yep. Now I know sleep isn't going to work on the succubus. At least I'm very doubtful it works on a demon.
You're probably hitting that threshold where sleep is only effective on mooks because
Yeah.
sleep affects 4 hit dice or less. It's just an 8-year whiskey, guys. Just nothing special. Hey, Mac Thompson, how you doing, sir?
Hey, Mac.
Hello.
So what are we waiting
I'd
on?
say hello, but I'm paralyzed.
Mongoose.
Yeah, I was casting sleep, remember?
Oh, my bad. I got to do the rolls then. Derp. Okay.
Yeah, that's
right,
why I was
well-
saying I didn't have any high hopes of putting this the succubus to sleep.
Yeah. You note that this guy here actually falls down asleep. Mongoose, what will be your next action?
I have 1 vial of holy water. I'm going to use Hand of the Apprentice and shoot it straight into her face. Reminder of what it's like to fight us. Right into the succubus's face, excuse me.
Hand of the Apprentice will go off on 62.
Okay.
Isabu.
Yeah, so it's my
You want-
roll again.
Yeah, which one you want to go after, yellow or blue?
Are they standing beside each other?
Nope, they're flanking your buddy Lemmy.
Okay, I guess I'll go
Oh,
for the
shit.
yellow guy.
That's what I should
What?
have done.
The yellow guy.
Okay.
Come
You launch
on.
yourself
Yeah, don't mind me. I'm just getting spit roast.
I rolled a 46.
You get a
And
plus. You get a plus 10 for
35?
the charge, a plus 10 for the bard. You have a plus 15 from your attack, from your base offensive bonus, and the plus 5% for the masterwork weapon. So that's a 35 plus your 46, and that sends you over 75, which is what you need to hit this jackass.
Okay, and I got to roll my 12 and add
D12
4.
plus 4.
Oh, come on. I rolled 11. So 13. Right? Or is it 14? Yeah, it's 15. Because it's 11 plus 4. Sorry.
He
The
gets
best
a.
roll I've had all day.
He's starting to look kind of ugly.
Thank goodness. Finally, something.
All right. Tell you what, Joshua, go ahead and roll for Roberto. He's shooting old blue over here.
Okay.
Blue's got his sword out or dagger out. Looks like he's trying to cut Lemmy's throat.
That is an 86.
Yay.
Roll me a d12, add 2. Actually, let me get a measurement here because you can step forward 5 feet, and if it's 6 inches or less, yay! Yay! That's an extra plus 1. That's d12 plus 3 damage.
Make sure that's a D12. Gotta turn the lights on in here. That was a +3, so that would be 9 damage total. Let me turn on the light.
All right, and
Oh,
Tomas will shoot him. He gets an additional 40 to hit because of range. Go ahead, let me roll D percentile and knock a 35 or higher gets a hit on him.
so 51,
Damage.
and that was another D12.
Yep. D12 plus 4. Or D12 plus 3, my bad.
That'd be 13.
Okay.
I should just be rolling for NPC.
You actually put him down. As that
Yay.
happened, you see the succubi-looking woman flop over, and she will make... All right, you see her bind up Lemmy with a rope as it animates out of her hand, and you see Lemmy get tied up like he's on a bad Reddit page.
Your back's gonna hurt after this.
It don't matter when there's goth titties involved.
I mean, to be fair, she does have big goth girl titties, okay? Nerdy Ogre! Get rid of Queen Bavmorda before she can get this damn spell off.
All right. I'm going to do power attack.
-5 to hit, plus 3 to damage.
81 to hit.
Ah! Damage!
Damage. 6, 10, 13.
Okay. She screams as you cut part of her blouse, and you can see like exposed skin, spreading blood. She does not look like she's got the will to fight much longer.
Good.
The Vormage Extraordinaire steps up and he tries to attack. All right. AC 57, does that hit you, Nerdy Ogre?
57, yes.
Okay. He inflicts 16 damage on you as he strides up and just jabs that spear into your stomach. Like, fight me, you wuss. Stop attacking a lady. Mongoose, Hand of the Apprentice.
Yep.
Purple Nurple.
Once again, okay. Next time we play, I need to make sure I have my camera plugged in. I rolled a 99.
What? Okay.
You're the best around.
This is going to be a die 8 for the next 3 seconds.
All right.
Excuse me, my bad. It's a die 10, a die 8, and die 6.
All three?
You'll be doing a die 10 this second. Next second be die 8. Next second be D6.
Okay. Okay.
Roll me that D10.
7.
She squeals in agony as like you hit her damn near like you sent that vial and it hits her hips. Like if succubi have cooters, you hit her in the cooter with holy water. If you would have hit her with double lock, then I'd be like, no, that's a facial shot. She took it like Stormy Daniels. This is
And the spirit of Trump enters your mind. Gotta grab him by the pussy.
that's beautiful. That's beautiful, I say. Okay, on the next initiative, go ahead and roll D8.
Okay.
Dear God.
And what were you wanting to do next, Mongoose?
Are we all re-rolling initiative?
No.
Okay.
Not me. I'm about to get pegged by a fucking succubus. No bueno.
You're coming up on 70.
Does it look like I should be helping Nerdy or Lemmy in this instance?
Lemmy's gonna get bound up and put into a bag.
Okay.
Does she at least look like Julie Newmar?
She looks kind of like Julie Newmar. Julie Newmar, if she had big black wings, huge floppy boobs, and a respectable, like, kind of a bulging fupa. Like, you know what I mean, right? Like, she's not like a size 6 down there. She's more like a size 10 down there. Like,
I can mark that off my bucket list, I guess.
Yeah. Going to hell.
Well, in that case, I probably should go ahead and hit the succubus with a magic missile. That was my
Okay.
only vial of holy water right at this moment.
Okay.
Our holy water is currently still attached to our barbarian. His gauntlets.
Yeah.
Nice. The holy water damage that you were doing, go ahead and roll roll that D8. I didn't hear the damage for it.
Holy shit. Okay. I'm scared for next session. I really am. I just rolled an 8. Followed by a 1, so never mind, it doesn't matter. 8 damage. Not as scared now, just like, oh yes, we're gonna tease you.
You still have any poultice? Yes. Awesome. We'll wear socks to bed and put poultice on. Can you grab me some short socks? Sure. Short socks, ankle socks.
That was precious, by the way.
I know, right? I've got a fat sole in my foot because it's like an ailment that feels like a rock stuck between your third and fourth toe. It's causing the bottom of my ball of my foot to swell up a little bit. So we're going to try some creams first. If that doesn't work, knocking it down, I've got poultice. And then I've got some other things. And then eventually, like, you have to go
Did
see
you try what I said?
Which one? What was that?
Remember, I told you to try a shoe that makes you walk on the ball of your foot, not your heel, and that's what I started doing, and it helped my bone spur swelling.
This isn't a bone spur.
Oh, it isn't? Okay.
No.
They don't know what it is.
I was going to recommend if you skin a black cat and eat it, but that only turns you invisible.
Okay.
So what did doctors say it was?
I haven't gone to the doctor yet, but I've been
okay.
using WebMD. And it pointed me in a direction, and then I found something that really hit the mark.
It will probably be something blah, 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 not service related, blah, blah, blah.
It's called Morton's neuroma, which is, it feels like a pebble stuck between your bones of your feet. Whenever you're massaging your foot, sometimes you can actually hear the tick of something rubbing. Mm-hmm. It's supposed to be its nails click or something. It's weird.
Down the rabbit hole.
I'm not happy, but I'll get this work done over the course of the next couple weeks because next week is VA week. And after that, then we can get this addressed. I've got some things to help them.
Except the plantar nerve.
Yeah.
That sucks. Ouch.
Yeah. I've got these inserts for my boots and socks, so I should be okay. But whenever I walk,
Those are toe boxes and high heels.
Yeah, it usually happens to women. The reason why it happened to me is that I've got this table, and I kicked it one night when I was getting up to walk around it. I kicked it with my middle toe, and whatever happened, I could feel like... And for the next 30 minutes, I cried. So that happened.
A million voices all cried out at once, and then were silent.
Yeah. I might as well have just walked into the back of one of those ball hitches on the back of your Ford pickup truck.
Oh, Jesus.
So, anyway, that was Hand of the Apprentice. Isabu, it's your initiative. This guy is finally down. You've got two foes in close proximity within step-in range. You can either go for Blue or go for Miss Hot Pants. And by the way, before we go for that, Isabu, Mongoose, I need another D6 damage for Miss Hot Pants.
All right.
She's trying to bag up your thief.
Yeah. I rolled a 5. Not bad.
Not bad.
Okay.
Not bad
I guess I'll go for the blue guy since he's been the one that hurt my teammate so far.
He's the one that cast Hold Person on your buddy.
Oh, fuck. I rolled a 22.
Well, at least you're on brand.
Oh,
You gonna go for that? Gonna go for that attack again next round?
yeah.
Okay.
If I don't die before I roll anything,
It's okay. Lemmy,
ruin everything.
Lemmy, you want to take a shot for Roberto on Miss Hot Pants as she's getting the bag ready, getting ready to envelop. She's got a foldable magical pink bag she's just pulled off her belt. Looks like she's getting ready to wrap the rogue up in the big pink blanket. By the way, he's all bound and gagged in a very humiliating position. Looks like he's got his arms tied back to his ankles. Funny ball gag. Don't want to say much about it, but
Just don't question where that thing has been.
not at all. This is the source of all the used sex toys you've been finding in the last 3 adventures. It's a succubi and a sex cult. The final battle for this campaign will be at a giant wooden statue of an owl on the lake of some miserable place in California. Okay, so
that was unmodified 65.
all right, with the bonuses that he gets from Quinn and for him trying to edge up, he's trying to get within 30 feet. Does he get within 30 feet? Does he have Econo's touch? Yes, he does. Get an extra plus 5%. So that is an actual.
You got the touch.
Yeah.
You got the power.
Roll an extra roll D12 and add plus 3.
Come on.
You've got the touch.
7 points of damage total. Not as epic as it could have been.
All right. Now for Tomas. Tomas is probably going to shoot Mr. He'll go for a cat in hot pants. That pink bag that she's got, that looks like magic. We could sell that.
That's a 2.
Not 2.
And 2.
All right. No dice. Back up to the barbarian with his axe. I got a question. Along with power attack, do you have the feat cleave?
No, I do not.
Okay. And
Not yet.
in this situation, it would prove very useful.
Yeah,
If only we had it.
if only I had it.
Are you attacking the girl or are you attacking the new jackass with the spear?
The girl.
Awesome. Lay her down.
120 to hit. Seven, 11 damage.
If you want to make up one of those sticks, that'd be great. Okay. You slice along her. She tries to defend herself, and like you see, like 2 of her fingers on her right hand go away. I need you to roll another damage value. So whatever your damage is, roll that again. You rolled above 50 to what you needed. So like critical hit attack.
Is this one going to be exploding die as well?
Yeah.
That's 11. 16, 19. 21. 25.
Okay. When I told you to lay her down earlier, I wasn't really anticipating you to kill it so succinctly, but you put your axe through her left shoulder and part of her right hand. Her left arm just falls completely off. And like she wiggles her little stump for a few seconds and she kind of like staring at it in disbelief. And if there's somebody over there, they just got completely showered in 2.5 pints of blood. Like a water balloon went off, full of blood. Good job.
Enter the squib.
So does that mean I'm not in that little hot topic sack that she's trying to put me in?
No, that was the woman.
He's attacking Queen Beth Morta over here.
Oh, gross.
He just felled her. She was the keeper of the rope for all the kids that have been getting dragged behind. And all the kids, not only they have ropes affixed to their ankles, just tied to their wrists, but they all have a red sash tied around their hips. Okay.
Okay.
So, if I remember right, Magic Missile was going off next from Mongoose, right?
Yep.
Mongoose, lay me some damage. Ooh. You got the touch. All right.
Grand total of 10.
10.
Oh, wait, no, 13. I have to remember to add the +3. Grand total of 13.
Where you going? You were going for blue, weren't you? Blue or the succubi?
The succubi.
Okay. She drops the magical bag, and now she begins to fly away. Your buddy Toby is on the ground. This character in blue try to cast on the defensive. All right. He actually casts on the defensive. He's going to try to step up and give Isabu a lesson in humility. Is that a 20 or 70? That's a 70. All right. Isabu, I need a will save of 70 or more. You should have a plus 20 to resist. So basically roll 50 or higher. They got dogs, puppies. They got a house full of love. That's all they got. They're doing good. I know. I'm jealous too.
Janet, you there?
Oh yeah, I'm here.
I need a will
Sorry.
save from Janet. Janet, roll me a 50% or higher,
Oh please.
please.
I rolled a 40.
All right, Janet.
Sorry.
You get touched by the man in blue, and you feel your muscles freeze up, and you see a smile spread across his aged, wrinkled lips. This guy looks like Dan Rather, but more gay.
What's more gay than that?
Shepard Smith.
Oh, okay. I agree with that one. I'm sorry I'm rolling so bad. I've tried 4 different sets of dice.
Janet just, whenever she rolls for anybody else, it's like Lady Luck blows on your die and 7s and 11s all night. When Janet has to roll on her own,
I just don't understand. It sucks.
Mongoose, what are you going to do after that magic missile?
Does it look like I can potentially knock her or the succubus out of the air, or
She's flying into the deep woods right now. She's trying to get the fuck out of here. If you might be able to knock her out of the air, yes, you might.
well, then again, Isabu's in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Her and Lemmy both.
Now, in that case, I should really go for Mr. Blue, and hit him with a magic missile. As much as I don't want that succubus to get away, I don't want to lose my teammates.
All right, so that'll happen on
Hope it works.
78. Okay. Okay. This jackass with the spear will try to cast on the offensive. He actually rolled well. He hits. All right. He reaches out, casts a spell through the spear, and he touches your friend Ogre.
Mm-hmm.
Ogre takes 14 points of damage, of electricity damage, as Shocking Grasp goes off. You guys see a big, brilliant blue flash between these two combatants over here.
Did I just hear I took 16 points of damage?
14 points.
Well, that's not much better.
Eh. The young girl with the heavy crossbow, she steps forward and takes a shot at Isabu and misses.
She got me right in the chest last time.
Yeah, sucked.
Return the favor.
Lemmy, or actually, not Lemmy, but Josh, go ahead for Roberto, and he's going to take a shot at blue. Got a plus
All right.
It's okay, mamas.
25 or better on a D100. That's all you need after bonuses.
She'll be home soon.
Yeah, I got that. All right. D12. Oh, shit. That fell off. No, D12. That's 11 plus 3. 14.
Okay.
It's okay.
And Janet, for Tomas.
Yes.
Tomas is shooting blue as well.
Okay. So roll the percentiles again.
Oh.
Yep.
Oh, come on. Let me help somebody else. 10 and a 1.
Okay. That's a miss.
I'm cursed.
Not yet.
Oh.
After your magic missile, what do you want to do there?
Well, I was hitting blue with magic missile after
Okay.
the succubus.
Okay. Nerdy Ogre, your axe attack on this jackass over here.
Yeah, I am going to go in rage mode. Oh. If I don't throw my dice all over the place.
I feel sorry for this guy.
Can I use my power attack while I'm raging?
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm going to do that too. Let's see. I don't know the deal for rage.
You get a plus 10 to hit with a well. It's not only a plus 5 because you're power attacking, but you get plus 3 to damage if you hit. And all you need to hit this guy with is a 75 or better.
Okay, well I just rolled a 56.
That
So
hits.
that's yeah. Okay. All right. So rolling for damage. Let's see. That's 6. That's 10 plus. I rolled a 10. So what is it for the rage?
An extra plus 2 to damage for rage.
So that's 12, and power attack is plus 3. So that's 15.
What's your strength modifier?
My strength is 17.
Okay, whenever you hit with the weapon, what's your weapon damage?
2d4 plus 4.
Okay, that's right. Just making sure you got a plus 4 on there.
Yeah.
Plus.
I rolled a 6 plus the 4 is 10. Plus the 2 for rage and 3 for power attack.
All right. The guy seems rather impressed that you hit him. He's like, "Oh." You note that Darelth Gillus is surprised that somebody's actually contacted him.
Who?
That guy there that's facing off against Nerdy Ogre,
Oh,
that's the object of tonight and last week's session.
oh, okay.
All I with Nerdy, all I see with Nerdy having a spear in him is his doing the orc from the Orokai from the final scene of the first Lord of the Rings movie, or a second. Was the first or second? Anyway, he's pulling himself in with the sword with that evil look, like, "Oh yeah, go ahead, stab me." That's what I'm envisioning Ogre doing right now.
That little bitch with the heavy crossbow tries to shoot back at Tomas. Can't hit the side of a barn, damn it. The succubi is no longer seen flitting through the trees. She has disappeared in the woods. Disappeared like the bitch she is.
Oh, fucker, I'm gonna kill her.
All right.
Let me rip her wings off and
I
take
didn't want
these
to lose our
trophies.
cleric or our thief.
Mongoose, who are you going for? You've got Blue, you've got the Crossbow Girl, and you've got the Darelth Gillus.
I think Blue's the biggest threat since he could slit their throats right now.
Yeah.
3d4 plus 3. 9 total.
All right. As he takes that, he eats that magic missile. You see him grab a hold of Isabu. He cuts her throat. Nicking an artery. He does to her 12 points of damage. And then every 6 seconds, she will have 6 points of bleed damage. At the same time that he does that, Lemmy, you feel fine. You wiggle your toes.
Nice. I was
You're on
going to
the
say, this is like turning into those SSI TSR games I used to play on the computer.
You wiggle your toes.
Can't do shit.
You can cut this guy's ankles from the ground here. You'll be at a -20 to hit, but he's unaware of you. So I'm going to say all you have to do is hit above a 60.
All right. There we go. That's a negative 43.
All right. You take a valiant swipe from the ground with plus 10 from the bard with your plus 10 for your base offensive bonus. You rolled a what?
It was a 43.
That's a 63, sir. I need you to roll
It
your
was a 63.
You need
Okay,
to roll your damage in your sneak attack.
that's right.
You see Quinn start to bleed from his fingertips, so he's going to be ending the song soon.
Come on, no whammies. I got 1 6. Okay, so it's 3, 6, 9, and another 5. So 14.
You,
Bruce. Oh, sorry.
yes?
You forgot to ask me what I was doing next. Did
What
I
were
see
you
what
doing?
happened to Luna in time to make the decision to go run up and pour a potion on her throat?
I did not ask you that because Lemmy happened within the next second or two. What
Yeah.
were you going to run up and
Yeah, I have one of these smelly 2d8 plus 3 plus 4. Let me double check.
if you can make
One of the Gabo potions.
okay, you've got
Yeah,
the ability.
they're 2d8 plus 6. Excuse me.
You'll get up to her on 91, which is Dustin's second.
Okay.
And then on 95, you can pour the potion down her throat. He cuts the guy off because he slices through the ankle. and that gets
Nice.
rid of him. On 91, you run up to her, kind of breathlessly. Quinn stops playing his bardic music. He's like, I'm out. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Nerdy Ogre. Make another attack on this jackass.
All right. Okay. Shit. 65.
You need a 70.
Minus the. Yeah, that'd be 60.
Okay.
Minus the 5 from the power attack.
The most lingering song effect for the next second. So you get your plus 10%. You needed a 75 to hit this guy. Roll me your damage.
All right. That's 11, 15, 20.
All right. Mr. Gillius is wanting to run away at this point. The girl with the crossbow. So move forward a bit. Try to get a better angle on you. Misses terribly. Janet. For Roberto, you need to make an attack. He's targeting her.
You want me to roll for somebody else?
Yep, for Roberto, the archer.
I rolled an 84.
All right. So, Janet, with your magical ability to roll for other people, it comes through that you do well. I need you to roll D12, add 2 to the result. D12, add 2 to the result.
Okay, here we get 12. I rolled an 11, so I get to add 2 to it. So it's 13.
Okay. Janet, for Tomas, he's going to try to shoot the War Mage. You need to hit a 35 or better. No, wait, a 40 or better. 40 or better for this guy right here.
Well, I rolled a 25.
Well, the arrow goes wild. Somewhere in the distance, you hear a turkey cluck.
Oh. I wouldn't ask me to roll any dice for anyone.
All right. Lemmy,
Yes, sir.
what do you want to do?
I want to go home.
Me too.
Shit, like I'm like lower than half hit points, and I'm on the ground, but I'm not paralyzed anymore. I'm gonna try and take the guy out. You know, kneecap him at least.
I thought you already did.
You want to run over here? Oh, you want to jump on Blue and make sure he's dead?
Yeah.
Okay. In an act of frustration not commonly seen above men the age of 19, you guys see Lemmy just completely rolls over in jiu-jitsu, Brazilian jiu-jitsu style, and just starts to ground and pound this blue priest of pedophilia into the ground and turn his face into a paste. And it takes him about 1,000 stabs with a toothpick to do so.
By the time Lemmy's
Would
done,
Chipper
he's
go
literally
burr?
he's literally just pounding bloody shards of bone into the dirt.
Yeah, by the end of that, yes. Mongoose, pour the potion of health down Isabu's throat before she starts bleeding out.
Sorry, Isabu, this is going to smell bad because it's goblin.
That's fine.
Oh, nice. With an 8. And
Isabu, he puts this potion to your mouth, and you are unable to do anything but just watch it go down your throat. It smells like somebody had put out a Dominican Republic cigar into an ashtray, mixed in some oysters, put in a little bit of pickled juice, spunked into it after looking at an old photo of Heather Locklear, and then maybe whisk it together with one of those stupid little white straws at the break room at your job.
It's disgusting.
And
17.
it smells like Newports and desperation, too. Go ahead and heal up. What was the healing damage it does?
17.
17
Oh, wait,
points.
I forgot the +6, so that was 23.
Jesus. 23, Janet.
Okay, thank you.
I've been
You're
hanging
not
on to those potions.
paralyzed. You're just feeling better. There's also a very menacing pink bag fluttering down by Lemmy's feet.
No. Don't open it.
No, I'm taking that. You kidding me?
Also, there's an uncoiled rope, which it only animates for so long.
So we
But it's
still got to
all-
get rid of the little blonde bimbo.
Yeah, little blonde bimbo is being a bitch right now.
Wow, she's pretty tough.
You pummel this guy to a pulp. What are you doing next?
Going after little Miss Red Riding Hood, and I'm just going to go balls out and try and stab her in the face.
Okay. You slide on over there and just start giving her the business. Roll to hit.
All right. I'll pick that one and that one. Doing it for the children. No whammies. 98. Fuck you.
You grab a hold of the blue-haired girl with one hand and jam her with your weapon with the other. What's the die you roll typically?
It's a D6 plus 1.
Okay, minimum it will do maximum damage, which is a 6 plus your strength modifier. If I roll a 6, it explodes.
Okay.
It does not roll a 6, but you do a full 7 points of damage on her with that violent amount. Good fucking job. Her neck sprays you with lifeblood, and you see her face go slack at the same time. She looks like Allison Mack.
Oh,
and
shit.
It collapses to the ground. Did I say that loud? Yeah. I want to get banned off YouTube. We're going to fucking make fun of the NXV bullshit. You slice her throat so hard that she literally has no way of getting magical healing to her neck.
Saw that shit off.
You cut her throat completely through, but you need a strength check. Roll me a percentile to get through that damn neck, that spine.
Three. Shit. Didn't work.
All right. Your weapon is weak.
I'm gonna blame it on the half hit points, the goth titties. I feel dirty, funky. I've been violated. I was paralyzed. I got a roller
You were
coaster
tied
of
up in a way
emotions.
that makes your back hurt.
And then the frickin' succubus nutsack thing that she was trying to stuff me in. Ugh.
The Darelth Gillus looks like he gets his composure, and he does a dedicated attack on Ogre. And he manages to rack off 24 hit points of damage as he jams his spear through the barbarian and then tries to pull it back and runs into the kidney with the arrowhead, with the spearhead. Are you still up, Nerdy? By the way, your hit
He's
point...
checking on something.
He's dropped, it looks like.
Okay.
He'll be right back, I'm sure.
Yeah. I rolled 2 8s on the damage on there, and then I rolled a fucking 6.
Ouch.
This guy's a total dickhead. You see your friend look down, and he's just kind of like, ah.
I can't see anybody over there attacking him.
This guy?
Oh, I couldn't see him because he was behind him.
Yeah. Yeah, he's the problem that you got attacking your barbarian friend. He jams his spear into him, and you see your friend, the barbarian, look weak for a moment. Limmy, you want to give him a hand?
Jawohl.
Make your charge attack to flank. He will get an attack opportunity on you as you charge in, and he punches out with his gauntleted fist for 4 points of damage. You slide in to his backside. Go ahead and do that scout's charge attack for me.
All right, so that's 90. So rolled a 70, and then that was 3d6 plus 2. Come on, 6s. Shit. Rolled 4, 8, 10 total.
You jam your weapon into this guy's spine. You feel something snap. It's not the blade of your weapon. For a moment, this guy leans back into you, and you realize that his legs have gone completely to jelly.
Oh, I'm going to twist.
You break something. As you hear a group of cheers erupt from the remaining 6 guardsmen and your friend Cormac. The 13 children are leaping for joy as they realize their nightmare is over. You guys collapse amid the weeds and bushes outside the shrubs of Freeman's Forest, and for a brief moment feel like you've done some good in the world. We will continue this 2 weeks from now. I'd like to thank all of my players on the panel. Nerdy Ogre. I'd like to thank Nerdy Ogre. I'd like to thank Six Nations, 31 Kings, the Crafting Gamer, Chad from Another Planet, for being part of today's special session. I'd like to make everybody aware that there's evil in our own world, but occasionally, from time to time, you have to stop your fight and you have to go collect yourself, do something healthy for you, get your hobbies in order, be with your family, be with your loved ones, pet your dog, touch grass.
Mm-hmm.
And once you get yourself back in, once you get everything sorted out in your head, then it's time to get back in the fight. But if you queue after it for too long, you're going to hurt yourself and others. So don't do that. Today's game session was inspired by real-life events. I'd like to thank the people that crusade on a tireless basis as much as possible to help free the souls of little children and not let them be victims of sex slavery rings. This channel may not be for everybody, and that's fine. It can stay small, but I want all of you to be well, and we will broadcast live to you the continuation of this campaign in 2 weeks. That will be on October 5th. Looking forward to it. I think, isn't it October 12th that we have the convention, Janet?
I can't remember. I have to look at my calendar.
Hold on.
I was going to say the second
One
calendar.
is October 25th, so no.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, Sci-Fi Con's the 25th, 26th.
Yep. We're looking forward to that. Looking forward to seeing you, however, in 2 weeks to see how this pans out. I had a blast, and I hope you guys did too. This is a special customized game engine I've been running, modified off of the bones of D20. And if you want to know more, just message me in the comments, and we will get you set up. Thank you so much, one and all, for being part of today's game. I'd like to say special thank you to Baby Girl, to Mac Thompson, and Jackie Blue for being part of this. And always, our favorite troll, Soy-Based Jeremy. We love you, buddy. Keep cooking. Keep doing your special thing. We'll see you later.